Peace, fam. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Hit that like button. You guys know the drill. You got to hit that like button. You got to share. You got to subscribe. You got to tell your mama, your auntie, everybody you know. Everybody you know should know about In Search of a Huru, the greatest podcast on the internets. Everybody you know should know about In Search of a Huru, the greatest podcast on the internets. So hit that like button once you share, make sure you subscribe. Got a couple of announcements. Nigeria, we are rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Again, we're rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. If you are interested in joining, if you want to be a part of the festivities, please visit donfo.africa. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. We will love to have you. We will love to host you all. We're going to have a great time in Nigeria. Also, if you don't know, if you do not know, citizenship is back on in Sierra Leone. Again, citizenship is back on in Sierra Leone. What does that mean? You can come get your citizenship. So how that looks like, you have to come twice now. They've changed the rules. You have to come twice now. It used to be just once. The days of pulling up and leaving with citizenship within 2 weeks, those days are over. So you have to come twice now, and you have to come, you have to wait a year after your first visit. Again, you have to wait a year after your first visit when you come. So actually, I have a small group going next week, and then I'm bringing a group in December. So if you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa. Again, if you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. So we got Sierra Leone, we got Nigeria. We're going to Senegal next month for the Jazz Festival. I got one spot for Senegal for the Jazz Festival, May 27th to June 4th. So if you're interested in that, visit donfo.africa. Also, we're going to Zanzibar in September, and then Namibia and South Africa in November, and then back to Sierra Leone in December. So again, visit donfo.africa to learn more. Also, if you have not bought the documentary In Search of a Huru, click that documentary button on donfo.africa and check out the documentary. Without further ado, shout out to Marie Shy, y'all. Shout out to my sister Marie. You know, Marie is holding down the chat. Marie, what makes Marie so special, Marie joined me on my first ever tour to Africa when we went to Nigeria for the Oshun Festival back in 2019. That was Marie, that was 6 years ago. That was 6 years ago. That was 6 years ago. Time goes by fast, y'all. Time goes by fast. That was 6 years ago when we went to Nigeria for the Oshun Festival. Man, time goes by fast. So visit donfo.africa to learn more. And Marie's been rocking with me ever since. Marie has been rocking with me ever since. So everybody show Marie some love. Here we go, guys. Make sure you show Marie some love, y'all, because Marie has been rocking with her brother for 6+ years. So make sure you show her some love. Without further ado, today's topic. Now, yesterday we were talking about the whole Zulu situation as far as the Zulu social club in New Orleans. And I guess the controversy behind it, the Zulu, the naming of the name of the Zulu social club. in New Orleans. So I guess the Zulu, the real Zulu in South Africa are like, nah, not so fast, my friend. And one of the issues they have is with the Zulu in New Orleans wearing blackface. And they're like, listen, y'all not gonna take our culture, or not our culture, but you're not gonna apply our name, the Zulu, which is the tribe in South Africa, and apply it to this social club which y'all wearing blackface. And it's South Africans who are very protective of South African identity. They're like, you Black Americans, you guys are culturally misappropriating our is it cultural appropriation or cultural misappropriation, whatever. But they're not happy. They aren't happy. And then we had some, of the FBA ADOS who were in the chat room currently saying the role that Black America played in ending apartheid, and helping get Nelson Mandela free, we should get a pass. We should get a pass. We should not have to. We should be able to use the Zulu name. We should get a pass. So does South Africa owe a debt to Black Americans? Shout out to JJ Kill 9. I've been watching since 2015. Shout out. So should they get a pass? Should Zulus give South Africa a pass? Y'all, what are y'all thoughts? That's the topic. New Orleans keep throwing Zulu festivals because South Africans not going to stop making hip hop and jazz music. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat room. Should Zulus get a pass? Does South Africa have a debt to Black America? But at the same time, whenever Black Americans bring up apartheid and the role they played in ending apartheid, I guess with the protests, yes. Let's also give a round of applause to Nigeria, which played a huge role in ending apartheid. Go ahead, Free Game. Unmute yourself. Free Game, unmute yourself. Free Game, unmute yourself. Okay, we got, Yo, listen, when you call in, so couple housekeeping rules. When you call in, unmute yourself. When I say unmute yourself, don't be calling on no Getros and no Obama phones either, because we want to be able to hear you clearly. And also the N-word, you are not allowed to use the N-word depending on the context. There are exceptions. Depending on the context. But for the most part, you cannot use the N-word. If you use the N-word, you have two options. You pay a $10 fine, or you just remove yourself from the panel. Those are your two options. But Jay Sanders, I just find it very hypocritical because of, I guess, FBA ADOSers like yourself who talk so bad about the Africans and how they're stealing the culture and all the Africans doing this and the Africans doing that, and they steal this, they steal that, They don't support this, they don't support that. But then when it comes to this whole controversy with the name Zulu, it's like you want to use it, but then like in one hand, you don't like the Africans, but on the other hand, you want to appropriate Zulu. Like, make it make sense. But guys, links in the chat room. Links in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the convo, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo. Let me kick free game. Free game. Call in when you got your. Yeah, I mean, should you be wearing blackface? Because that's one of the issues they brought up. They're like, look, they're wearing blackface. Free game. You got to unmute yourself. Free game. Get your
Yeah,
Obama
yeah, yeah,
together.
yeah. Now, Donis.
Go ahead.
Not only do the Africans who appropriate Black American culture the most is South Africans. They say all the words we say. They
Well,
say,
yeah, okay. Give me an example of some of the words they say.
"Oh my God!" Period. Period. That's on fleek. They on Instagram all day
Period.
mocking Black Americans, literally doing everything we doing. Rap music. They got rap artists. They got
Okay.
jazz artists. Not only that, Dynas, we have been giving them aid for years with our tax dollars.
Okay.
Our, our tax dollars is going to them, and they complain when
Free free
Trump.
free game. Can I ask you a question? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
they can they complain when we took our tax money dollars back. Africans do not give Black Americans enough credit when we have funded them for years out of our money, our labor. We are getting this money taken out our checks before it even hit our bank account. And it's going to South Africa and they complain their artist didn't get any recognition until she came over here. South Africans appropriate Black American culture
Okay.
more. Even the hold
Okay.
on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Even the Nigerians, even the Nigerians don't. A lot of Nigerians don't consider South Africans real Africans. West Africans don't consider South Africans real Africans. They appropriate Black American culture so much to the point where they look at them as us.
Hey,
Uh,
hold on 1 second. Larry, this would be great coming from you, Larry. Larry, can you call in and ask the question? Like, Larry, Larry, click the link and call in. I want to hear from you, Larry. Go ahead, South Africa. Meet yourself.
Dynast and people on the chat and everybody. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, look. All right, look. The whole thing, what do they call it? The whole New Orleans festival thing with the Zulu thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think personally, for me, I think a lot of people, especially Zulu-speaking people, felt that they were being clowned. They saw something that had Zulu on it and African, and then they saw people with black faces dancing in a certain way. They thought that maybe they were being clowned in many ways. I think that's what triggered a lot of people.
Okay.
Many people are not aware of its history. That's the thing that I wanted to say. That's where the misunderstanding happened with the whole Zulu and people from New Orleans back and forth. So yeah.
Okay, so where do we go from here, South Africa? Like, what are your.
Okay, look, this whole internet thing is complex because it gives people who've never traveled outside of their countries. Like I watched a bit of the interview that you showed with the Dr. Sipho Sithole, that guy that's in America, the Zulu guy. A lot of people are not like that guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's well traveled, well educated. He's rich. He's done a lot of things. He's a very wealthy man.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the people who are doing this back and forth, most cases have never been out of where they live. So, and I think the internet, of course, also shows snippets of things, and then I think it's also important that people sometimes do their research on certain things. I think people just saw people, and they thought that people were clowning them and their culture. That's how I see it. And that's how most people that I spoke to, especially those that are Zulu, felt that. And personally, if I was Zulu myself and I didn't know anything about it, first time seeing that on the internet, I would also get the same feeling.
Okay. Larry, call in, Larry. Go ahead, Darnell. Well, let me pass it to Darnell, and I'll pass it back to you, Free Game. Go ahead, Darnell. Unmute yourself, Darnell.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's kind of like go ahead. Like popping a little bit, but go ahead.
Apologies. I might have one of those damn Obama phone.
It's okay.
Yeah. Goddamn AT&T, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I just wanted to understand the topic a little bit. Apologies for my ignorance here, but is it that like Africans owe us African Americans something?
No, so we did a show yesterday on. Are you familiar with the Zulu controversy in New Orleans and with the Zulu in South Africa?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. Darnell, listen to the show and then call back in.
Let me say this, Dynast. Let me say this. I'm from Louisiana. Bro, we've been doing the Zulu thing for at least 50 years, bro.
Okay.
It's not a problem until now. We've been, bro, Zulu.
Are you sure it's not? Are you sure it's not a problem until now?
It's never been a problem until now.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. If that was the case, who one of the people who was a pioneer in hip hop was named what? Shaka Zulu up there in New York. But they never made a complaint about that.
Actually, Shaka Zulu's here he's in Atlanta.
Okay. Well, he in Atlanta.
Yeah, but that's his name. I don't think that's his real name, but that's his name.
Yeah, but he took influences from the Zulu Nation.
Did he?
So where is he gonna get the name from?
I mean, anybody can take a name. That means
you don't know the name until you know something about it. You just ain't gonna call yourself Shaka Zulu.
I mean, I knew about Shaka Zulu, when I was a child.
From the movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but free game. I don't think you understand. The issue they have is with the during this Zulu parade, them wearing blackface and all that. So I think that's the problem.
But blackface as a costume and blackface as a symbol of racism is two different things. They're painting their face red, black, white, blue, orange, green. What's wrong with that? So could you call out they paint their face different colors too? Do Africans not paint their faces white?
Well, let me ask you, why did they paint their face black?
Because Shaka Zulu was black. Dynast?
Free game, you just making stuff up now.
No,
Free game, you just making stuff up now. They paint their face black because Shaka Zulu was black.
The person that's wearing a costume may be light skinned like me.
Okay.
So they paint their face to resemble the deities or the culture that they're representing.
So you're saying that all South Africa, all Zulus are black, like the blackface. That's what you're saying?
Black.
No, I'm not saying that.
So what are you saying?
I'm not saying that. But the national identity of Africans is to be black.
So then why do black people have to paint their face black if the national identity is black if they're black people?
Dynast, it's everybody painting their faces.
But,
faces. It's nobody. It's
why? Yeah,
almost nobody.
you just make
No,
free game.
it's
You
no.
just freestyle and making stuff
That
up.
is my aunt do Mardi Gras almost every year.
Okay.
Everybody paint their face. It's almost like a masquerade party. It's like turning yourself into the deity itself.
What's the deity?
It can be the culture. It can be an ancestor reverence. You're turning yourself something that's not a part of your everyday life.
Okay, so free game. One more time. Explain why Black people or African Americans or of African descent are painting their faces black.
And what I'm telling you is, Dinus, they're painting their face every different color, depending on what the representation of the culture that they dressing as, Dinus.
Okay, so they're paying.
So,
So yeah, Black people of African descent
so
painting their
they,
face black to
so,
represent Black South Africans.
so if they represent Oshun, they're going to paint themselves in the color of Oshun. Or
So who
if
are they?
they're
Okay,
light
so who's
skinned,
painting their face? Okay, so
or,
one more time, just for the record, I'm gonna pass it to Larry. When they paint their face black, what deity are they paying, or person are they painting their face black to in reference to?
okay, so it from the movie Shaka Zulu, right?
Mhm.
What color Shaka Zulu was in that movie?
He was a there. He was a black man, like the black
Okay,
people in the.
now the person who's wearing that paint, that face paint, what color? You don't know what color they are. They can be light skinned, so they're going to paint their face according to the ancestor or the Egun description. That's what they do. That's what they've been doing for years.
Okay, okay. Let me pass it to Larry. Go ahead, Larry.
Hello. I won't spend too much of your time.
Time, Larry. Take your time.
Do South Africa owe a debt to Black Americans? In my opinion, no. South Africans fought the good fight. They were in their homeland catching hell from the Afrikaners, and they did their best. And eventually they got some form of freedom. So no, they don't owe Black Americans a debt. In regards to the Zulu parade, I agree with most Zulus who feel offended by it. I don't need to explain why.
No,
All
no,
I need-
Larry, take your time. Explain why. You haven't been on here in months. Go ahead. Take your time, Larry, unless you got something to do.
Well, it's
Larry, take
you
your time, Larry. Go ahead.
you made a very good point before I came on. You pointed out the hypocrisy in regards to blackface. Somebody is trying to defend people in New Orleans doing blackface. This is the same country where Black Americans complain about people doing blackface. But for some reason, when some Black Americans decide to do blackface, apparently it's A-OK. I don't understand that. The Zulus in South Africa have pointed out that they are a real people. They find the parade aspects of it offensive. Fine. What's wrong with listening to what they say and acknowledging what they say? Why does it have to be a case of, no, we FBA or we Black Americans, we're right, we're going to keep on doing it, to hell with you? I don't understand that part. If it's disrespectful to the Zulus, just respect what the Zulus are saying and just move on. It's that simple.
So you're saying that Black Americans are painting up in blackface? That doesn't make sense. I mean, you're already black.
They are. Well, Darnell, if you listen to the exchange between me and Free Game, that's my point. But per Free Game, they're painting their face black for the Zulu because they're light skinned.
It's ancestor worship, Dinus. That's what it is.
Okay, you have moved the goalposts on why they paint their faces
No,
black. Free Game.
It's a conglomerate of different aspects of the culture going on, but they are dressing like that as a ancestral practice. That's what Mardi Gras is.
Free Game. You literally said Free Game. No, let me tell you what you said. You said Free Game. Listen, you said they paint their face black because Shaka Zulu was black. That's what you said.
Diners, if they have on a garment to reflect the Zulu nation, they are making the
None of them garments they wear reflect the Zulu nation, except for them writing Zulu.
okay. If they are still imitating what the people look like.
By
Not
painting
now,
black.
not today, not today. The original Zulus come from West Africa dynasty.
Oh Lord. Okay.
The
Oh yeah.
original Zulus come from West Africa. They're
What?
Bantu. They are
Oh my
Bantu. What are
Lord.
you talking about? The Zulu dynasty, the original Zulus are Bantu people. What are you
Man.
talking about?
South Africa. You're South African. Can you respond? You got a minute. Can you respond to that? And I'll pass it back to Larry.
Okay, look. You know Zulu people that come from West Africa. Sure, you might argue like the whole theory of the Bantu expansion, but that's like thousands of years ago. Zulu people, a small clan, until a guy named Shaka came about. Uh, he became the leader of the clan, and he conquered other clans right around the Zulu clan. Basically, we're in KZN. That's how the Zulu nation was created. Basically, that's a short explanation of it that everybody
He
knows.
wasn't even
That whole
a
series was
Zulu.
about that.
He wasn't
I
a
thought
Zulu.
No,
I
He
thought it.
wasn't
I thought it.
that's a,
from the Zulu nation.
I thought it was.
yeah.
I thought it was African tribes uniting against the British. I could be wrong.
No. Okay. Let's start from the beginning. Look. This is like common knowledge, basic knowledge. The Zulu clan was a small clan, and then in that small clan, Shaka obviously comes from that clan. That clan under Shaka, well, technically, it was another guy's idea, the king of them, Mtetwa. I think his name was Deniswayo, who was Shaka's mentor, to unite all of these clans and create a larger nation. That's what happened. That's what basically Shaka did. That's a short explanation of it.
That's
If you
not
get what I mean.
true. That's not true.
No,
The
it's a
final
fact.
thing
You
that
can
I
Google
wanted to
Keep
mention.
on that tried to
Google
go
it.
against the
Hey,
There's documentaries on it.
hold on. One mic. Larry.
Thank you.
Larry, you're Yoruba.
Yes.
I know you are. Okay. Did the Yorubas come from Yemen?
No, I've never heard that ever in my life.
Per free game, our
But
people originate from Yemen.
the other thing I wanted to add was just to
The
clear up.
Nigerians are in fact did in fact come from Yemen. That is a fact. You chat GBT it right now.
Okay. All right,
The other thing I want to say is I just want to clear it up. This idea that Nigerians do not view South Africans as real Africans, that is something Free Game is saying. I've never ever heard that ever in my life. Nigerians saying that South Africans are not really
to South
Africans.
Africans every day.
So,
And South
fine.
Africans tell me every day that that's the whole fight between y'all. The Nigerians do not look at South Africans as real Africans. That is a fact.
That's fine. I don't care what you think. I'm just here to speak out to the people and give a disclaimer. It is not true. Nigerians are not going around saying that South Africans are not real Africans. So believe what you want to believe. You want to believe a Pretendian, then go for it. I'm done. Thanks for your time.
Oh yeah, but Larry, tell me about the whole macaroni thing, like, and then you could.
Oh yeah, I brought up the macaroni thing because a lot of FBA, not all Black Americans, but a lot of FBA like to point out how Black people in the diaspora and how white people are culture vultures, taking stuff that belongs to their culture. So I simply pointed out, FBA, you have soul food. You eat macaroni and cheese. Macaroni was not created by FBA. That comes from Europe, from the place called Italy. So that's a major culture appropriation on your part. So it comes back to the hypocrisy. You want to call people out as culture vultures, but when you do it, you're quiet about it. Macaroni does not come from America. It's Italian food. So you're eating Italian food and claiming it's soul food, your food. Makes no sense.
Go to New Orleans, put your country up versus their country, and see Put your whole country against their one city and see who wins.
So your response to the macaroni and cheese is to talk about fighting. I can't be
No,
refused
Well,
that.
I
no.
would say that
Who
we
told
don't
you that
claim
Black
that
American
macaroni
food?
isn't an
Who?
Italian food.
Yes, we talking about the
So
style of
the noodle
macaroni.
itself, yes, it's an Italian noodle, but the way we cook it makes it our dish. Macaroni and cheese is our dish.
When you say our
Italians,
dish, Willie, like are Black Americans the first to ever make macaroni and cheese? Like I'm confused.
to what I know of, and from being in Italy, I didn't see macaroni on any menus. Like they eat
We
their pasta
No, no,
pretty
no. But
different,
but again, Willie, my question is: did Black Americans invent macaroni and cheese?
to my
no,
knowledge. I don't know
no,
anyone. I don't know any.
no.
If you're
Italy made that.
asking me, I don't know anyone eating macaroni and cheese other than us, before us. Maybe I can learn something, but nah, that's not.
I'm reading right now. It says, like Larry was saying, it actually came from Italy, macaroni and cheese, and they said, and then also Thomas Jefferson is the one who popularized it. So I mean, I'm
Well,
again,
there
I
you
just
go.
okay. So
Black
there we
Americans was the first to put it in the oven.
go.
Yeah,
I
the
think arguing
style.
over macaroni is
No,
stupid.
the
Period.
style
No,
that
no,
we
but
cook it.
I think the problem will is just with Black America. If we look at our culture, it's a mixture of African, a small Indian, and European, and it's so when we get upset at people appropriating our culture, everybody else can kind of point out and say, "Well, you actually got that from us." So
And
I
that's
mean,
it.
South Africa,
I just think it's interesting.
South Africa borrowed everything from us.
Can I come in?
All right, yeah, let me do this. Let me pass it to Kadoe. Kadoe, go ahead.
All right, it's Kedo. Um,
Kadoe,
so
sorry.
yes, for me, I wouldn't take much of your time. I would be short. Firstly, to address the issue of South Africa and that of Black Americans, are saying that South African, all Black Americans, I'll say that that is flat out disrespect.
Kadoe, if you could turn down your background music or video, if you could turn that down, please.
All
And
right,
only one Black American is saying that. I want to be clear.
all right. So, are you are you hearing me clearly now?
It's better, but go ahead.
Yes, I said South to say that South Africans, all Black Americans, I would say Black Americans are disrespecting South Africans by saying that because South Africans have been a nation throughout. They have their history and they have fought for their liberation in their country. So for time on time, I've observed that like maybe probably Black Americans feel that we Africans look at them like they are too civilized. Like we in Africa, we are less civilized, and we think that they think that we have low self-esteem. So by telling us these kinds of things, they will score points, and they will be feeling like to say that they are somehow above us. But some of us Africans look at them as fools for even thinking that way, because there are many Africans that are even more civilized than many Black Americans. So, but most of them think that way. They just think that there are some of them, even like Tiffany Shadis, the last time she came to Africa, and she said she is of all of the good things she saw in was it Zimbabwe or Zambia? One of those, yeah, I think it was Zambia. Of all of the good things she saw while she went in America to say was she's smell an African man. He's ampy, he had bad odor. You know, some of those things they say it because they think that, and it's true, right? That some Africans, because like it's just like when you are living in a place that is not as advanced as another country, you might look at the other person who's in another country. Maybe sometimes you might have low self-esteem, right? And due to ignorance, right? So some Africans, out of ignorance, they have low self-esteem towards not just Black Americans alone, but other Black people or in all other people of other races that live in the Western world. So they see that when they just come and just because they want to, the Black Americans were there because of pride. They want to portray themselves around the world. They want to be the only one in the spotlight, and as if we are running competition with them, they will come and be showing disrespect towards Africans and a lot of Africans because we love our Black brothers and sisters around the world. I've been saying this. I say, no matter how you love your brother and sister, always get to know the one that is for you and the one that is against you, and know how to fight it. Choose to fight your battle wisely. Yes, those. Not I'm not saying all Black Americans are like that, right? But the FBAs that come around and disrespect all Africans, they need to be put in their place, and then we need to make them to know that not every one of Africans that they can live fake life on, because most of them come to Africa and live fake life and try to disrespect Africans and live fake life. We need to check them and make them to know that it's not every African they can live fake life on and disrespect like that. So they were disrespecting of Africans. That's the number one. If that's the first one I'm talking about. So the issue of the Shaka Zulu parade, uh, all the Zulu stuff they were doing the last time. I think South Africans have some point, because you have been hearing some Black Americans saying that they are not Africans. So you say you're not African. Why are you wearing or like things that portray a particular ethnic group in Africa? Why are you doing that if you say you are not African? Or if you say you are not, your ancestors never came from
Who
Africa,
says that though?
that your ancestors
Let
or
him
your
talk because it's
ancestors,
kind of go. So let him talk.
yeah, or if you say that your ancestors were, like they just fell from the sky, or they just this mysterious black aboriginal people
But my
in
brother, can I
America,
point
those
something out
those
to you?
those I'm coming. Let me just end what I'm saying
Okay,
shortly
you
now,
got you
right?
got 15 seconds. Good dog. Go
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah. So if they come up with all of these theories and say you are Hebrew Israelites, all of those things, you say you are not African, why is it that you are now portraying, they have a point to get angry with you on that point? And like
All right,
to
let,
be to
I
be
got I gotta pass the mic.
We can do.
Wall Street, you wanted to ask a question. I'm gonna pass it to your Mojo.
Yeah, so it was a couple of things. Like one, the question is, does South Africa owe Black America anything? Well, I would say it's up to who you're asking. And if South Africans don't feel like our involvement, right, in fighting against apartheid is worth meeting, reciprocating. If that's how South Africans feel, so be it. If Africans who are in
but you said,
starving
oh,
nations, hold on, if Africans who feel who are in starving nations and felt like my 33 cents a day didn't mean nothing, so be it. I just wasted my 33 cents a day. But that's why I no longer consider myself a Pan-African, because I do feel America has poured a lot of resources, energy, love, and time into different African struggles, right? And so if y'all don't feel the need to reciprocate, I'm not mad at you for that. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But now I have to learn from that interaction. One thing I wanted to point out to the brother, he was talking about the interactions that he judges Black Americans off of. And he brought up Tiffany Haddish and goofy FBAs. What I would charge my brother with, right? Because if I want to, I can judge Africans by the absolute worst Africans I can find. What I would charge my brother with is find better blacks that will define your, you know, interactions with us better than a Tiffany Haddish and a pretendian. And I kind of land there for now, but I'm gonna stick around. I got
All right,
more
go
to
ahead, go
say.
ahead, go ahead. Your Mo. No,
May I respond?
Darnell,
May I
I got.
respond to that?
Let me pass it
Please,
to your Mojo first, and then I'll pass it to you, Darnell. Go ahead, your Mojo.
thanks, Dinus. just want to bring a couple of points of clarity regarding Zulu. So, in New Orleans. So the groups that participate in the parades in New Orleans are called crews, Krewees. Zulu was one of the first and only Black crews able to even participate in the Mardi Gras parades in New Orleans. Most of the crews, all of the crews, wore masks way back in the day when the Zulu crew was able to join. From what I understand, because I asked someone in New Orleans, blacks couldn't even wear masks at the time that they were allowed to participate in the parades. So they painted their faces. So fast forward to today, it is an opportunity for that group to do something different because they can wear masks now. But to accuse them of being, I guess, culture vultures or whatever, New Orleans is one of the last places that anyone would say doesn't stand in its culture. The whole area of Treme is deeply rooted in that area's culture. So I think people need to do a bit more research beyond what Chat GTP can give you. New Orleans has about 20 sister cities around the globe. In Italy, I think Kumasi is one of its sister cities. Durban is even one of its sister cities. And in fact, the reason why there is an Essence Fest in Durban every year, usually around Thanksgiving or in November, is because the partnership between the two cities and people from delegations from Durban coming to New Orleans, seeing how Essence Fest is actually done in July every year, and then taking that concept back to the continent. So New Orleans is deeply rooted in its own culture and definitely has tentacles out in the world, partnering and understanding the ability and the payback from actually partnering with people around the globe and understanding culture, taking their culture around the globe. So folks have got to do some research and get an understanding and talk to someone. If you want to know what's really going on somewhere, talk to someone. I would also like to say that I don't believe New Orleans has anything to do with FBA culture because they have their own, dating far back, partnering with Native Americans far back. That's why there are Mardi Gras Indians that suit up, that create costumes that take about 350 days to create. And they come out masked, put on their costumes during Mardi Gras, and do their thing. So get an understanding. This is not the place to attack. It is an opportunity to maybe sit down and talk about how you can move forward. But I've gone to Zulu balls. They have a ball every year around Mardi Gras. They are a civic and a social group. So from the social side, they have balls, parties, all kinds of events, around the city to have a good time. But they also do charitable events, scholarships, helping the elderly with their homes, book bag giveaways. I participated in that because I was in New Orleans for work for quite some time. So we got to get an understanding. It sounds good to jump on a bandwagon and, you know, have talks about beef between two places, but I would just say do some research beyond Chat GTP. That's it.
Okay. Go ahead, Darnell. Unmute yourself, Darnell.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, I just wanted to ask, as far as the gentleman that said he I guess he contributed 33 cents a day, I believe. Did you actually contribute 33 cents a day for South African freedom way back in the 90s?
No, that's not what I was saying. Now, my mother definitely donated to those feed the children programs. I remember getting the mail and things like that.
But you
So
did
I'm talking
say,
about my family.
okay, fair enough. But I mean,
Because if the
I heard.
conversation is about Black Americans, right, I
Hmm.
can speak for my whole household. So yeah, I watched my mother do these things. And now when I look at my relationships with the African conversation, right? I
Okay.
look at my mother's contribution as that was a freaking waste. Like, there's no unity to be had here. You get what I'm saying? We're all individual peoples. I gotta save myself, and unfortunately, they do too.
Well, how
That's
much
where I
unity?
am now. I wasn't raised to think that way, right? But as I grew into a man, I accepted certain cold hard realities and truths. And there's not a
So,
lot of unity to be had between us at this point. The problem is the Black American never has a problem with the African on the continent. The Black
Mm-hmm.
American has a problem with the African in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
And our interactions with them. What I've told my people for a long time is a lot of them are the sellouts to their own continent, to their own countries. So what do you expect from them? They come here to, get fully immersed in Western thinking. So what do you
Mm-hmm.
expect from them? Have different relationships out there. The same way I said to the brother, don't judge me by Tiffany Haddish or a bunch of FBAs, right? I say to my people the same thing. Don't judge us by the guy that just wants to go to Columbia and his parents have taught him don't deal with the Akata or whatever. But at a certain point, I get sick of the conversation, me personally, and then I just start to think about myself. And when I look at myself as a Black man in America, I don't need help. I don't need help from nobody in the world. The solutions to all my problems, personally, as a Black American, are going to come from me. My salvation will come from nowhere else on the earth because they can't even save themselves. So that's kind of where my thinking is now.
All right, bro. That's a good point.
Okay. So let me ask this. So earlier you said your 33 cents, as though you were contributing 33 cents a day to South African freedom. That is what you said. You didn't at first. You didn't say your mother.
Right. I
Now,
didn't think I had to clarify. I'm sure everyone's familiar with that Feed the Children program, right?
everyone's familiar
Let me
with
get
it,
in
but
there.
Hold on, one mic. I understand. Hold on, Darnell. Darnell, you're not gonna overtalk me on my show.
I
Yeah, but I don't think the 33 cent like a day it's not a flex.
Nah, it kind of is when we've
It's
gotten
not.
nothing
It's
from
not.
that continent. Absolutely nothing.
That
Right?
that's
We've been
your
involved in
opinion. That's your
We've been
opinion.
involved in the apartheid struggle. This is why
Okay.
Mandela comes here when it's all said and done. We've been a part of I'm not going to say almost all, but a lot of their struggles, right? We're the one going around the world talking about blood diamonds. We're the ones going around the world talking about what King Leopold did in the Congo and that it was wrong and this, that, and the third. What I've come to the realization of now, trying to help who I thought was once my brothers was a waste of my energy because the truth is we are all just separate entities now. Everybody saved themselves.
Oh, can I come
I
in
mean,
for all
Well,
right,
hold on.
please.
Hold on. Darnell, go ahead, and I got past Ola. Go ahead, Darnell.
All right.
and I apologize earlier for cutting you off and disrespecting you on your show, sir. I meant no disrespect. I apologize. But I just want to say that it's like you know, as a veteran, of the United States, I served in the U.S. military. The way you came off was kind of a little bit condescending, like my help,
And exactly. That's
and
why I wanted to.
when I serve my nation, what I'm saying, I don't expect people, to kiss my ass. Apologies for cursing on the show, but I don't expect people to, uh, thank me in public and all this other stuff. I mean, the way I kind of felt is like, you kind of sound condescending, but you even admitted upon further questioning that you'd never actually contributed 33 cents a day. That was your mother.
It was my household, but I was speaking on the behalf of American blacks. What I was saying was,
No, you
right?
speak
No,
it
you're
for
not.
you.
You're not.
We
I
have.
got whoa.
My
You're not
fault.
speaking on behalf of me, but continue.
No, I am speaking on the behalf of a lot of American blacks.
We said
A lot of
American blacks, but
American
not me.
blacks A lot of
I
American blacks did send donations back to the continent.
Oh,
A
come
lot of
on. No, they
American
did
blacks
not.
were
Stop it.
involved
Stop it.
in the fight
Stop it.
against apartheid.
Stop
That's a
it.
fact.
That's not a
Dinus,
fact.
Dinus,
do, do,
no, bro,
do
it's
you
coming out
have
our tax. It's coming out
do you
our
have
tax money. It's coming out
do you
our
have,
tax money.
Coming out of our
We're
taxes. Say
spending
that
more
again,
than
bro.
33 cents a day.
do you have any proof or evidence of this?
Foreign aid, brother. those just exposed
It don't
UNICEF.
matter if
tax
he have
revenues going
proof.
to
It's
South
coming out
Africa.
your tax money. It doesn't matter. He is paying,
No,
and
that does matter
he
because
is
we
paying.
push our governments to approve this funding. It's
No, we
black
don't.
people
No,
saying
we
we
don't.
want
Yeah,
to
No,
help.
we
money
don't.
All right. Well, you
No,
know what?
we
If that's the
don't.
case, don't
No,
worry
we
about it.
don't.
benefited
No,
Leave
we
it there.
don't. No,
Leave
we
it there.
don't.
Good
Of
No,
luck.
course the government's
we
doing that. No, you
I'm
don't.
cool with that.
now,
Just leave it
now,
there. Good luck.
if
All right,
Black Americans,
I got to pass the mic. Go ahead, Ola. Go ahead, Ola.
And
I'm
let me
gonna
know when I
Ola.
can get in too, fam.
You're,
Please.
you're at the Ola, Pamela.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead,
Thank
Ola.
you.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel, for allowing me your show. And yeah, thank you very much. I think what I see here, what I'm hearing is, I think there are some few Black Americans who actually have some kind of expectation for Africans that the Africans have to behave. They want Africans to behave without actually knowing the Africans. So when these Africans don't behave the way they behave, they start saying, "Oh, I was donating money." Sorry, sir, who were you donating this money to? I live in Africa. I live in Africa for all these 70s you're talking about. Who are you giving this money to? Who are hungry in Africa you give this money to? Let me tell you one thing. In Africa and Nigeria, there's some of these embassies like Holland, Germany, and all these Western countries. We were rigging belled in their front of the embassy. Visit Germany, visit Holland, they were rigging bells for vacation for Nigerians to come over there. This so-called "we are the world" was a pawn. Just few Ethiopians, because you put generality, oh, they were so hungry. Because maybe that's what you know, but you didn't know much about Africans. So you just listen to what you see in TV, that's what you judge it with. Going back to South Africa and Black America called the Zulu something. I say it in a total different way. You have to understand, the South Africa have to understand the real Africans, not this widow you see now, the real Africans at that time, they know they were Africans. So they were holding on to things that make them African. So they can come up, some of them will come up with some Yoruba moves also. Some of them also come up with other things also, so that they hold as part of their identity of being a sub-Saharan African. So I don't see anything like cultural vulture really there. I understand, okay, they might be painting their face. You have to, these people left long time. So they just do things according to what fit into what they want to do at that time. You know what they're doing? They can start beating the drums. That is holding on to, even when they pass through a seriousness of attack, whatever attack they were facing, they will still be able to hold on to that identity that their forefathers passed to them. Not these widows you see now, these schizophrenic and these so-called ones that we don't know who they are really. Is it because they look like Smokey Robinson in terms of color and everything? What they so miss that you can call them vanilla ice cream. So what you see now is a problem of these ones who doesn't know where they're coming from. But those ones that know where they're coming from at that time, way back, they know where they were coming from. That's why they were strong. That's why they could fight the white man even when they're under the belly of the beast. The one you
I
see now,
disagree.
these are like puff daddy people. These are like, call me a lady. You know what I'm saying? So these are not really human beings. These are like boys, playing with Teletubbies and other kind of toys. They don't fly no kite. So the real Africans, they know where they were coming from. So we should not hold them anything. They're not cultural vulture. They took what actually belonged to them and tried to make to the best of their own ability. They never use it against the South Africans. That's just the truth. The South Africa, or Black Americans, anything. I think they can appreciate the Black Americans for voicing their their pain out by asking the American government that who was supporting the apartheid people at that time that, hey, what you people doing is not good. That's what you people do to us. That's what you supposed to do to South Africans now. Did the Black Americans play a role in that? Oh yes, they do play a role in that. I think they can appreciate them and thank them for that, because it's not easy. Everybody join hands together to knock away that evilness that the farmers, the bull from the Netherlands and Germany and France and England, what they were doing against the Black South Africans at that time. That's just all. It's all about appreciation and everything. So we should learn to understand each other. That your expectation of Africans, or what you think in your mind Africans look like, that's not what Africa really look like until you visit Africa. You think if you come to Africa, oh yeah, Black America will be running after you. No, you understand me? That's why the white people are very, very good in studying the culture of other people. You have to learn, but don't use arrogantness, don't use anything. I understand Africans in the United States, you and they can clash because of misunderstanding, not actually understand each other, because your expectation of Africans, they look poor, they look pachoco, they look uncivilized, uneducated, they are subhumans. Then when you start seeing this person start showing you, putting you in your place, you start getting pissed. You start going, oh man, who are they? Why are they like, who are they? Try to change that your mentality. That money you're giving to some kind of organization, and the chairman of that organization might be ending up to about $500,000 a year. That money will never be passed to anybody. It was just a scam. It was nothing about Africans who will give that money to. Thank you, Dennis.
No problem. Let me pass it to Pam Mulatto. And then does anyone want to drop off? Because I got other people that want to come on. So if you're not going to
And,
contribute anything, you
and I
could.
did want to
Okay.
respond because I felt like he was talking to me, but I'll wait until
Okay. Okay.
people
Go
done.
ahead. Go ahead, Pam Mulatto.
Yes, and I'll try to keep it brief as possible. And let me just say this to all the panelists: sometimes you got to realize you're on the panel, so let's not monologue. And I'll make it brief. My first point, I just want to say, all the New Orleans Creoles keep having that Zulu festival because you got South Africans saying that y'all in blackface, but these South Africans, they are right now in FBA face making R&B music. They in FBA face making rap music, and they're not gonna stop. So keep up that beautiful ceremony that y'all call the Zulu Festival. Secondly, as far as macaroni, FBAs, descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, U.S. freedmen, have European ancestry. So yes, the European culture is our culture, even though a lot of us don't want to admit it. But it's the truth. This is our culture, rightfully so. And the last point, and I'll make it brief as possible. Yes, the South Africans definitely owe descendants of U.S. chattel slaves for the pressure that we put on the U.S. government to sanction South Africa, which led to the end of apartheid. Even me, I got family members that were arrested for protesting out front of the South African embassy in Washington, D.C. This is a fact. But to the ADOS, the FBAs, the U.S. freedmen listening, use this as an example. Don't help Africans anymore. Let them solve their own problems. Let the Chinese take all their resources. Let the Indians take all their resources. Let the Arabians take all their resources. Because if you help them, all they're going to do is say you didn't help them. So let them figure out their own problems.
And Mulatto, it breaks my
All
heart to agree with you.
right, all right,
You know
all
that.
right.
You
So,
know I'm telling the truth, fam.
Dennis,
I'm
Uh,
telling the truth.
Hey,
I'm gonna
guys,
say this
one mic.
one thing and get off, Danny.
Hold on,
Let me get
one
off.
mic. One mic. Though, I need you to call in on a different device. It's too. Yeah, I need you to call on a different device, brother. Let me bring somebody else up on
Can
here.
I can I
would,
say once before I
Let me
leave?
say this
I
and
would
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
get
say
Go,
off.
go,
one
go
more
to
thing
Larry.
and then I'll
Go to
drop,
Larry. Go to
please.
Larry.
Thanks very much. I'm just gonna say one thing. I constantly hear from not all Black Americans, but a lot of Black
Dennis.
Americans who like to point out that the Black people, the diaspora, they fled. They are fleers. Here we have the South Africans who didn't flee. They stayed in their country. They fought the good fight. A lot of them lost their lives. A lot of them were imprisoned and tortured. And yet they are still being ridiculed by a section of Black Americans. And to me, it's sad that this discussion is about something which is offending a group of people called the Zulus in parts of South Africa. I think it would be nice to listen to why the Zulus are offended rather than just say, to hell with you, we don't give a damn, we're going to do what we want. I think that to me is arrogance and
I
it's not
agree.
going to solve anything. That's all I have to say. Thanks,
I
Daniel.
agree with you there,
I
my
would
brother.
answer that and pose something else because I agree with you, O'Leary, but I would also say so there's a Congo Square in New Orleans, and it finally got designation and recognition in the city as a historical place because that's where uh, folks were hanging from trees. So every Sunday there is a drum circle in Congo Square. So is Congo Square next? Is the Congo going to have a problem with us being in the square, playing music, um, you know, doing it for the culture? Because that's what most things are done for in New Orleans. and it'll be said, we're doing this for the culture. So at what point do we hold everyone hostage for trying to represent and understand their lineage? Sure, there's
Can I
space
say
for
something?
learning and relearning, but at a point this becomes ridiculous and it's not solving any of our larger problems. We've got to get over
Yeah,
this finger pointing and virtual and online beef. We got to get to solving real problems.
She
I'm out.
she she she's speaking facts.
Dynast,
I'm
can
gonna
I
say
say
this
something? I
and
need to
get off
go.
now. Okay.
Dynast.
I wanted to
Oh,
say I do
go
understand.
ahead, South Africa. Go ahead, South Africa.
Okay, look, I think sometimes people think there's a huge misunderstanding here. And I think because of the whole online trolls, both on the South African side and the FBA side or American side, a lot of people have no problem with people calling something Zulu. Like, for example, remember the whole, I think in New York, the whole Africa Bambata thing, under the whole hip hop movement. No one had a problem with that. No one has a problem. There are a lot of organizations that have Zulu names in it. And of course, there were Zulu leaders across history, Shaka Zulu, and then Bambata, the whole Bambata revolution that happened, and that inspired a lot of people around the world. People have no issues with that. And I think that's what people are getting wrong. People have no problem with people saying something is Zulu, being inspired by Zulu people, like, let's say, like Africa Bambata was. I think the problem that they had and how they saw the video, I think it just triggered a lot of people. That's all people are saying. They have no problem with people having a Zulu parade.
And South Africa,
There was no problem. Wait, let me
I can
finish.
totally
Let me
respect that.
finish. Let me finish.
My
Let me
fault, my
finish.
fault, my fault.
Let me finish. Let me finish. No one has a problem with that over here. Like, even some of the Zulu people that I spoke with, because there are a lot of organizations, not just in America, even around the world, that are inspired by that. That's not an issue. I think how that video came across, I think there just needs to be an education about that specific
Man, we lost him.
culture, because Zulu, at the end of the day, are an ethnic group. Look, I live in Johannesburg. I can tell, okay, this guy is Zulu. By the way he walks, by the way he talks, it's an actual ethnic group. And I think that's what triggered people. I just think what the other lady was saying, education to both people. That at the end of the day, Zulu people are an ethnic group, but of course, other people have their own histories. And I think that's what needs to happen.
So
That's all
South
I think the
Africa,
lady was saying. And the whole USA, wait, hold on. You'll ask me a question. The whole USA aid thing. Look, I think one of the reasons why I personally like Donald Trump, a lot of people think he's hurting South Africa, attacking South Africa. But a lot of the things that he's done actually benefit South Africa. Like the whole USA aid thing and aid being cancelled to South Africa. It just shows us as people here in South Africa that there's no aid coming to us specifically because nothing has changed for us. Things are still the same, regardless of whether we get aid from America or not. So the question we asking ourselves is, what was that aid doing? So with us, that's not something we're even thinking about. So yeah, shoot, before I drop off.
what I wanted to
Hello.
ask you
Why did
was,
you
was
accept?
fundamentally the blackface.
I'm allow Willie to ask his question. Then I got to pass the mic to Rokoya. Then it's Wildflower's turn. Go ahead, Willie.
And so, in an effort to make some progress, what I wanted to know is what is the fundamental issue? If it's simply the blackface, I agree 100%. And if that, as an American who has participated in this parade, right? Well, not a part of it, but I actually just went to it. If the blackface is the issue, I don't have a problem with removing that. My question is it more than just the blackface? Or is that just the fundamental issue and linchpin of the entire conversation? That's just my question.
But
The issue that I'm picking up is mostly the blackface. Like, that's 90% of them say it's that blackface.
All right,
It just
then we're in
it just
agreement
triggered
there.
them in the wrong way.
Then we're in agreement.
It just
there.
triggered them in the wrong
I
way.
would agree that's something
Hold
you
on,
should give it up.
let me answer your question.
Ain't no hold on. I got to pass to Rokoya because she's been waiting. Go ahead, Rokoya.
Greetings again, everyone. I just
Peace.
have a few points. Yeah, I just have a few points here. I totally agree with what the South African brother is saying, and then the sister before that. A lot of the angst that comes through is partly because people on both sides don't fully understand the nuances and the sensibilities of the other. So, for example, just in this conversation alone, just the fact that the conversation revealed that the real angst was the blackface, and to have the gentleman on who had participated, I didn't quite catch your name, say that on that you can agree, clearly shows that much of these conversations are based on a lack of full understanding, both on the African side, not understanding fully the nuances and sensibilities of the African Americans who accept African ancestry. I'm not speaking to anyone who does not consider himself African or Indian or whatever. So please don't come at me. I'm talking to the people who recognize their lineages that go way beyond slavery to Africa. So having said that, I want to say something in general, because this sense of Africa owes America something, America owes Africa something, why are we cultural appropriate? I mean, that is all based on false premises. Because one, if we all understand the histories that our countries have come through and the experiences, then of course you're going to understand if an African comes across to you as saying, why are you disrespecting me? Why are you acting? I mean, most Africans love African Americans, the little they know of them. We've always seen them on the continent from the lenses of your American marketing. We never had, until the social media era, there was no direct interaction except when they came across or an African American visitor, but there was no generalized perspective on the African, except what we saw on your TV and on our TV screens, which was manufactured, of course, by propaganda. So if an African comes here and he's trying to identify with African Americans and he meets an African American who looks like him, basically reminds him of someone who rejects him and tells him, like you stink, you're like an whatever Buddhist scratcher, whatever. And the African is going to carry that as his experience and probably not interact with others. I have had experiences across the board, and I'm telling you that we are more similar than we're different. After living in Africa, in America for so long, I can tell you that if I pop into America, I'm here in Ghana now, and they all call me American because I've picked up sensibilities by being here 30 something years. I speak like an American, mostly in their ear, my dress, everything. We all are the same. We learn by association. So my thing to most African Americans who have had individual interactions with Africans that make them feel like, oh, these African, you should expand. You should not use that one or two experiences to say that Africans don't like it. There are so many African Americans every single day. I'm seeing African Americans who have come to Africa for the first time, brought to tears because they look at the place, especially when they come to Ghana. You have many videos. Please spend some time watching without being coaxed. They'll tell you, I came and it just something happened to me. So there is that bloodline still there, whether it's been admixtured 20-30%. The spirit does not change. The spirit that left the continent has gone and has been born through different generations, but the spirit is still the same. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm being philosophical, but I want to say a few things to educate a few people who keep saying Pan-Africanism is dead and Pan-Africanism has brought them nothing. That is a big fat lie. Because you see, if you understand the ideology of Pan-Africanism, you know that one, Pan-Africanism is about building partnerships. It's about supporting each other. It's about having each other's back. But that doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens within the context of where people are living. So by the mere fact that even today, we can have African Americans who have lived in different parts of the continent, who have had access to land. Not talking about year of the return in Ghana, which is recent, but we know that even in the 60s, people moved to Ethiopia, people moved to Ghana, Guinea, different parts of Africa. They have lived there and have generations in there. So that's an ode to Pan-Africanism. Secondly, those of you talking about giving donations to save the children, hungry children, I think Brother Ola educated you a lot. Much of that was marketing again, giving you guys the wrong impression of Africans starving. Africans, yes, maybe in the Horn of Africa, there's famine every so many years. We read about that even in the Bible. It says something that happens cyclically when the rains fail. But the people have survived through that. If there was music, free the world, save the world, and all that, that was more of an American thing. But most of your funds that you raise that to go to African people doesn't get to the Africans. Most of them is to support large organizations with people coming in as expatriates, living large on the hog. And so many Africans, excuse me, never had that direct correlation with the funds that you gave.
If I can interject, Corey, let me
Please go ahead. Please go
Willie
ahead.
is still there. So Willie, let me tell you where your money goes. So in these cities like either Dakar, Lagos, or these major cities, these NGOs that you guys are sending your 33 cent to a day, they got brand new Toyota Highlanders, like a damn in the parking lot, like a damn like a Toyota dealership, brand new off the lot, brand new Land Rover Destroyers. They're living like their actual like headquarters are in like the nicest, richest communities in Africa. Their kids are getting chauffeured to the best private schools. That's where your 33 cents going a day. So just bringing that up as a flex is just, when you know what's going on. That's why I just started laughing.
So I want to respond to that. Right?
But let
Hold
hold on, hold on, Willie. Hold on, Willie. Let record. You got 30 seconds. I gotta pass the
I am
wildflower.
about to
Pass it
finish.
next to you, Willie. Record. You got
Sure.
30 seconds.
I'm about to round it up. Yeah, and so that's just to say that, again, there is a bit of a correlation gap. You think you're doing something, the Africans are not getting the message. And rather than turn your back and say these negative things, I want to challenge people to experience more Africans and let more Africans experience African Americans. And let's have these conversations, not on social media to get clicks, not on try to get points and score one against your kid, but talk to an African really. You'd find that the Pan-Africanism is still alive, and we all need to start supporting one another. Africa doesn't need you, but Africa wants you. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Wildflower.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever everyone is. I just wanted to speak on the 33 cents comment. I kind of found that very offensive as an African. I feel like there's sort of an assumption that when someone gives their little, I don't know, £1 or $1 or whatever to some African country, that we're kind of we're this really hard knock type of people and we can't really manage ourselves. What people don't understand is the reason we're in that situation where we're struggling or we're going through difficulties is because we have whole systems being made by Western companies or countries to go against us actually being able to be self-sufficient and independent. They do this by putting in place fake leaders. They get rid of our good ones. So it's sort of like you might be giving me £1 or $1 to help out, which doesn't really get to the people because most of it goes to these managers and middle managers, and it goes back to the Western countries. So it's almost like a feel-good thing for people living in Western countries to feel good about themselves, but not really thinking deeply that the wealth that they're enjoying is because of our suffering and exploitation. So when people say, oh, we've given you guys are hungry and we're giving you $1 or £1, no, that is for you to soothe your consciousness because people don't want to think deeply. The reason why developed countries are developed through the exploitation of us. So let's get that clear. So I'm not getting, and I'm not going to be made to feel a certain way when people are not thinking deeply. Why are these countries in this position in the first place? It's because of us. I'm enjoying a great life in this Western nation. They have to stay that way. Because if we were to turn it around and say, you can have our resources, you can have our gold, you can have our oil, these countries will flop. They won't even last a week because they depend on Africa's resources. So next time you send your $1, your £1, oh, let me feel good about these poor Africans, it's because of the poor Africans that you're able to have a good life. End of.
Go ahead, Will.
So here's the thing, right? Here's the point that is missed. So the sister said the benefit to Pan Africanism was a partnership, right? It is extremely offensive to me, right? Because what you have to understand is we are still competing with this beast who is the ones robbing you. We're not robbing you. You're letting the same white beast that we're fighting rob you, right? So in our own dilemma, in our own drama, we still looked back to that continent and we said, you know what? If there's something we can do, even if it's something small, we're going to do it. Now, you're simply making my point if you're saying that my efforts were a waste of time, right? Because
Because
not
you
only, hold
have
on,
to
let me
go bigger
finish. I
than
didn't
that.
cut you
Because
off. Let me
by you
finish.
giving $1,
Let
it doesn't
me
solve
finish. I
anything. You're
didn't cut
stopping
you
from
off
actually
and you
asking.
talk very long. Let me finish,
How do you not talk now?
right? So, threw off my train of thought. But when it comes to that partnership that Pan Africanism was supposed to instill, I want to be very clear. It has been a one sided relationship. The African American is a battered wife in this relationship. We've gotten nothing from it, right?
I disagree
We've
with
even
that.
I'm speaking as a Pan-Africanist, as a child with an African name from Nigeria who was raised to be a part of these things. See, when it comes to the
I
African
disagree with
American,
you.
the African American sister said something, right? Do we now change Congo Square? Do we now yes, change it all. Make it UNIA Square. Make it NAACP Square. I don't care. You can make it Wu-Tang Clan Square.
U.S.
But let's
Freedmen Square.
stop. Hold on. Let's stop
You
looking
heard?
over there, right, to find value in ourselves. Fine. If the effort that we put in wasn't appreciated, if it didn't do the job, well, why am I going to continue to waste my time? And the one thing I will say is, and I'm a land, right? We have very, very poor communities too, right? And if you even attempted to send us 33 cents a day, even if it went through the NAACP and it never touched the kids, even if it went through different programs and it never really benefited me, if I could say to myself, well, the African brothers are trying to help us out in our struggle, to help us out with our dilemmas, I would appreciate that. You guys don't. I'm fine with that.
But well, you
I'm
being too
fine with
long
that, but
winded. Just say don't give nothing.
it frees me from any responsibility to keep up this Pan-African sham. And
But
this is
well,
The,
the
not from
pro-
an
solution is
the
don't give
Pan
them
aboriginal.
nothing.
African
And I
thing
want to be very
is
clear.
not
This
just.
is not from
Are
an
you finished?
aboriginal. This is from a black man, a descendant of slaves from Africa, right? I know my background. So no one has to teach me anything.
Brother, you preaching now. The point is don't
God, well,
give them
God, let me
nothing.
read. I gotta read these super chats. RB, knock. Thank you for the 59. I don't know. I mean, so RB the NOK. I don't know what that is. Thank you for the 59 shot. If anything, it is my South African brothers that should demand reparations from pretendians because your American ballot helped sustain the apartheid system. FBA Young Lion. Thank you for 999 holla to my beautiful BA family. From bondage to brilliance, we rose, crafting inventions, shaping minds, and championing justice. Our legacy is one of genius, resilience, and unstoppable purpose. All right, go ahead,
Can I
Chulu.
respond?
Well, I gotta pass it to Chulu first, and I'll pass it back to you. Then
I
go
would
ahead.
like to get it at some point.
Go ahead, Chulo.
Sure, Tinus. Tinus, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure. Good evening to the panel. Um, yeah, we do owe African Americans something as a South African. We also owe the rest of the world who participated in the end of apartheid. Um, with my brother Will, my brother, I think we have to change our understanding of Pan Africanism. I think there is time we negotiated. we negotiated our relationship with each other as Africans. Because I keep watching the show, and day after day, it's everybody disrespecting everybody. You would swear this is white people getting together to bash on black people. You won't believe that it's a bunch of black people talking. It's embarrassing. As for the Zulu parade, the everybody's problem was the blackface. Forget the noise. It was the blackface, my brother. Especially as South Africans, bruh. During apartheid, we had white police officers painting their faces black with polish to come into our communities and sow division and kill and murder people. So that thing, it was traumatic for us, bruh. And it's still traumatic now to see another black person who also went through a similar thing, where you had menstrual shows going on in the United States and then defending it. I don't understand it, my bruh. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, can I?
Peace, my brother.
Let me pass it
Can,
to let me pass it to 1,000% Prince P. Then I'll pass it to you, Wildflower, to respond. Go ahead, 1,000%.
Dinus, I've
How you
been
doing,
waiting
big
to
bro?
speak.
Hold on, what
Okay,
happened,
what's
Woman?
up?
No, Woman, you're next, Woman. I'm sorry, you're right, Woman. So it's 1,000% Prince P. Then you, Woman. I'll let Wildflower respond. Go ahead, 1,000%.
What's up, big bro? God bless you, man. Enjoying the show as always.
Thank you.
You know, but I wanted to add a different element, which is
Who's
a
talking?
more
Who's
Caribbean.
talking?
My little daughter, my daughter. That's my daughter. Chita, relax.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but my main point was this. Um, from the man that said that Pan Africanism is one sided, I think that's a bogus. Even South Africa, upon their independence, they welcomed African Americans to come over. Most African nations, even Ghana, most of these nations invited African Americans over upon their independence. Um, that's one. And two, the Black Caucus, who have a lot of intermingling with African nations, don't really have any real requests for African nations and stuff that they may want from. What is your leadership and representations asking for African nations? Two and three, as a Caribbean that comes from West and Central Africa, there are. I think that's probably what it might be the root of some of the stuff is because even in the Caribbean they paint themselves as dark, but uh, those same type of symbolisms take place in West Africa and parts of Central Africa, where they'll paint themselves dark and do warrior chants, put like leaves around them and stuff like that, and feather whatever as a sign of like warriorness, right? Those things exist in the Caribbean, right? They exist in West Africa as well, parts of West different tribes, right? So it's not every culture and tradition. Maybe that's the rudiment of what it came from. But the argument of the South African is not about that. They're talking about from their point, they don't see no Zulu elements from that group that is just basically utilizing the name Zulu, and their practice in their group took that imagery, according to them, from minstrel shows. So they're taking that thing directly from something negative and trying to form it as positive, which is where the conflict is coming from. And I believe that because a lot of African Americans used to be the default black, period, they don't want to hear other people come to the table as brothers in disagreement. And that's where the problem is coming from. Because like maybe 100 years ago, they were the only single voice, especially in the Western world, as the blacks. Now they have to share the table with the Haitians, Jamaicans, Nigerians, Ethiopians, and they don't know how to stomach that. That's my main point. I'm passing the mic. That's it.
Let me read this super chat and I'll pass it to a woman. Rajay Kelson, 499 pounds. Thank you so much. Didn't some African nations team up with the NOI to get money for Black Americans, but the U.S. government blocked it? Yes, it was Libya. And it got blocked. I think Farrakhan went to Bill Clinton and was like, "Hey, Bill, can Libya give Black Americans some money?" And he said no, of course. So yeah, but go ahead, woman. Unmute yourself.
Okay. So, let me just quickly respond to the guy that just spoke. Yes, in the Caribbean, when we are masquerading, we're doing carnival or whatever, some people, specific countries do sometimes paint themselves black and use black oil, but we don't paint our mouths white, right? That's very specific to something that happens in American culture, and that's part of the minstrel show. That's part of the clowning of black people. So that what happened? I don't think that them using Zulu culture to have fun at a parade is a problem. I think the problem really is that they painted themselves black and then painted this disgusting white crap around their mouth. That whole point of that was mimicking what's done in the minstrel show. right? That's very specific. We know exactly what that is and what it represents. But besides that, listening to some of the people on the panel speaking about Pan-Africanism being one-sided and about Africans having to be thankful and grateful to Americans, that argument is absolutely makes no sense, because it's not as though African Americans were in America fighting for rights in America and then went to Africa and fought for the Africans' rights. No, when the civil rights movement was happening in America, the African nations within themselves were also fighting for their own civil rights. They did that on their own. They credit themselves with that. We have great African leaders from the past and presently who are fighting for what Africans deserve and fighting for a fair and just system in Africa. So I don't understand this whole point of Africans need to be thankful for Americans. You see, the issue with Black Americans, or those who call themselves FBA, not all, the ones that want to distinguish themselves from the rest of the African diaspora, the mental illness that they have is the same illness that the poor, white trash, the hillbillies have, right? They see that they are powerless. They see that they're poor. They see that there's nothing that they have. And so what they want to do is they want to grasp onto this straw. They want something and someone that they can look down upon, that can make them feel and believe that they're powerful. That's why you see hillbillies or the white trash, whatever you want to call them, are so racist, because they're white, but they have no power. And so if they can look down on Black people and treat us like trash, then they feel powerful. And this is exactly what we see happening with these FBA schools. They look down on other Black people because in their minds, they think that gives them some power. That's why they can get on a high horse and claim that we need to be thankful to them. It's not as though while you guys were fighting for civil rights, every other Black person in the world was sitting around twiddling their thumbs waiting for you guys to come and save them. No, absolutely not. That's not what was happening. And you guys, if we want to really get technical, there were a lot of white people that were in America that was putting in a lot of work with you guys. That's the reality of the civil rights movement. Specifically white women were putting in a lot of work. Why? Because they tend to be the beneficiary of any kind of thing that Black people do. And white women like to play the get behind darkies movement, right? The white women want something, they claim that is something that's good for Black people, and they jump behind Black people and they have Black clowns out front fighting for whatever it is that they want. They continue that to this day. And going back to my point about you,
But it was the
the
whites that
FBA
gave y'all
people,
your independence.
what are you
It was
talking
whites that
about?
gave y'all your independence in the Caribbean. The Queen of England, the whites gave y'all independence. Y'all didn't fight for it. Let's talk about it. Y'all still part of the Commonwealth today.
What are you talking about? Of
Let's
course
have a
we fought for
dialogue.
it. Of course, you
No,
don't
y'all
know
didn't.
anything about
The
where
white
I'm
man pushed
from.
the button for
You
you.
don't know where
No,
I'm
no,
from.
too.
The white
Have you
man
heard
pushed
of
the button
Jamaican
for
coffee?
you.
people, they
Have
had
you
mommy
heard of
nana.
coffee? Have you
Look
heard
how
of
They had
triggered.
coffee?
Look
mommy
how
nana.
triggered she is. The
Have
white
you
man
heard of
pushed the button
coffee?
for you. The white
No,
man
they did
pushed the
not.
button for you.
Have you heard of
Y'all got.
coffee? Do you know who coffee is? You don't have a
I'm gonna
clue,
answer.
so shut your mouth,
Let me
please.
answer your question. Y'all got y'all
No, I
independence in
didn't
the
ask you a
'60s.
question, so I don't need you to answer anything because I did not
Checkmate.
ask you
Hey,
a
yo,
question. Let me finish
mulatto,
up
don't
saying.
goof
Checkmate.
out the
Let me
conversation,
All
finish what
right,
mulatto.
I'm
go
saying.
ahead, woman. Go ahead,
Don't
woman. Go
goof
ahead,
out
woman.
the conversation,
Go ahead,
mulatto.
woman.
They got their independence in the '60s. Go ahead.
Go ahead, woman.
The issue with these people, again, like I said, right? That's why this one jumped in. They want to feel powerful. They want to feel like they're doing something, like they mean something in the world. And so they find a group of people, and for them, it's Africans and other Black people that are not American, that they can look down upon and they can speak down upon because it makes them feel better. And that's really what's going on here. These people don't have an identity. They don't know who they are. That's why the white women can always play, the white liberal women will always be
You
playing
see?
Operation Get
You
Behind
see?
Darkies with you guys, and you guys go along with it, right? Everything that the white women want you to do, you do.
The white women
This is
rented
why you
slaves in your
have
country
this
though.
is why you have African men of African descent in America calling themselves American, promoting things and fighting for things that benefit the white community, like DEI, like the entire woke culture. Why are they
Let
doing
me be
that?
abundantly
Because they
clear,
have no sense of
because
who
that was
they are and
offensive.
what they
Let me
are.
be abundantly clear. Let me be abundantly clear, right?
That
But
that
I
is
white
am
women rent
proud.
slaves in her
I am
country though.
proud.
All right,
Hold
one
on.
mic, one mic,
Hold on,
one mic,
mulatto.
one mic, one
I
mic.
am
one mic.
proud,
Dennis,
right? That
Dennis,
my people
Well, no,
were
go
able.
ahead, Will.
that
Go ahead, Will.
I'm saying I am proud that my people were able to escape slavery with the help of no one else internationally. I'm proud of that. I am proud that we are the only country
That's
that
a
has put
lie.
a
That is a
black.
No,
Let
lie.
that's
me
You
not true.
had
finish.
That's not
white
true,
women
Willie.
I
that
That's
was
were
not
doing
true.
it
very
for
That's
you.
not true.
respectful. I was
Speaking like
very
that, that's
respectful. Go
ridiculous.
ahead, talk some
That
more.
is
Go
not
ahead,
true.
talk
But
some
go
more.
ahead. Go ahead, Willie. Go ahead, Willie. Let Willie talk. Go ahead, Willie. That's not completely true, but go ahead.
What's not completely true?
You said without the assistance of anybody
You
international.
said, so someone educate me. What African groups helped us with abolition? What African
Well,
groups
Willie, you gotta let
were
me answer.
here
You
on
gotta
the
let me ask
ground
you gotta let me ask
involved?
the question. You gotta let me ask the question.
Can I
All right.
answer an explicit
Hold on,
question?
I'm talking. I'm talking. If it wasn't for the Haitian Revolution, that's what scared all the white slave owners.
That ain't true. That's
That's
what
true.
caused the
Hold on, hold
Louisiana
on.
Purchase. That caused the
Darkness,
So
darkness,
you
Louisiana
not
already
all.
Purchase to go
understand
against
the
the
Darkness,
Can I
Africans.
history,
also
right?
answer?
That's if it wasn't for the
I'll
Haitian
wait to
Revolution.
respond. I'm gonna let everybody talk, but I'm gonna wait. I just
If it
let a
Can
wasn't
I
for
citizen
the
also
talk.
Haitian
respond,
Revolution,
Dinah?
it was the Haitian Revolution that sparked I would say the America wanting to consider it in the slave trade. It was the Haitian Revolution. They were scared shitless.
Well, after that, with slaves not
Can I
What
coming
also
I
back to
said
answer?
slaves
was
in
nobody
Louisiana.
Can
sent
I
a
also
bullet.
answer? I have an answer for
Nobody
you.
fired a shot for
I want to
our
answer your
freedom.
question. I
No
have an
one.
answer for you.
I
Go
So
ahead,
wasn't
you're
sis.
done
claiming,
speaking. I wasn't done speaking. But go
well, I'm
ahead.
answering the part that you said, wait, who helped?
I didn't have
You're
a question for
claiming,
you, sis.
you're
The
claiming
host cut
that
me off.
when
I had a
you
question for
slave,
him. I
Willie,
didn't
calm
have a
down. Let her
question for
talk.
you.
Calm down, Willie. Let her talk. Go ahead, sis. You wrong, but go ahead, sis.
you're
Stop
you're
cutting her
claiming
off. Let her talk. That's quiet.
you're claiming that during the abolition of slavery, Africans did not participate. Let me say something to you. The slaves were African, so the Africans freed themselves.
Hey, yo,
The
that's a
slaves were
joke.
African.
There is no
The
African.
slaves were
There
African.
is no
The slaves
African.
were
There
Can I,
are
African.
can I say
The
something?
Igbos,
slaves,
there
the
are
slaves
Hausas,
came
Sister
from
there
Major,
are
Africa.
pass the
Houthis,
mic,
there
sis.
are
The
Tutsis.
slaves,
What
the
Igbo came to
slaves.
help
All right, so
me?
hold on, sis. Pass the
What
mic. You made your
Hausa
point. Let him
came to
talk now.
help me?
Now, Willie, go ahead.
Can I say something?
You
Can I
were
say
not a
something?
slave.
Because
What are you
Man,
talking
I'm trying to
about?
get in.
Now
I'm trying to
all of
get
a
in.
sudden we
Goddamn.
all Africans now. No, I
hey,
wasn't
hold
an
on, hold on. Hey,
African once I came over to this
bro,
country. I
Bro,
was
brother,
a
I'm trying to get
look up
in.
descendant
this.
of Africans.
All right, but
No, but
to
look
my
up this.
point,
Look
So,
up this.
so when does
please,
one
one
stop
mic.
being
Speak
African?
for
Is it
me.
when across the ocean?
Hey, Brittany.
Oh,
Let me
hold
just
on,
say,
guys. One mic,
goddamn.
one mic.
Let me go. Let me
I
go.
was just trying to say a sentence.
Hold on. Willie, are
Let
you
me
done?
go.
Ola, chill out.
Yeah,
No, I'm
Are you
not
yeah.
done?
done, but I'm a land there because it's a reason why everything I say is triggering because I've gotten to the place where my simple stance is fine. Don't worry about me because I don't need you. It hasn't been a partnership. It has been very one-sided. And the efforts that I've made, right, even if they haven't accomplished the goal that we both would have wanted, the efforts aren't even appreciated. So on that note, I'm concerned with me and mine, and God bless you. I don't wish bad on nobody. I hope the ancestors
All
save
right,
us
pass
all.
the mic,
But
brother.
I'm
We
going
get
to
your
save
point.
myself.
Willie, let me
Can I have a
let me
go
pass
as
Ron,
well?
hold
Who's
on.
spoken?
Whoa,
I
hold on. It
go.
was Wildflower's turn.
I
Now
go.
pass to you, Ola. Go ahead, Wildflower.
Yeah. I just want to add
and then
to
can
what
I come on after?
It's after Ola, you go real quick. After Ola. Go ahead, Wildflower.
yeah. I just wanted to add after the other lady was saying that this whole mindset where I might be wrong, like people who classify as FBAs and Native Americans and so on, they coming across that they have a lot of contempt for Africans on the continent or Africans from the continent going over to the States. And I think it's just sort of like trying to punch down because they know that there is sort of like a social structure where you have white Europeans and then maybe you have the Asians or the Hispanics and then you have the poor white working class. So everybody's punching down. And instead of actually looking up at the people above us that have power, they focused a lot of their energy, a lot of their hostility towards people that look like them. And I think maybe it's easier to say Africans are the problem, not, the Ukrainians that have dropped in or the Afghanistanis or the Mexicans, but they seem to focus a lot of the energy, the negative energy to people that look like them. And I really feel like there's some kind of a psychological issue there going on there that has to be spoken about because I feel like if we're trying to move together as a people, why are you punching down? Why are you going to people who already you see as having less power than you? that if you want to get into a position where you're better, you must be trying to punch above, not below. But I feel like they've like, or the Caribbeans are bad, or the black people in England are bad, or the Africans. They seem to have. I don't know whether this is a new thing. I know it was never like that
I'm
because
Bayesian for the record.
Black Americans in the past were never this hostile. So maybe there's something changed in America at the
Right,
moment where
right,
everybody is tending to just like, I don't know if
right.
maybe there's white people that are instigating this. I don't know because I feel like it wasn't there before.
No,
But this hosting
Hold on, let her
because
talk
kind of
because I'm trying to
because
go after Ola. So let
it
her talk.
only started after the year of return, where a lot of Black Americans were going to Ghana, to Africa, and they really are loving it. And there was a lot of love.
I've
And then
been
I
to
think
Accra, loved it.
some people realized that this was not going to work, and some people who aren't black are really instigating these diaspora wars, and black people are actually buying into it. Sorry.
All right, it's Ola's turn. Go ahead,
Can
Ola.
I?
I got to pass the Okoye.
And please let me go after
Yes.
I'm
Ola.
passing to Ola. Go ahead,
Oh
Ola.
God, oh God, that is please, I don't want y'all to be offended here. When I hear some of this, I'm done with Africa, I'm done with it, bro. I live in Africa. I never ever think about. I only think about how am I going to make my money, live my life, enjoy. And maybe thinking about what's going on with Black Americans. I don't understand how you can just have that hatred or that piss off against people.
I
Actually, you
have
never
no
experienced
hatred,
that.
my brother.
Hold on,
I
hold
don't
on,
want
hold
you
on,
to
Bro, let him
slander
talk,
me.
hold
bro.
on.
Now, I
Please
don't
let
want
him
him to
talk.
slander
Man,
me, though.
Let
man,
him talk, bro.
hold on, bro. You're the boss. I don't believe in B1. I don't believe in black love. Don't tell that shit. I believe in all love. How I'm going to make my money and live large? That's what I'm thinking about. I don't think about what the hell is going on in New Orleans. I'm just seeing this thing. Okay, if you come from America, I must say hi to you. I'll be everywhere.
And
I
that's
don't hate
literally
nobody.
my point. You're
Hold
not
on, hold on,
thinking
hold on,
about
Bro,
me.
hold on.
let him
Why
talk
I'll
because
should
I'm
I
be
trying
think
to go
about
everywhere.
back.
you?
Hey,
Please,
we let him
quiet.
finish.
Look, you think about all Africans, whatever you help, who are you helping? When I was growing up, at Christmas time, they killed cow in my school. Two cow. They kill it. We enjoy it. They share it in our classes. I live in Nigeria, man. Every 3 months, they give people money to build houses, buy cars, and everything at that time. How can you call me poor? I'm not poor. My daddy came
It's
to US to
jealousy.
study. My daddy was in US, Florida, AM University, the place called Telehems over there. He did to his PhD over there, dog. What are you talking about? I've been to Europe, I've been to the United States. I don't think about if you're white, if you're black, if you're white. Do you have money? If you
And
have
that's
money, I
my
will
point.
dance with you.
That's my
Or
point.
I can take you to my gentleman's club. You start see what is going on over there. White people are in Nigeria. The Polish, the Russians are dancing on that pole right now. Make money.
And this is
Make
how
money.
I
I
got
don't see
sold.
money. I don't see your
Your
fucking
mindset is how I got sold.
your fucking Pan-Africanism is shit. Come to Nigeria, come on. Let roll, bro. I eat apple pie.
Okay.
I eat white sauce.
Okay.
Nobody told
Okay.
you.
All
You were
right.
never
Everybody
the
Thanks, Ola.
same.
is
Thanks, Ola.
undefeated.
Thanks, Ola. Hey, I got to pass to
And the
Rakoya.
raw is
Go ahead,
Can I
yeah.
go
Rakoya.
after Koya?
It's Rakoya's turn.
Please
No,
let
it's
yeah,
Rakoya's
I'm
turn. It's
coming.
Rakoya's turn. Go ahead, Rakoya.
Okay, thank you. Listen, I Ola, good for you. You're enjoying, but I'm not on the same wavelength as you are. I'm a Pan-Africanist and I'll stand in my space. But what I want to say to the brothers who keep saying that Africans have not given back, I don't understand where that sentiment is coming from because if you do your research, Africans have always worked with African Americans. It is this YouTube loudmouth,
Educate me.
semi
Where?
educated
Give me one
people.
example.
Bro,
Educate
let
me.
her talk, bro. Please, man. I'm
Let
trying
me
to get on.
talk. Because there are many people who talk about Africa who are only doing this as armchair experts. They've never gone to school in Africa. They've visited maybe one or may have never even visited at all. But they know everything about Chinese people, taking resources, reading about all this crap. But if you come to Africa and live here and understand what's going on, listen, Africans have been fighting just as long as you guys have been fighting. The fight has been against one system, one world system. You helped in some cases, and Africans helped you guys in some cases. I don't think that we have to come to you on our knees saying,
Give me
oh,
one
they
case where
do.
you've helped me. I keep asking the same question.
Can
One
I ask you a
example.
question? When have you helped me either? You haven't helped me either.
I told you I said 33 cents a month.
Oh,
That's
that didn't
something.
go to me. I
I would have
just told you.
taken 20 cents a
I
month from
just
y'all.
told you,
Have you
sir.
ever given
I just
20
told you.
cents a month for kids in
Let us
Baltimore?
speak, man. Let us speak, bro.
Oh
Let me
Lord,
tell
20
you
cents
what
a
I've
month for
done.
kids.
If
Oh
we're going to
God.
personalize it, if you want to personalize it, I have. Listen, I don't want to disclose who I am, but for whatever it is, I spent so many years in the U.S.
I
in
know
the
who
Southern
you
California,
are.
California. I volunteered and
Yeah,
I
me
have
too. I also
helped
know who you
so
are.
many people, African Americans. I have been on boards of the STEM programs in the Valley where it has been Africans and African American families. We take children in, we teach them all on volunteer basis. I have done a lot, and I don't want to talk about it here because I don't want to know people to know who I am. That's why I stay off camera. The point I'm trying to make is this: Africans have and are continuing to help. It isn't you're sending donations through programs that gets it. It is one-on-one with Africans. The Africans you know, the Africans that you partner with, the Africans that are welcome you into your home, those you welcome into your home. That's how the bridges are built, and that's how Pan-African thing works. There is no Pan-African Africa. There are African countries. Some speak French, some speak German, some speak Spanish. Different narratives of the continent. Particular country had independence at different time. They are also working in different, I guess, different cycles. So you're going to see Ghana was the first. Ghana does a lot of things first, but just come along because we all understand this message. And so that's why for now you can see people going into Sierra Leone and they can get citizenship. African citizenship is not something that is on board. The African continent is trying to get into a place where all of them are on one passport. It is African Free Trade Agreement that's allowing all Africans to together as one trading bloc. It took them 50 years to do this, not because they've not been trying. They've been trying since Nkrumah's time, but because we are fighting a world system that is comfortable with an Africa that is poor, an Africa that sends resources to Western countries. So because of that, time Africa tries to shift, they make sure they crush the leaders, they crush the. Just look at what's happening right now in the Sahel.
Now,
There have been
please let me get this amount of time when I speak.
Can I
Right
Hold
can
on,
I
now,
hold
there's
on,
please
hold
punch
on,
speak?
Matt.
war. Please
Before
Dinah,
give
can
before
I
you
me
please
next,
speak?
the
bro.
same amount of time when it's
finished.
I'm
my
gonna be
turn.
very, very quick, Dinah, please.
Finished.
All
Just
So
right,
one
hold on.
word.
I was
Let
next,
me
bro.
read these super chat. Oh, let me read these super. Let me read these super
Okay,
chats.
bye then.
MMAP game squad gaming $4 holla. Haiti at his peak helped many get their freedom. Correct. I'm gonna let Willie respond, and I'm gonna pass it to woman, and then Mulatto. No, and actually Mulatto. Mulatto was actually next. Go ahead, Mulatto.
Thank you, and I appreciate you, Don.
Can I speak after women, please?
Go ahead, Mulatto.
Yes, I'll keep it brief as possible. Well, number one, and I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna reiterate this again to all the U.S. freedmen listening. You see that the Africans are disrespecting the efforts that we took to help them. So don't help them anymore. Let them figure out all their own problems. And my last point is, respectfully, anytime it's a dispute between the U.S. freedmen and the Africans, you notice that the Caribbeans always want to stick their noses in it on the side of the Africans. But I don't know how they have the time to do this. When we go to the Caribbean, they got white people in their money today, literally. They got Europeans coming to the Caribbean and literally renting dreadlocks. You got Caribbean men selling their ass to European tourists. To this day, the Chinese took over the biggest port in Jamaica, the port of Kingston. This is a fact. Matter of fact, these Jamaican Commonwealth nations, they didn't even get their independence to the 60s when they begged and pleaded the white man to push the button to say, all right, we'll give you de facto independence, but in reality, you're still under the Commonwealth, so you're still our colony. So to all the U.S. freedmen listening, when you see Caribbean detractors try to interfere on behalf of the Africans, Don't allow yourself to be derailed. Stay on task. And once again,
You're
stop helping
making
these
my point,
cowards.
though.
Don't
You're
help
making
none
my
of them.
point. You don't
Let
you
them,
don't
let
you
them,
don't
let them
want
figure out.
non
Look how trigger
FBA
he
to
is.
speak on issues.
Look how trigger
You
he
want
is.
only FBA to speak on issues.
Only on FBA issues,
Even though
yes.
this topic is dealing with people utilizing the name Zulu but copying off a minstrel
Yes, yeah.
show,
Just
you
like
want
the
everybody to
African.
stay mute.
Oh
Everybody
yeah,
got to stay mute
mute
and
up,
default
brother.
to
Let me
you,
land my
right?
plane, brother. Mute up so I can land my plane. Yes, I'm gonna say this to the New Orleans people. Keep using that term Zulu, and I'm glad the brother reminded me. Keep using that term Zulu. Keep painting your face black. I don't care if all the Africans on earth cry about it, cause they wearing FBA face every time they make a rap record. They not gonna stop. They in FBA face every time they make a jazz or R&B album. They not gonna stop. So wear that black
But
face
they're
with
not
pride.
doing it
Wear
disrespectfully,
that
are
black
they?
face.
They're not
Yeah, they
doing it
are.
to be
They're not
rude
being
or
humble. Y'all
anything.
saying we not helping.
How do
Y'all
you know
saying we
that?
have not helped y'all. So if we ain't helped y'all, then let it be what it is. We're gonna keep wearing that black face, and if you mad, keep crying about it. That's it.
But
Can I
who
have?
claim?
Can I
Hold on, let me
No,
respond?
say
no,
something
no,
real
no,
quick.
no.
Can I say something?
It was woman's turn next.
I want to start off by saying the woman, the African woman who spoke before the gentleman. I know who you are. I'm a huge fan. I praise everything that you do. Let me just say, big up to you and everything that you're doing. I hope to be an intricate part of that one day, and I'm working steadfastly towards that. Now, moving on to the gentleman who said that not Africans, leave them, let them do what, help themselves, yada yada. First of all, yes, I'm from the Caribbean. I'm from Guyana. I'm not Jamaican. I know you clearly couldn't tell the accent. You talk about Jamaica. Um, yes, we fought for independence. You don't know the history of Guyana. We did fight for independence. I could say the same for you, that you begged the white man to give you the right to vote and begged the white man to give you the right to be free and not a slave. The reality is the
We got it
slaves
faster
were.
than you, then. We got it faster than
Ho-
you. Checkmate. But peace, down as I'm
You
dropping
see,
down. That
you see
time to
what
be
I'm,
up.
you see what I'm talking about.
All right.
This is how they have to behave, because they have no real sense of who they are, and they're so desperate to feel superior that this is how we have a grown man talking to another grown woman, right? That's how grown FBA men speak. It's there for the world to see. Anyways, moving on. Everyone in every part of the world, every person that has been um uh what's the word, oppressed, has fought on their own and with the help of others for the right to be seen as equal. We've all done it. So I don't see why anyone should be turning to FBAs on bended knees, saluting to them. If you're sending 33 whatever cents a day or a month, as you said, that's because you choose
First
to
of
do
all,
that.
I'm not FBA. That's number
It
one.
doesn't matter. It doesn't
No, it
matter. I'm
does
talking about
matter.
who are
It
FBAs.
does matter
So like I
because
said,
you are
your
slandering me.
33
You are
cents,
lying. And
if
in
you're sending
lying, you are
33
not
cents, how am I
understanding my
lying?
argument.
How am I lying? If you're
In
sending 33 cents
lying,
a
you
day,
are not
I would like to complete my
because you
sentence.
said to the FBA gentleman that brought up the 33 cents. I want to be abundantly
No,
clear. I
I
am
said
not.
it was an FBA
Hold on.
gentleman
Let me
who said that.
clarify that. Let me
I
clarify that.
wasn't talking about
I
you.
want
I
to
said
be a
there's two different
well, that's
people.
what you said. I'm the one
I
that
know what
said
I said.
33 cents.
There was
So pardon me if I
okay.
was
I
triggered.
said
I'll
that
go back on
after.
mute.
I said that afterwards. The person who just spoke, who said tag your rate or whatever. Oh, we got independence before you. That's what I was speaking about.
He's a
But you did
goofy, sis. Talk to me. Don't pay mulatto no mind, man. Talk to me.
Okay, so you did indeed say that you send 33 cents either a day or a month. This is what I'm gonna say about that. If you as a black man, and I'm assuming you're a black man, if you as a black man decide I'm gonna take some money that I've earned and I'm gonna send it to Africa or wherever you're sending it, whatever country, whatever organization, because I want to help out some people, some other human beings, that should be all the things that you need. You should feel good in your heart that you're doing a good thing. You should not be looking for
And I
that
did.
other person on the other end of that to be like, oh my God, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my
That's not
God,
what
oh
I'm
my
looking
God.
for.
And
That's
that's
not
what
what
it
I'm looking
sounds
for.
like because you keep bringing it up, so it
I'm
sounds like
looking
that.
for the most minimal thing that I don't feel like I get from the children of the diaspora all over the world that come here for opportunity that my ancestors died for.
Okay, what is that? What is that?
The only thing I
May I say
want
something?
is respect. That's
How do
May I
it.
you?
say something? Do you know
That's
How
it.
history,
do you?
man?
Hold on,
Do you
hold
know
on,
history?
hold on.
That's
Can I please
literally
ask him
it.
a question? He told me to talk to him. So let's have a
And I don't
conversation.
even get
How
that.
do you define that?
And
How
I
do
want
you
to be
define
clear, sis.
respect?
I'm Bayesian, right? I got Bayesian blood. So I have that connection, right? But you're not gonna throw Haiti at me, right? Like they not the same babies that got sold too.
I didn't throw Haiti at you.
Right.
How do you define? Okay, hold
I'm
on.
just
Let's
talking about the
forget. Let's put.
conversation, sis. I
All right.
wasn't
Let's
directing that at you. I wasn't
okay.
directing that at you.
Let's put a pin in Haiti for now. How do you define? You said you just want one simple thing is respect. How do you define respect?
Number one, respect me by not judging me and classifying me by the worst of my group. Everything that comes out y'all mouth in y'all relationship with Black Americans is FBA, 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 because it's the low-hanging fruit. It's someone it's easy to blame. What I'm saying is, have this conversation with me, someone that was raised as a Pan-African, who is now disillusioned, done with the whole farce that I see it was. I don't see a reciprocation, right? And so what I'm saying is, I was raised to be a brother to people that now when I hear these conversations, I realize they was never even a brother to me, right? There's a clear distinction, defining line. And here's what I'm saying. I wish everyone well, right? What I'm saying is I'm confident enough in my ability here in the belly of the beast, as the sister Wildfire put it, right? I'm comfortable with my history and what my ancestors have done to know that I can still make progress right here. I'm not wishing nothing bad on nobody. I hope everybody wins, right? But now I'm no longer connected to anyone else's struggle. I'm tapped out. I only have resources to save my own. Lil Carmelo about to go to jail for the best years of his life. I'm tapped out for helping anyone else around the world. And when you're hearing this, and I'll land here, right? I've always been welcoming of the Africans in my community, of the Africans that I've met throughout the world in my travels, right? Me. And I'm going to continue to be that way on a selective basis. But I'm telling you, in America, right, we got a lot of weird movements and sentiments popping up. And as someone that is a distant cousin at this point, no longer a brother, but a distant cousin, y'all are really no longer welcome here. And that's not me saying that, right? I'm just saying it's not the welcoming, it's not a merge of things like it was before. That's not me
Can I
saying
speak?
that, but
Can
I'm
I
just
say
saying
something?
as a
Okay,
Pan-African, I'm
let's
out of there.
let's pass the mic.
I'm out of there.
I gotta pass it to Bang. Bang's been wait. Go ahead, Bang.
How
Let
y'all
me
doing
start,
today,
Bang.
man? Yeah, how y'all doing?
Good.
Man, first of all, I've been in this country for a little bit, right? I went down here elementary school, second grade. So I went to like a all black school. It was probably about 95% black in DC. So you know what I'm saying? I've been called all type of names in this country, in America. And then when they call you name, they don't call you name individually. They call you name as an African, as the whole continent as Africa. So when black folks in America, right, deal with themselves, right, when they have issues, they deal with themselves individually. But then if it's an African they're dealing with, they deal with Africa like as the whole continent. This been going on for like years. And then all of a sudden, some of them come up here, they saying, oh, Africans always talk about us, Africans, this and that. I've been here in the 90s. So I've seen it, I've done it, I've heard it plenty of times in classrooms, done in the hallway, done in the cafeteria, and stuff like that. So I don't know why sometimes some people come up here and say like Africans need us. So I understand, like in America, there's a history about like America is first in everything. There's like a superiority of you being an American, like in everything you the first. So you look at some Americans, right? Like some black folks, no matter what you do or say, they will always think they're superior than you because they from America, they live in America. So I tell Africans and Caribbeans, leave some of these people alone. Deal with people that are you trying to better your country and work with your country as well. Because at the end of the day, they're just gonna attach themselves to the white folks. Because in this country, right, in DC, basically, I think that's about two streets that matters. Pennsylvania Avenue and K Street. Pennsylvania Avenue connects to the White House.
I
And
caught
down,
that one.
And down at the you know what I'm saying, like Constitution, K Street
K
is
Street.
where the lobbyists. 2 Street that matters in the in DC, in the country, New York City, Los Angeles, and California. I mean, what you call it? San Francisco. So when you look at these 2 places, right? These 2 places are the ones control the America and they dictate certain things, right? White folks, let's say about 90% have control of these places. 90% or 95%. But then when you look at the history of this country, I know for sure it hasn't been fair to black folks at all. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. An African could come here, a Caribbean could come here and walk around in certain places, or walk around to the banks, walk around to the government buildings, whatever. He or she could believe that everything was made by the white folks. Up to this day. Up to this day. So you're not gonna blame some certain people that come from overseas and they come over here and they see everything that's controlled by the white folks. And then you get mad when they're not sure about the history of this country. If you want power, you gotta take power. You gotta take power. Power is not just handed to
Look,
you.
bro, I agree with everything you said, right? It was very on point, right? So it's very similar to the whole South African New Orleans parade thing, right? Like you said, you can't get mad if you're not teaching them and you're not giving them this information they're coming from over there they don't have. Same thing with this situation. And everybody keeps leaving out that this
No.
parade.
In America, it's kind of
Everyone
different.
keeps. I'm gonna land real quick. Everyone keeps leaving out that this parade had reached out to Zulu organizations like, "Yo, come help us out, teach us something." Like
You got. I heard it was
they
the
got
other way
dub.
around. You got. Is that? Let me ask you, Moja, if that's true or not. Do you have any proof of that? But go ahead, Willie.
Nah, I didn't mean to cut the brother off, but I just wanted to respond to that. Like, yeah, it should be a reciprocal job on both sides. Like the same way I don't judge all Africans by the worst things I hear.
No, you gotta
Stop
understand.
associating black people with FBA.
No. You gotta
That
understand.
doesn't define us.
No. Even if it's black folks, right?
Can I say
When black
something,
folks
done?
in America, right, attacking somebody that's from Africa, right? They don't attack the person individually. They attack the person because he or she is an African. When a black person in America having an issue with a black person, they attack that person individually. They could be like, "Oh, you ghetto, you trashy ghetto, this and that, right? You hood book and stuff like that, right?" So what you're doing is you separating that person individually. You know what I'm trying to say? So this been going on for years with black folks in America. They do it like this, like it's nothing. They do it like this, like it's nothing. But at the same time, nowadays, when somebody that's not from their lineage, right, say something about them, oh, you should be bowing to us, having us respect because you were in America. We get that.
Now I'm gonna
But
ask you
then,
this, right?
but then at
Because
the
you
same
from
time,
DC. Because
you
you from
look at
DC, right?
yes,
Share some of the good experiences, right? I get that. Like kids are dumb. We say African booty scratching and stupid stuff, right? As children, we call ourselves that as well. Those of us that know our lineage, you know what I mean? We throw it right back at ourselves. But now, help me out and share the good opportunities because I could tell by how you talk, you have no problem going to buy bud. You know what I mean? You have no problem moving through our neighborhoods, dapping it up with your homies,
Hold
and a
on, but
lot of them are just like
hold on.
me.
Can I say something to you, man? You doing what you claim that you don't want done to you to us. Basically, you're saying deal with everybody as individuals. When you go to Africa, we receive you with love. You go to Caribbean, we receive you with love. So you're basically saying just because some kids are insulting people in
Prissy
their own
P,
class that look like them, we should accept that. But when you go over there, we should treat you with love. And you claim that Pan
Prissy P,
Africanism is one sided. Yet when you go
Prissy
to
P,
Caribbeans and Africa, you get received with love and
man,
respect.
Prissy P,
But when we
you
come here,
can't,
we get disrespect.
you cannot get in this guy's head. I'm trying to tell you, no matter what you do, about 70% or 80% of them, you can't. You just gotta,
No,
you know
no,
what I'm
no, no,
saying,
no.
just let them
Listen to
go.
what
Nah,
I
but
Because
said.
he's also
they
discounting
I
have
history
this
because
asked
American
you to
historically,
share
entitlement
the
in them.
good
historically,
experiences as well. Share how you were
again,
welcomed.
historically,
And I'll share how I
historically.
was welcomed in a crop. I'm saying
So
for
were you welcome in
listening to the
Accra?
hold on. from listening to the brother in DC, right? You entrenched in DC. You know your way around, right? So you do interact with us for years since
Of
school. Am
course,
I right or wrong?
of
So
course. But DC used to be the
so
chocolate city
shit. What I'm asking you,
until now. It's like you know what I'm trying to say. It's probably
I'm
about
asking you to share some of the good experiences, or were there none?
excellent experiences. My
This
the
is
best
why it's
school,
problematic, though. You get what
the
I'm
best
saying?
school
Because
I
you're
ever
the
went,
perfect example of the love that we can and do show. But you're
the
gonna
best school I ever
only
went.
put out there African booty scratcher. Like, come on, kids are
No,
dumb.
you missing the point. What I'm
I
like
got the
besides the
point.
African booty scratcher, right? When they attack you, let's say you have a little issue, right, with some shorty, right, or like some other guy, you know what I'm trying to say, just like a misunderstanding, right? And then they hear you got accent or something like that. You know what I'm trying to say? They go straight at you. They attack you because you've been an African. You
Group
understand?
tactic. I get
90,
it, Mo. I get it,
90%,
Mo.
95%, 95% of the thing that they say, right, is because you an African. This is not something like, oh, have never seen. I've seen it plenty of times. It happened to me
I
a couple
get it.
times.
What I'm asking you is, do
So
you
so
get
what's the
that? Do you
difference?
ever? What I'm asking is, do you ever get that feeling of group love, like just the love because you're an African? Is there another side to that? Is all I'm asking.
Yeah, of course.
All right, then. And you
Yeah,
don't
of
even have
course.
to tell a story. This is the point I'm making, though. It's not like there isn't a welcoming. Like
But hold
it's
on though.
not
Let me
like.
connect it to why I
All
was
right, go
trying to
ahead.
say with the whole African thing, right? The the idea, the what you call it about being an African, like a lot of time that you guys have that's so bad and miserable comes from the white folks in this country. They taught y'all what African is. So as a return, you
My
guys
brother,
hate
that's
that.
not true, my brother.
No, I'm
Nah,
not talking about the average
Africans,
person.
that's true. There's
The
definitely
average
Africans
person,
talk. Hold on,
the
hold on.
average black
I'm
person
from
in
Harlem.
America.
I
I'm not
want you to
talking about like
understand who
100%.
you
Let's just
talking
look
to.
at
I'm from
70%.
Harlem,
70%,
right?
70% of the average black person in this, you know what I'm saying,
Talk to
in
me
America.
though. Africans taught me about Africa. One
You
of
got
my
okay.
greatest, my
yeah,
my,
but
my
Will,
absolute. Hold on.
your experience
My
is unique.
absolute
Will, your
favorite
experience is
teacher
unique.
growing up. My only teacher that my
Look at
mother The
look
only
at
teacher that my mother would let put hands on me, right? Mr. Oyafusi from Nigeria. And I know he genuinely cared for me. I
yeah,
had
but
Mr.
that's about
Malefi
five
as
to ten
well.
percent of you. You know what I'm saying? Like about black folks in this country, 100%. There's some black folks in this country. Like whatever you say, they know exactly about Africans.
But the problem is though,
I'm talking about the 60 to 70%.
it's concentrated areas where you guys are, and that's where I am. I agree. Most of this Abo stuff you're gonna hear is from a bunch of people in southern towns that they've never even met an African.
Nah,
Unless they
nah.
take a
But
That
Greyhound
that
bus
that
to New
that's
York.
not true. That's
Willie,
not
nah,
true.
can I
that's
ask you a
not true, my
question, my
friend.
brother?
That's
All
not
right.
true. I went to
All
school in this
right,
country.
I gotta pass it to Chulu. Let me pass it to Chulu to back the 1,000% principle. Go ahead, Chulu.
Sure. Willie, my brother, you don't sound like you've given up on Africanism or Pan-Africanism.
I'm glad you heard that.
Yeah, you don't sound it, bro. I understand you're reacting to different types of black people and
I
you don't like what
appreciate
you're
you
seeing.
receiving my hurt. I'm gonna go back on mute, but I appreciate you being able to diagnose my hurt, good brother.
Right. So, my brother, my question is that how come African Americans are rejecting the term African American? Because from my understanding, and I think a lot of people in this panel will agree with me, African American is an ethnic group. Like Barack Obama is not African American. He's Black American, but he's not African American. Same thing with his kids. The only
So let
one
me.
in that family. Yeah, yeah. You can continue. Let me just my
I just want to ask you, bro. Have you heard of HR 40?
Yes, not only did I hear about it, I was watching a YouTube streamer from I forgot the YouTube channel that was explaining what HR 40 is.
So one of the things that was understood by ADOS, right? That's the purer form of FBA before it got tainted and corrupted, and now the movement has AIDS, right? But one of the things that ADOS understood was because of the mixture in America, right? And for what they would be asking for in terms of reparations, there had to be a designation made because everyone now is African American. I don't have a problem with the term African American, me personally, but if to receive these reparations, right? Which, let's be realistic, like homie from DC know, he's surrounded by black people, right? So if it benefits me, if it benefits my school district, it's gonna represent, it's gonna, benefit you guys as well that are in my community, right? So this
Yeah,
is
of course,
something
of
we
course.
also on a legal scale, you gotta understand, you have to define who the plaintiff is. That was
Yeah,
the
and it has to be
need
the Black Americans in this country.
that was the
I'm
need for the delineation. And that really only became a major topic because for the first time, the government in any way even acknowledged that, all right, maybe we'll even think about reparations. It was the very first time the government really even acknowledged it, at least in
All
my
right, guys,
lifetime.
let me read these super chats. Let's see here. I already read that one. Read that. Ubuntu King, thank you for the 99-cent holla. Ray J. Kelson, thank you for the $4.99 holla. Just Googled it. Jamaica owns its port, not China. Damn, black people just be saying any old dumb ish. I think China might manage it, but Jamaica does own it. Let's see here. Ubuntu King, thank you for the 999 holla. We need to engage each other with Ubuntu, Ma'ats, and other African philosophies that recognize our strengths as a race. And RN, thank you for $5 holla. This is not a new topic of BAs versus Africans. Even when I was in university in the late 90s, this topic was a big one on campus. All right, go ahead. And everyone, thank you so much for the super chats, everyone.
Can I say something about
I
HR
wanted to say
40?
something.
Yeah, go ahead. Say something about HR 40. Go ahead.
So the people who are in support of HR 40, but also want to separate themselves from other diasporan Africans who are in America right now, if you agree that slavery and the discrimination that follows slavery created issues within this country that affect Black people or oppressed people, then everyone, and I don't believe this, but I'm just saying, based on their argument, everyone who is affected by that oppression and by the history of slavery, whether or not you were actually a slave brought to America or not, should be entitled to reparations. No?
Nah, I disagree.
I disagree too.
But the way the
I
bill read,
disagree.
it
No,
says
no, no, no. I
discrimination
disagree.
in the colonies and the United States from 1619 to present.
Now,
That's
now,
how
Yeah, but
sis,
HR 40
now,
reads.
sis, you've
no, I
gotten to the
disagree with that.
crux of the issue. Okay?
You got to let them get what they do. This country owes Black Americans a lot of things. Like we
I don't
can't.
believe in reparations. I think it's pointless, but I'm saying based on
No,
their argument and how that bill was written, it would seem that everyone who's affected by that would be entitled to it. That's why I'm just asking the question.
So you don't believe in reparations, right? Something in the depths of my soul, I believe, is owed to my people and might help us to get on that pathway to correcting things, right? Fine. That's fine. You don't believe in that. When Black conservatives don't believe in immigration, right? Because they don't see anyone else coming in this country. In fact, let's get rid of the ones that are here now because it would, clear out the job
No,
stream.
that's not true,
Hold
Will.
on, hear what I'm saying?
No,
Hold
no,
on,
no.
hold on. Let
But
me make my
said,
point.
but you said something
Let me
wrong,
make
though.
my point. That's not
You
my
said,
argument.
no. This is
That's
my
not
show.
my argument.
This is my show. Thank you.
My fault, my fault.
They don't agree with illegal immigration. Go ahead.
Conservatives?
Yes, it's illegal immigration. That's the problem.
Ayo, bro. Ayo, bro. Not only white conservatives, but the Jason Whitlocks of the world, they want a full stop and they want to get rid of everybody who's on a visa who hasn't gotten through yet. They want to shut off the road to immigration, let alone just focus on illegals. Nah, they want to do much worse, right? It's going to be the Democratic Party that's going to have to be the saviors of that legislation. And whose vote do they depend on? But it's so expected of us now that it's okay to disrespect us. This is what creates the making of a coon. This is all I want to share with my African brothers. I'm not full coon yet. I'm fighting the coonosity every day because I'm doing well in life. I like to golf, so I can disassociate myself from my own people, let alone y'all, right? But there does come a point where in social interactions, you don't even feel an appreciation. And that's where it just shuts down.
Bro, chill. The
Oh,
May I say
police.
something real quick?
hold on.
May I say something?
Let Wildflower finish, and I got pass the Bobo Ranch.
No, may I say something real quick before Vovo
Hello,
rants?
Let
hello.
Wildflower
Can I
finish.
just?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just think as Pan African was actually starting to pick up again, this whole diaspora wars kicked off as well, right about the same time, and I just feel like for us, whatever side of the pond you're at, for us to actually achieve our, I don't know, group goals, which are actually a global goals for our people, we need to have Pan African be successful. Because if you think about it, the system we're under, which is white hegemony or hegemony, it's actually pan-European. White people call themselves white people because it's pan-European. They're all able to get on code to make sure that we are oppressed by them. They don't have time for diaspora wars between each other because they know the main objective is to remain in power. If we say, oh, let's just abandon Pan-African and everybody goes in their little group, we're never going to get anywhere. And we just have to sort out whatever the issues are, the teething problems. But I feel like a lot of people are not willing to let go of their little group things. And it's just kind of like this sort of like, oh, you guys have done this. Why aren't you guys showing us the respect that we need? And it's going back and forth when we're in a losing team at the moment. And if we really want to get somewhere, we have to make Pan-African work. And I know this whole the black delineation movement. They want to be separate from other blacks, from the Caribbeans, from the Africans. All of this is also there to undermine Pan-African when it was actually starting to work. I mean, people like Dynasty, he's been doing a lot himself, going to Africa, bringing people together. And there are people out there that we don't know that actually don't want Pan-African to be successful
Dennis,
because it will uproot their own system. That's what I wanted to add.
Dennis,
Well, I gotta pass the
sorry to
mic.
cut you off.
Well, hold on. 1,000% Prince Beauty. I gotta pass it to Vovo. Go ahead, 1,000%.
Oh man.
1,000% unmute yourself.
Vote.
1,000% unmute yourself. Okay. Bang. You say you want to say something?
Yeah, real quick. I think you posted a video about the Benin King. I think last week or something like that. On your channel, right? Your boy, what's his name, Carlo, right? He did a show about that same day, whatever it was, right? He did a show about, I think, about almost 6 hours, right? So I think the topic is the black race curse or something like that, right? So within let's say the first 45 minutes, right? So he started talking about, like Black Americans, what they can do. The government has all this control. They have all this finance power and stuff like that, right? So the rest of the show after that 45 or like 50 minutes, right, was all about bashing Africa. For the next 5 hours, almost 4 hours, was all about bashing Africa. So I said to myself, I said, hold on though. If you're gonna make a show about the black race, exactly, is it curse, right? But then 5 hours, 4 hours is all about bashing Africa. But then you claim to be an America, first citizen, like first class citizen and stuff like that. Because I asked him, I said, look, Lebanese go to Africa, right, and make money. The Chinese go to Africa and make money. How come the black folks in America can't do that? And then his first response was, oh, the Lebanese people are like third world people. The Chinese people have government behind them. But then the rest of the 4 hours is all about bashing Africa. So I'm like, and then this man called himself a nation, like call a nation, like whatever it was. I'm not trying to bash the man and stuff like that, but you can't make a show, you can't, bring a topic and saying, oh, it's the black race curse, right? And then you talk about like, ghetto people, hood boogers for about 45 minutes, right? And this and that. But then the next, you see how they separated, right? When they talk about themselves, they separate ghetto people, hood boogers, and stuff like that.
I get
Ray
what you're
Rays and
saying.
popos, right? But then when it comes to Africa, they put us all in the same pot. All in the same pot. I was like, this man is something else. But then at the beginning, he got so pissed off about that video you post. He's like, man, F these chiefs, these third world people, stuff like that. These privileged people. Oh, I did my business, man. I said, nah. It goes back to what I said. They're saying Americans, right? No matter what you say or do, they have that superior about themselves because they are Americans. So no matter what you say, if you're not from America, if you're from the island, you're from Africa, you basically can't get in their head. Because to them, they live in America, they from America, they number one.
All right. I got to pass it to Vovo Rants. Go ahead, Vovo Rants.
Oh,
That is after Vora. Give me, please.
All right. Ola, you next, guys. I got to step away for like 10 minutes. Go ahead, Vovo Rants.
Hey, bro, don't leave yet, bro, because they're going to just start cutting me off and getting triggered. Like, come on, bro, don't leave yet. My thing is, none of what he was said was true right there. We always embraced everybody. That's everybody else shit on us. I just leave that right there. But the thing is this, right? I've been listening a little bit. I've been in and out. This the thing. Before we start trolling and talking about Vovo is Igbo or whatever, let's talk for real. Pan-Africanism ain't gonna save Africa. It ain't gonna fix Africa. The Chinese man ain't gonna fix Africa. The white man ain't gonna fix Africa. The Arab ain't gonna fix Africa. The Africans gotta fix Africa. If you truly love it, you gotta go suffer with your people.
Africans are Pan-Africans. That's how we do it.
Well,
let him talk.
They gotta, you gotta be on the continent. You gotta be on the ground. I seen a video earlier. I think it was Bakiro Fossil, if I'm saying that right, where the president he said we need roads, we need some infrastructure, and he tried to outsource it, and then they said they was trying to charge him a crazy number, and he bought the equipment. Duh! If you build it, you control it. Duh! That was a good idea. I salute that. I usually don't do this with Africans, but yeah, he get one of these. Yeah, they like to tell us about. They like to bring out all these weird numbers that we don't know nothing about. We don't know nothing about these numbers. These numbers of, we're doctors, lawyers, and Black American. We would never keep tracking on stuff like that because we're not in a secret competition with you. But they tell us all these stories about how they so educated, and they doctors, and they lawyers, and they engineers, and they all that. They need doctors on the continent. They need engineers or problem solvers. That's what an engineer does. He solves problems. There is major problems on the continent. The problem that Africa is having is that they're having a brain drain. It's a brain drain. Soon as you want to get out of there instead of suffering with your people, and then you somewhere else in the world talking about I'm Pan-African and I love Africa. If you love it, you got to suffer with it. It's easy for somebody to walk away from their responsibility, but if you love something, if you love your kids, you ain't gonna leave them. You ain't gonna be somewhere else. No, you're gonna be with your kids. You're gonna do what you gotta do. If you love Africa, you should be in Africa building because they could use you over there. If it's everything y'all say it is, everything y'all claim it is, and y'all love it so much, you should be there. That's why I don't take nobody serious. I know it's all talk. I'm only taking the guys that's on the ground. If you're on the ground there and you handling business and you suffering with the people, you going through the tough times with the people, then I salute that. But if you somewhere else in the
Bobo,
world,
I'm in Africa. I'm in Ghana, Accra right now. I came back 2 years ago. Many people have done the same. So we're coming. We're taking the knowledge. We're taking the capital. and we're establishing. So
Do you know,
there's a
do you know
lot
how
of that
much
happening.
And
money
I ain't
Africans
just
abroad? Do you know how much money Africans abroad send home? Billions and billions. So we don't just leave home to go and have a sweet life abroad. We're actually sending money home, building the roads, putting money in the economies. We are talking billions, billions of money we earn in these Western nations. We don't even have a good life, most of us, because we're busy sending it home. So the
So what's
economies
hampering the
function.
progress?
Sorry?
Tell you what, let me
I said,
explain
what's
something to you
hampering the
because that's my
progress? And
background.
I'm not
I
even
What's
tell you
being
what,
tampering?
rude
What's
saying that.
tampering the
Right.
progress is again Westerners that are putting puppet leaders in place.
Everything's
We,
our
and let
fault.
me
we
expand on
it's
a
the truth.
wildflower. Let me expand on a little bit
Never
because
mind.
sometimes it sounds cliche to say that, but let me tell you the real provable economic facts. The reason Africa has not moved forward. It has been a strategy pre-colonial and post-colonial. Now I am taking you guys to the classroom. When Africa was colonized, the basis of colony was Africa was seen like just like American South. It was a plantation. The plantation model was used in colony. So the African territory was seen as a source of raw materials for Europe. And so when Africans were being colonized, the way and system in which infrastructure was built by the colonizers was to support the areas that allowed for extraction of resources. So the only places that got any development deliberately was the ports to get things out, the mining centers, the agricultural places that were places where goods could be pulled out of Africa. Those were the only places they laid infrastructure. It's
We
colonial.
know
We're
these
talking.
things.
who is they? See, that's the
I'm
problem right
No,
there.
but hold on, Vovo. I
talking
know
about the colonizer. Listen,
this history you just
can
shared
you
with
let me
us.
finish? Because I want to make a point. When you ask
All
the
right.
question and you want to learn, you have to listen
No, I
to
don't need.
that
You're not
added
teaching
emotion.
me. I know everything you just said. You're not
So now,
teaching me.
if
I'm
you know
saying, what's the
this,
point?
understand why that when people say, why is Africa not doing well? Why haven't you built infrastructure? Why is Africa dirty? It's because these things were not laid on the ground. It takes development in any way, whether you're Western or Eastern, there are certain things that have to be laid on the ground. You need
Now,
good
see, here's the
communication. You
thing.
need roads.
Here's the thing. Trust me, I get it. Because here's the
So,
reality,
so
right?
then you
Hold
have
on,
the
hold on.
answer. So then
Here's
why
the
ask the
reality,
question then?
right? No, listen, I get it 100%. Because our reality is that same white man burned our communities to the ground. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Wilmington, Delaware, they slaughtered our men and babies, right?
So then
I get it.
why you
Hold
ask against
on. I'm not
Africans who
done.
suffer the same thing?
All right, never mind. Forget it.
Let me
You
say
do,
this,
and then
right?
you
Let me
make
say
a
this.
point.
Let me say this. You keep blaming them, but y'all the majority. I'm not trying to troll or nothing. I know y'all like super triggered by
And the
hearing
point
that.
is, you're
I'm not
saying
triggered
it
at
like
all.
it's
I'm not triggered at all.
my fault, Vovo. But the point is, you're saying it like we're just basking in the glory of this whiteness. Like we're not fighting this beast too. We're just making more headways. Maybe it's just the logistics of us being here.
That
Maybe
ain't
it
it though.
really is. Maybe it really is the sweat of our brow and the death of
Listen,
our
let me say this,
ancestors.
brother. Let me say
But
this.
go ahead.
Like she said, that Africa got everything the world needs. If you built a dome around Africa and nothing goes in and nothing comes out, they gonna be okay. They're going to be okay. They got everything the world needs, right under their feet,
Vocal,
in the ground,
vocal.
in the ground. No,
Does
hold on,
it, okay,
listen,
all right.
listen, real
Let me
fast.
finish. Okay.
Why you won't let me finish? I'm gonna go quick.
I'm
I'm gonna show you how to go fast. Uh, yeah, everything the world needs is under your feet. Under your feet. Sell it on the open market, then get the stuff back. At least trade it for what you need. But you got everything. So there's nothing there's no European saying, hey, African president, you can't build a road right there. Don't build a road right there. Don't put a building right there. Don't build a hospital over there. There's nobody walking around saying that. There's nobody doing that in Africa.
I think I
Bobo,
think I think
Bobo, let me ask you a
I
question.
think
To you.
I
Can
think
I
you
answer
need
Hold on.
that?
I think you
Let me
need to
let me
read
ask
the
Let
you
me
book.
a
answer that,
question.
please. Yeah, let me just
Bobo,
answer that because I'm
Bobo,
actually going to give you facts about that. Listen,
Bobo. Let me
there
ask you a
is
question.
no finish answering this question. I'll be quiet. I promise you all, because it's important that we understand this piece so well. When an
Who
African
understand them
person
better than
wants,
us? We were their slaves. We
okay,
lived side by
let me
side
ask you a
with
question.
living
Let me ask you a
households.
question. Do you think Africans don't want roads? Do you think
Of
Africans
course
don't
they
want
do. Of
hospitals?
course they do.
So that if they have the resources and it's not, you
It's the
must ask
brain drain.
why.
It's the brain drain, ma'am.
The
It's the brain
brain
drain.
drain. It's not. It's not the brain drain. You are just echoing
Come over here
Western
then. Just come over here
It
propaganda.
then.
is.
It's not the
It
Come
is
truth.
over
though.
here.
The
The truth.
reason why not only
Africans,
Black Americans are great, but
Africans,
America as a whole is great
how many
because we
Africans
stayed right
migrated to
here and we
America? Do you
invested
know?
right here.
Do you know there
We
are less than
created.
1
Hold
million
on,
Africans in
real quick,
America?
sis. Real quick. I just
Do
want to
you
say
know that?
one thing, then I'm gonna land. Chill out.
That's not
What,
true.
what I'm saying is this,
Okay, let
right?
me pull the stats
When
for you right
Africans, hold on, when Africans who say to me, Africans in America don't owe Blacks anything, you are disrespecting every one of my ancestors. They marched, they fought, they died, they bled, they got bit by dogs to create a space for me and you to eat. And you don't owe them nothing? That's disrespect.
Okay,
Flat out.
okay, okay. Let me
Flat
talk
out.
Can I
now.
can I say
It's
something? Can I say
literally
said
something?
that.
that
So
It's
simple.
if
my
you want
turn.
me
It's
The
to,
my
one
turn.
thing I said I was asking for from Africans was
It's,
respect.
it's my
That's
turn.
yes,
it.
It's my
but
turn.
So
when
I'm
you
Yeah.
say
saying in these
respect, how?
conversations, you
Dennis, control
disrespect
your
me
partner, please.
when you say you owe my ancestors nothing. And I'll land there.
Bro, let me talk. After vote was supposed to be me. Sometimes, I don't know how to put it, bro. Africans are not the only one in the United States. You have Polish, you have Germans, all of them there. I don't know why Africans have to be the one you create space for to come
The
over there.
point is,
Hold on, hold
Africans
on, hold on.
couldn't
Don't
be
cut me off.
here and
Hold on.
live because of
Hold
their
on, please.
skin color.
Hold
We
on,
got
hold
My
that,
on, hold
brother.
on.
No, no,
ancestors
no. We got
died
that.
Can I
to
Hold
speak?
on.
change that.
Can I speak?
Hold on.
That's
I
the
Can I
feel the
speak?
point.
same way about every
I wanted to
brother
clarify
Latino.
that
Brother
though.
Latino. I
No.
feel the
But
same
hold
way
on, Bobo.
about
I
hold on,
wanted to
brother. Let me say,
Stop.
clarify that
You be
specifically
talking
for
since, bro.
Africans.
Let me
For
finish.
Africans.
Let
brother.
me
To
You
your
finish.
just
question,
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm not into pro-black. I'm not into Pan-Africanism. You hear me? I don't give a damn about these two groups.
oh, we know. You made that
Hold on.
clear when you
So
spoke earlier.
let me round up. So let me finish. Whatever you call Pan-Africanism, you don't call it. Look, man, I showed Jonathan Miller my real estate. He saw it my Instagram. He hear my wife's voice.
Why are you here
I don't
then?
hold on. I don't give a damn.
Right,
I don't give a
sis.
damn. I don't
Right,
give a
sis.
damn. I don't give a damn what's called black love, no black love.
You're on
I
the
know
wrong
why he's
show
here.
then.
Hold on.
Opportunity,
So
sis.
I'm just
That's
here.
why.
I'm just here because some of them have never visited Africa. African people don't think about nothing about their own life.
No,
How
I
to make
think
their
you're
own
wrong.
life, how to make their money. They don't. You're not the one building their street for them
I
to
know
be
he's wrong, sis.
to be a city.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Hold
Africans,
on, you're on the wrong channel.
you're not the one building their street one by one to be a city.
Now,
They
sis,
build their
this is the
street to them.
African version of
For push,
FBA.
they build for
Are
no,
you
push
it's
the
not,
listening
bro.
people.
to it?
I,
No, bro. Not
I
at all,
totally
man.
agree.
Are you
You
No,
understand
it's
listening
me?
to
not.
it, sis?
No, it's
So
not.
I
if
agree.
so, what if I were to judge you
all
by
this
him?
so-called
I
Bro,
don't
oh,
Right.
judge
you came
you
to
by
space.
him. Yeah.
You weird, bro.
This guy called Volvo. This guy called Volvo. When he speaks, I just look at him. Volvo. If you knock on my gate, I will chase you out. I don't
See?
care.
Yes.
I would never see you to talk to you. You hear me? I will not talk to you. If
You
you
don't. I think Ola, you don't need to
You are
personalize it
suffering
like
from
that.
no,
We're
what
having
I'm
a
crackatosis,
saying
my
is no,
brother.
conversation.
because
You're going left
because
with this
You are
one,
suffering
please.
from crackatosis.
because they're
No.
personalizing
You
it.
You're
sound like
going
a
left.
MAGA
You're
member.
No,
personalizing it.
because they're personalizing it. I have to also let them
I don't
understand
think so. I
if
don't
you
think
Bro,
so. You're
listen to
not
what I'm
if
saying.
you
understanding
Listen
them.
to
personalize
what I'm
it,
saying.
bro.
At the end of the day,
Bro, the people that control you, she's the one cooking for me.
You
all
understand
this
me?
fantasy and
The
all
people
this
that
stuff,
control you, the people
all
that
this
oppress
fantasy
you,
this guy be coming
the
here
people
with.
that
And
oppress you
this
is
part
what
of the
cooking
problem
for me.
too.
You feel me?
To be
Your
honest with
oppressor,
you,
your
this the
oppressor is
average
the
African.
African.
You
Your
know, I'm
This
oppressor
the
is
pointing
the
you
average
like
African.
you
African.
got a
Hold
white
on, you
woman
don't
cooking for you,
represent. You
huh?
don't
He got
represent
a white
That's
woman
what
Africans.
you
cooking for him.
saying?
Your
Yeah,
oppressor,
yeah,
your
yeah, yeah.
oppressor is the one cooking for me. The
Go
one
ahead,
Hold
African.
on. We
You
don't.
got a
that
Hold
white
on,
woman
please.
cooking for you. I heard you.
you
I
hear me?
respect
The one
that.
that
Yeah.
And
control
let
you,
me
the one
say
that
this. No,
control
let
you,
me say this,
Hold
right?
on,
Let
you're
me
on
say
the
this,
is the
right?
one
wrong
cooking for me.
channel. We're
Goofy
here
ass.
about
Y'all
Let me
heard
black
him?
say this.
power. We're not
Y'all
here
heard him?
about that.
Let me
The
say
one
this.
that
I know.
control you,
Let
she
me say
cook
this.
for me. The
Listen.
one that control you, she cook for me. You got a
Yeah, the
white
one
woman
that
cooking
controls
for
the one
you,
And
huh?
cooking
so,
for me,
I
bro.
got.
hold on. How does that
I'm the
make you
superior,
feel?
I'm
Let
the
me ask
superior
you. Does
black.
it make you feel good? Does it make you
Yeah,
feel good?
because if
Yeah.
you
Is
want to talk
is
about
that the way you
superiority,
fight?
if you want to talk about superiority, I'm far superior than you because
Where,
you see
where's the white
the one
woman
you
from
scared
that's
of,
cooking
the
for
one
you?
you scared of is
Where's
the
she
one cooking
from?
for me.
Where's she from?
The one you scared
All
of,
right.
the
So
one you scared of is the
you
one cooking for me.
superior
Where's she
because
from?
a white woman
What
cooks for
country is
you?
she from? How did
Hmm?
she get in
You
Africa?
serious?
How did this white woman
The
get in
one,
Africa? What
the
country
one
did
you
she come
scared
from?
of, the one you scared of is the one cooking for me right now,
Man, he
making me
capping, man.
smart,
Come on, man.
But to
making me
me,
well known
Hey,
for
hey,
Black
yo,
values.
hey, that's
that's a
not
weak.
his
That's
photo.
a
That's
weak
not his
story,
car.
please.
That's not his car. That's an Instagram
Hold,
photo.
hold on.
Who,
Hold
what,
on.
Yeah,
what?
You
so
couldn't
See,
get
hold on,
you
hold on,
couldn't
hold on,
get
you
hold
got
on,
a
Google.
black
hold on,
What
woman
you
hold
to
know?
on.
We got
take you
Google. We
on.
can do a reverse image.
I just put look.
We can do a
I just
reverse
changed to my
image.
latest. Hold on. I just changed to my latest Jaguar. You see it by tomorrow. Okay? I just change it right now.
We can do
No,
a reverse image
Listen, listen.
search.
Hold on, hold
You
on,
see,
hold on, hold
In
on. I
you
think
see
America,
the
we
you're
same house.
call that
turning
cat.
Okay, you see
potential,
the same
please.
house. You see the same house.
Stop
You
the
see
cat.
everything. I just changed this one right now. It will
Hold
change.
on,
Don't worry.
please.
You see the same house. You see everything.
Listen. This, to me
And this the
personally,
problem,
as an
Ron.
African woman, I think that the reason you come here and try to brag about the white woman
There's no
cooking for you is
Pan-African.
because you're a woman.
Africa does not believe in Pan-Africanism like that. We believe to survive,
Well, I
to
am an
enjoy life.
African and I believe it. And I'm here with a group of
I'm not
lots of
talking
people
about.
who are
Let me
I'm
say
not
this,
talking
Pan-African.
right?
about
You
Pan-African.
are a Nigerian man who has low self-esteem and
No,
Let me
because
say
of
this.
I have a very high
yes, you
self-esteem.
do.
I have a
Let
very
me
Low
high
say this, right?
self-esteem.
Let me say
My
this.
self-esteem.
Can I
self-esteem,
say
my
this?
self-esteem
Think
is
you
very
must
big.
have a white woman.
Can I say
So
this?
you're
Don't,
bragging about the white
look,
woman. You have very
they
low
cannot help you.
self-esteem.
They
Johnny,
cannot
You
help
man,
you. You have
Johnny,
to
masquerade
help
Johnny,
yourself.
yourself
Johnny,
by
Johnny.
saying that you're
See, and this the
Why can
problem
people
right
that
here.
cannot
you
help you?
do.
They
This
You
the
cannot
have
help you. They
very
problem.
cannot
low
help you.
self-esteem. You because if you didn't have low, no, you
Man,
do.
No. No,
Telling you
it's not.
that
And
take you
now,
from
I
an
and
have
how
a
you
very
say
African
high
it,
woman. You have
Roca?
low
self-esteem. I have
Roca?
a
How
very
self-esteem.
you
high
we
say that,
now
self-esteem.
Roca?
That's why I
return to
live large.
Diary of
You
the
How
know,
you
I have
say
a
it,
very
Master
high
Roca?
self-esteem.
on
Not
How you say her
yes.
on
name?
What
Dynasty
is the
Kings.
point? What is the
People that
point? Why
cannot help,
should you
people that
tell
cannot
us?
help themselves. You
Should
want
you
them to come and
tell
help
us?
you. People that cannot
No,
help
but
themselves. You want them
listen.
to come and help you. To help
Let
you
me
to do
ask you a
what?
question. Why then do you have to tell us that
What,
the woman cooking for you is
what would
white?
they
It's
help you
because
for?
you
What would they
feel
help you
so
for?
you
Can they
feel
help
so
themselves?
elevated because you have a white woman cooking for you.
I live
White
large.
woman
I
who
live
is
large because the white
she's
people are far
not.
more
She's
superior than
just a
them.
woman. She's
The
still
white
got the
people are far
same.
My
more superior than
sister,
them.
my
Let's scared of the
sister,
white people.
I
They're
find
my
scared
that
of
very
sister,
them.
offensive, by the way.
You
my
scared of
And
the
sister.
white
and
He
man.
here's
is
the
Hey,
thing, right?
suffering.
Here's the thing, right?
He
Here's the
is
thing.
suffering from
You know, you
crackatosis.
scared of the white
Man,
man. You
listen,
scared of the
bro.
white
Before we
woman.
start, listen. Here's the thing. This is the
You
problem
scared
with
of
the
them.
you
Pan
probably
Africanist
got
thing.
the ugliest of them
Scared of
Here's
anyway.
the
them.
problem with the Pan Africanist thing. Every
No
time you
Pan
go in one of these
Africanism.
circles and you start trying to have a real conversation,
You
trolls
scared?
come out. That tells me that
That's
it can
what
only
I'm
be
trying
about
to tell.
it's never a logical conversation.
Help
It's
yourself
always
first.
going
You
to
have
be
to
some
help
shit like
yourself.
this.
You can talk
That's
about
No,
Africa.
that's
You
why I
help
just use
yourself.
shit
Basil,
as
people like
entertainment.
Ola
Because
are
you
the,
never
the other side
every single
of the
Pan
coin.
African space you go in is always turned into a troll space.
I don't,
Always.
no. Oh, it's not that you can say the same about the FBA people too.
No, we
It's
have real conversations.
yeah.
We have real
No,
conversations.
you
I'm
go
in the real
and
conversations.
you
this
talk
is what
about
they
too
make
much.
fun of
I'm in the
Africans
real
and
Can you help
South
yourself?
conversations.
Help
I'm in
yourself.
the real conversations.
Can you help
I'm
yourself?
there.
Bobo,
That's
can
not
you help
me.
yourself? How many
A
jobs have you created,
conversation with you,
Bobo?
someone
How many
who's
jobs have you
going
created,
south with
Bobo?
this. I'm trying to answer questions for you, trying to tell you why and how the African continent hasn't moved on. It's not so much the Africans don't know what the
Africa have
plan
moved
is.
on. Africa have moved on. Forget about all
Well,
this.
please,
Africa have moved on.
let's playing games.
Stuck on your
Let's stop
place,
playing games,
if you
sir.
want to
When
stay,
do we get
that's
to a
your
serious
problem. Africa have
conversation?
moved on.
Hola,
When do you get
Africans
to a
have not
serious
moved on
conversation?
No,
because if
because
they
once Africa
did,
doesn't move on,
then your
Africa have moved on.
Nigerians will not be moving into America sitting out. I've lived in
But
Nigeria.
here's
I
the
lived in
thing, right?
Ibadan, by the way. So explain. We're trying to
If
be
you go, if
honest
you go
here.
to
No,
America,
I'm
if you
seeing the
go to America, that's
Nigerians.
your own choice.
I'm seeing the Nigerians starting to die
He's
here.
just lying. He's
Die
just
in
If you
lying.
America.
go to America,
They're
that's your own
dying in
choice.
America.
The
They're
guy
not
is
going
just
If you go
back.
to
lying.
America,
He's
that's your
They're
not
own
not
being
choice.
building.
honest. He's just
And
not being
why,
honest.
I
and why
know
people not to
Nigerians
Nigeria?
on
And
that's
why people not
old.
to
That's
Nigeria?
old men. I know an old man
And why
Nigerian
people
right
not to
now.
Nigeria?
He's an old man. He's not
Listen,
never going back
I
What
to
are
live
white
Africa.
in
people doing in
Ibadan.
Nigeria?
I've been there. I've
He's
been in
not.
Abuja. I've
Okay,
been in Lagos. My home
what
is
I
in
are white
believe
people
Ikeja.
him.
doing in
Stop
He's
Nigeria?
not
lying.
never
I
going
think
back
you
to
What
gotta
Africa.
what are white
find
people
Lying.
doing
You're
white
in
lying.
people.
Nigeria? What are white people doing
Who
in
lying?
Nigeria?
Me?
What
I
what
can't
He's
are
do
white
that.
lying.
people doing in
Ola is
Nigeria?
lying. No. Vovo, you're
Hold
trying
on.
to
Hey, yo,
understand.
sis, that's the
Ola
one
is
part of
lying.
Pan-African that I still held on to, right? I owe it to my ancestors to
Let me
build a
tell you
black
something.
family with a
Come here,
black woman,
people
right?
come
So
here,
I
people
still
come here, help
held on to
themselves.
that.
They're talking
Just give
about
me
down
that
about
credit,
Africa.
sis.
People like
You never
Ola
been to
don't
Africa. You never been
represent
to
the
Africa.
majority.
The
He's just
majority of
ignorant.
Africans, if they get a
Help
chance to
yourself
get,
first
they're
before you
over
start
there
talking
trying to
about
get into
Africa.
politics in other countries. They building
Please
businesses in other countries.
look at
They're
this guy
sending
talking
their
about
kids to
Africa. You
school in
look
other
weird. You
countries.
look hungry.
They're
You look
not
people
doing
that
none of
someone that
that.
is talking.
Trying to go back to
Ola,
African
talk
shit.
to me. The African, talk to me. Leave them alone. Talk to the African woman.
No,
I'm
I'm
sitting here in
saying
Accra,
no. What
Ghana.
I'm saying is that you
Talk to
rare.
me.
What
You're
I'm saying is
lying.
that you
You're
rare.
just
You're saying
supposing.
you're in Africa. See, it's a disingenuous argument every time. You
No,
know what I'm saying
Who?
is
why I'm talking?
ain't
Why I'm
nobody trying
talking?
to go back to
Why I'm
Yeah?
Africa.
talking to them because they can't even help
Hey, if
themselves.
that's the case,
You
they
can't even
should
help
get their
yourself.
degree
You have no
and go
credit.
straight back.
Even the
There's
US,
work to do.
you don't have credit loan. You don't have nothing.
And do you
Down in
have
Africa,
credit in Nigeria? Do you? You should stop lying. I don't like that. Let's be honest.
yeah,
Let's just have an honest
come.
conversation.
We buy cars cash. We build us cash.
So
We
what?
need cash.
Oh
Many
man,
Nigerians can afford that, sir. How many?
So
How
Ola,
many
look,
Nigerians
you
can?
see,
You're not
you
having
see,
a real conversation with the
you see,
guy.
we live in large. We live in large.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
living
people are
life.
poor.
Yeah, that's
You're
the
People are
not
poor.
African
living
motto.
large. You are
That's the
not
You know what
living
I mean?
large.
Coming
all
up
over Africa.
on
They
the
live in
next
life. They ain't got time to go
Diaries
back over
of a
there.
Diaspora.
Hold on. Do
Hola.
you want to hear my wife's
See,
voice?
Nigerians
here's
on
the
the
thing that y'all
streets
haven't.
Hold
Y'all
in this
got
country,
survivor's
they're
remorse.
hungry.
Y'all
Do you want
got
to hear my
survivor's
voice?
remorse.
Do you
Listen,
want to hear my wife's voice? Do you want to hear
Bobo,
my wife's voice?
Bobo,
Y'all have
to
survivor's
Nonsense.
remorse.
Ola.
People be talking
Y'all have
nonsense, man.
survivor's
Nigerians on the
remorse.
street saying they're hungry. Nigerians, a big country like Nigeria, you have people on the streets just of last week going over to the Tinubu government protesting and saying they're hungry. They can't afford food. People are dying when they're giving free donations of rice. And stop it. She is bad.
See, hold
Nigerians
on,
are
hold on, hold on, hold
of
on,
the
hold on, hold on.
largest problem.
Hold
You
on, hold
might
on.
be doing well, but that's the
Hold on.
end. You
Okay,
should not lie.
let me
Be
tell you
well
something.
too.
Okay, let me
Don't
tell you
tell me
something.
nothing.
In those Nigerians you saw wherever protesting or politics, wherever, are they calling Black Americans to come and help them? I'm asking you
That's
that.
not the point. It's not
So
the
no,
point.
are they
The
calling
point
Black
is
Americans to
the
come and help them?
truth.
Why they say that the Black Americans
Listen,
they have
Pan-Africans
to
have
come and
not
help
asked
Africa?
Africans to come and help them. They're saying that we don't support them in the Pan-African struggle. Here, there's some of truth to that, but I think the only way people can understand
Keep
is
that
to have
Pan-Africanism
an
in
honest
America. You will never
conversation
stay in
about
Africa.
the African situation. Because
See,
you want to pose, you want to give them an
it's not
impression,
about
oh, I
pause.
don't
They
need you.
want to bring
That's just lie.
Africa down. They continue talking down on Africa. I just wanted to know.
All of
Not
them, not all
everybody.
of them. The
I'm not
I
buying
people
that
who
came
from
up
you
don't
here to
guys.
have
know,
an
not
honest
all of them.
conversation.
Bro,
I came here to
I'm
have
not
an
buying
All of
honest
that
them.
from
conversation.
nobody, man. I'm not buying
I
that from
started
nobody.
off saying before we start trolling. I said that when I came here. I said before we start trolling.
Not
You
all
said
of
let
them.
me go at the
Because you're
Bobo.
piece of shit.
Let me go
Don't
at the Bobo because you were looking for that.
No,
You were
because
looking
you're
for
a
that.
piece of shit. You got no shit. You got
You
nothing.
hurt, bro. You hurt. You
You
just
got
hurt.
nothing, bro.
You hurt.
Because when I
You
look
hurt.
at
Your
you,
feelings is hurt.
you got nothing.
He
You
said,
got
"Come at me, bro."
You
yeah.
got
That's it. He
nothing.
was looking for that. Huh?
Man, guys are being so
Listen, I
silly.
think that
man,
Ola
this is
is just
wild.
triggered. I don't
Yeah,
think
he
Ola
triggered.
is
He
being,
hurt.
No,
he's
because
not genius.
because you talk it down of Africa, you talk it down. This go here, go there. I
No,
just
you
look at it
talking
like,
down on
who is
Ronald,
I
this
Africa.
didn't
guy?
talk down on Africa. I said
You
when
was
I
talking
came up
down on
here,
Africa. You
when
said
I came up here, bro.
the woman that rule you, that is the
Man,
woman
hold
that
on, bro.
sleep
Before you
with
start
me.
trolling, bro, you
That's what you
drinking.
said.
Listen,
You
that was
talk
listen.
very
down on
When
rude, by
I
Africa.
the
came
way.
up
That
here,
was so disgusting
when
to
I
me.
came up here, I said the white man ain't gonna save Africa. The Chinese man, the Arab, Pan-African,
Yeah,
that's the African gotta
It's
save
not
Africa.
about the white man. It's
That's
not about
talking
the
down
white
on
man. Every
Africa.
time
Yeah,
you
come
come
on.
here,
How low is the bar now?
I just think he's just onto something because you didn't say anything. I heard you say that you didn't really understand why Africa has not been able to progress. And I was trying to explain to you.
Yeah, we was having a conversation. Then this guy came in on some weirdo shit.
Toward this.
All right, bro, you
they-
rich,
they
you a
also
rich
went
African,
to
whatever you doing, you got a Jaguar.
No,
Whatever.
no, no. Africa has progressed. How far has Africa progressed? I'm here in Accra, Ghana, and time I walk on the streets, I'm complaining. How come we don't have gutters? We don't have sanitation. We don't have good roads. It's the truth. We have to lay it out and we have to understand why we are in that condition. Once you do that, you can move forward. I'm not going to fake. I don't live like that. I live
Are they
in a
building?
very
Hold
well,
on.
but you
Okay,
have to
is
be
Black
honest.
America building the gutter for them? Are they not
Leave him
building
alone,
it
man.
themselves? You
Leave
say
him
you live in
alone.
Accra.
Listen
You
to
live
what,
in
Nigerian,
Ghana.
man.
listen to what I'm saying.
Who's building it for them?
Yeah,
Are
man.
they
He's
not
a
doing it by
Nigerian, man.
themselves?
Leave him alone.
They're doing it by themselves. People
Once
in
a
Africa
while,
are not thinking about Black America. People in
once a
Africa
while,
are
You,
not
you,
why you
I
doing
think
it like that.
you just are caught up in your white woman cooking for you. You are not willing to
he's a
listen and
Nigerian, man.
understand what the
Once
people
a
are
while,
talking
things
about.
happen.
That's very,
Because
very shameful.
he's talking down on
Hey, yo,
Africa. I just
Vovo,
want
you
to know
knew it too. You
your
said
white
once he
supremacists,
leave.
your white
Can I
supremacists
add
said that
something to the
it's one
can
Yeah,
I
Yes,
add
Ali, I
yes,
said,
something?
yes.
once
I'm going to be
Ali
quiet.
said,
Let's go.
come on, man, I'm going down
I'll
this, please,
come back
bro.
when Ola
Already,
is gone. Let
look,
somebody else speak.
Can I
usually
add
Bobo,
something?
people look at Bobo as a troll, but really,
Can I
I start trolling when y'all start trolling. I don't have to troll. I can
can
just tell
I
the truth.
can I say something because it was very interesting, different point of views. Um,
Sister, go ahead.
I definitely feel like you know, it's not as if we don't want to develop. There's just so many different systems and structures that makes things quite difficult because you have the World Trade Organization that puts all these laws and things and like different hoops that Africa has to jump through. So it's not easy for me to grow my tomatoes in my country and sell it to the European market because they won't allow it, but they're able to dump their nonsense GMO stuff into my country. There is rules that you have to play even within the economical system. The Europeans have set the rules, which a lot of people here might not know because they don't study economics. So you can't just grow things in Africa and just come and sell them into Europe. It doesn't work like that. They've set the rules where they get to dump things into your country, so then you can't develop your industry. That's why you have the World Trade Organization. Who's in charge of that? Europeans and Americans. And it's only because China's there that's able to push back on them. Yeah. So when people say, oh, why aren't you guys doing anything with this? Because you guys don't know how real life economics, how these people run the
No, we
system.
do know. We do
You
know.
don't
And
know
my
because then
only
you won't be asking
we do
questions like,
know, and
why
my
are you
only
not doing
response to
anything?
you, is you're upset with me for basking in the glory of it. I'm upset with you for letting them take it. Now we just leave it there.
No, hold on,
Okay,
bro.
okay, but let
No,
me say something. Let me say
my
something
issue
to
with
support.
my only issue is that you're not honest. So you guys are acquiescing to the system. You know the system is evil and you are acquiescing. That's not a good thing.
You guys are acquiescing
Let me,
too.
bro. God damn.
Your leaders are signing deals with these companies. Y'all are acquiescing as well.
A lot of
So
them
it ain't
don't
making.
have a choice. You either you sign
So
the deal
now the
or they
question
delete you.
becomes,
You
who
sign the
really
deal or
needs
they
to fix
delete
their
you. These
situation?
Africans,
Because I
they
don't.
don't sell it because they want to. They are under threats.
Listen,
Yeah, and
man.
also one of the things they don't
The worst
understand is
city
that
in America has those things that you said the people of Ghana complain about, right? The gutters, the roads. The worst cities in America have that. So,
Mississippi has that too.
we're fighting a different fight. Like if we're not in accord, good luck to you. You get what I'm
But
saying? But
but
you
the
can't
point is
judge my
this.
position in my fight. Like I'm all right over
Well,
here.
the fight is the same. You don't understand. The fight is the same. It's different in different
It is
environments, but the
clearly
same
not,
thing.
ma'am.
It is because
If the
if you
fight was the same, we would be agreeing more and strategizing. We're
the
not
only
doing that.
reason
The
the
fight,
reason is because there
sis,
are people
the
like
fight
you
is right
who
Man,
don't
can I
want
here.
to
say something?
believe.
Hold on. This is the
Let
fight
me say something
between you and
about
I.
the fight. Is the
So
same or it's
so
not the
for
same?
me personally, I just want to explain. For me personally, that's why I've thrown away the Pan-African flag. Because to me now, the fight has become right here between me and you, and that's not a fight I want to fight. So I'm out of it. I'm gonna go play
Bro,
golf
bro, I
on
want to ask you
Saturday.
something. Have you
You
ever
and
see,
been to Africa?
that's
I'm gonna mind my
wonderful.
business.
Bro, have
And
you
you
ever been to
know,
Africa? Have you
so
ever been to
God
Africa?
bless your soul for that. I don't think that
Have
the
you ever been
point
to
we're
Africa?
making as Africans is that those who will work with us, we will work with them. People like you who want to retire, fine, retire. Because at the end of the day, it is Africans themselves who will do the heavy lifting. And many of you who are on the outside will help as Pan-Africanists or will not help. But the point we're trying to make is not that Africans are incapable or don't understand what's going on. We do. And like the sister said, it's not just lip service saying that we're prevented. Let me give you classic
Wait. Before you
examples.
give the numbers, real quick, I just want to say something though.
Oh man.
I am the American child of Pan-Africanism, and I'm telling you, right? If you believe there's anything left over here, right? It's hard for me to hold on to the Pan-Africanism that I have. There's a festering sore that's spreading like
Bro, I
wildfire.
want to ask you something. Sometimes you
So if
cut.
you
What do
still
you want us
believe,
to do?
so if
You've
you
said it and we
hold on,
wish you
if you
well.
still believe that that Pan-African base that raised me still exists in America today, sis, unfortunately, I have to share
Not
with you that is
not to
not the
raise you.
case.
Not to
But
It's the
raise
sis,
you.
case in my house,
bro, but you're
but it's
wrong
not the
because I
case
see it
outside.
every day. Every single day. I'm here in Ghana. I am on the
Okay,
African American Council.
Man,
Every
man,
single
can
day
somebody
we're
else talk?
okay.
hundreds of Americans here. So what are you
I'm
Can
on the
talking
somebody
about?
talk?
streets in America,
Can
sis.
somebody else
I'm
talk? Can
on the
somebody else
streets of
talk?
Baltimore.
I
I'm
don't
on
want
the
to start
streets of
shouting. Can somebody else
DC.
talk?
I'm
Can
on the
somebody else talk,
streets of
please?
New York.
Yeah, can somebody else talk, man?
Can somebody else
Okay,
talk?
bye.
Look, Africa is doing well. Except those are begging for handouts for Black Americans, they will be complaining, "Oh, help Africa! Come, let's work together." I don't see why we work with. If you want to work with me,
Right.
I'll work with you.
Now here's
If
the
you
problem, sis.
hold on,
Bro,
hold
Why
on,
you
hold
just
on, hold on,
let
blaming
it
listen,
me?
go.
hold on,
God
hold on,
damn.
He said he got it. Why you
hold
blaming
on,
me? Why
hold
you
on,
worried about Black Americans
hold on,
participating in things?
because here,
He's your problem. Right
here,
there.
with
It's
SRC
right
talk
there in
here,
Nigeria, sis.
hold on,
And I'm gonna
hold
let
on,
him finish telling you that.
hold on. With SRC hear it talk here that you have to come and help. Do you know how big, let me say, Nigeria is? There are no poor people in America, right? There are poor people in America. There are poor people everywhere.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna worry about them.
Man, shut up, bro. God damn.
So don't let nobody fool you that you can come to Africa, that you meet a lot of poor people, you be sharing hamburger, cheese, like that. No. Some of
It
us
depends
Africans
on where
do
you
pretty.
go.
Hold on. Some of us Africans are doing pretty well for ourselves. We don't think about what is around us or your clique or your business partners. We have cousins. We have a extended family. We also give helping hands to. We pay school fees. We feed our grandmothers. We feed our mothers.
What about the rest of them?
So we don't think. Do
You don't think about the rest of
are you
them.
feeding? Are you feeding
What
the
about
rest
the
poor people?
rest of
No.
Africa?
No. Are you feeding the rest poor people in
Hold on.
America?
There's a lot
Are
of
you
things
feeding
that's
the
wrong
rest
with
poor people
Africa,
in
man.
America? No. People have to struggle. People have to look for business. People have to do other things to survive.
So you're telling sis and all those other countries pull
So
themselves
don't
up by
come
their
here.
bootstraps,
Don't
right?
come here. You say you're playing
That would
golf.
be called the
Hold on. I heard you.
conservative
I heard you
Black
say you play. Have
American,
you been
right?
to Africa? Have you been to
I
Africa?
understand your argument.
Have you been to Africa? Have you been to Africa?
Yes, I've been to
Where?
Accra in Ghana. Yes,
When?
this
When
was
you
3
came to
years
Accra.
ago. 3
Okay, when
years
you
ago.
came to Accra, don't you walk to the rich neighborhoods? Don't you walk to the other people? Don't you see how silent they are over there? Don't you see the way they roll?
My
Or who
brother,
do you see in Accra when you came to
nobody
Let
is
Accra?
me say this, right?
arguing that there
Let
aren't
me say this, right?
Africans doing well. The
This is what I'm
Africans
saying.
that are doing well are
No,
not the problem. We're talking about the people that sister is talking to, the rest of the country. You
let
would
me
be
say this.
considered, you know who Jason Whitlock is?
Oh my God. Bro, you going into all types of other shit. Listen,
Like,
that's the problem with this whole conversation. Y'all in
all right,
denial.
Bobo, go ahead.
Y'all are in denial. Y'all want to act like, oh no, it's all good. I mean, but if you want to act like that, it's cool. I mean, it's really just nothing. You ain't saying nothing. The whole
No,
conversation
Bobo,
around
he's
Africa
good.
is always a bunch of lies and a bunch of a bunch of deflecting and a bunch of. That's why
Man,
this will never be a
you
serious
Bobo,
want
he is
conversation.
African.
not lying.
You
He is good.
Last point.
you
Got a
want
white woman.
Africa to come and
Pan
beg
I
on you
believe him.
knees,
Africanism,
man. Forget it.
Pan Africanism is that's a old way of thinking. This 2025. If you still thinking like that, you're gonna get left behind again.
Pan-Africa never
It's not
exists in
gonna work.
Africa. I'm from Nigeria. Pan-Africa never exists in Africa. There's nothing like Pan-Africanism in Africa.
It never existed to Jason Whitlock either. I know. I
I'll be straight to you. It might be in a Lusho can exist in Ghana.
I know exactly who you are in America. I know exactly who you are in America.
So I don't know what
Mr. Ola.
You may not be exposed to it as an
Ola.
ideology. Maybe you didn't have the exposure, but it is existing because all the independence movements that in Africa came from Pan-Africanism.
Tell
all
me
the
about,
independence movements.
Tell me about what's going on right now, 2025, on the streets of Nigeria, Pan-Africanism.
Okay, let me tell you what is going on.
Let her tell us. Let me tell you what is going on.
I'm in Nigeria, I'm in Ghana. Okay, I'm in Nigeria, I'm in Ghana.
No, tell me about this. Explain this to me.
Let me tell you what is going on the street.
Can I update on Pan-African? What's happening on the ground in Africa?
I'll tell her.
I can add to it. I think Ola's said enough that he doesn't see it. But in Africa right now, can I just speak? In Africa right now, you have 3 countries, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, that are actually demonstrating how Pan-Africanism can work really well. So if you haven't, if you got Google, you can check on your phones and you can watch YouTube videos. This is on the ground. It's happening. It's happening right now on the ground. So I know a lot of you guys don't know. I know a lot of you guys don't really have an interest in Africa apart from being online. But when you're on the ground, you see this.
It's a bunch of symbolism. Nothing ain't been done yet. Nothing ain't been
no, there's loads of things. There's loads of things that have been done. They've got a passport. They've got a flag.
The Africa Free Trade Agreement. I told you about that. That's the Pan-African movement. The African Free Trade Agreement.
We've already seen coups, and we've seen coups every month in Africa. There's a new coup. So
those coups are sponsored by the West, by the way. The coups are sponsored by your government. So please tell them to stop. Tell them to stop.
What's wrong with the coups? What's wrong with the coups if the coups are popular?
Nothing. What I'm saying is that
those states are a deterrent because if
nothing wrong with the coup, nothing. Listen, listen.
Sure.
I said we already seen this already. We already seen the coup. We've been seeing coups
all
the time.
The coups that are sponsored by your government. So why don't you tell them to stop then, so we can focus on moving our so we can make our Pan-Africanism flourish. What are you doing, Bobo, to make the coups stop from your end?
Tell your government.
No, tell your government. They're the ones that are doing it. So you're not doing anything.
Tell your government to stop participating.
No, tell your government stop participating.
For you to sell out.
No. Tell the government. Tell your government not to do that because you've got power there.
Let me ask you, Vovo Rand, what could African Americans do in California when the Black Caucus pulled the rug under their feet when they were going for the reparations discussion? It was the Black Caucus that said no, this will not go to the vote. What did the people do? Telling you that power structure is in the hands of the Caucasians.
You asked me a question. We couldn't do nothing at that point, but now we know who they is. They name Mud out here. They name is Mud. They traitors. They will always be traitors. Anytime they're
so they said that you have sellouts in your own community. Okay.
Anytime their name
tell them to stop selling out as well, so you can get your reparations.
You know those people also and name them? Do you think Africans are just lying down, just letting people walk over us? Did you see the results of the elections in Ghana? Did you see how it was won? It was a landslide that got the government one out.
You ask those, like, how many questions are you asking? You asking not you just.
I'm just popping them at you so that you can answer this one.
But how many do you just keep asking them? Like, is it like an endless flow of questions, or like, are we having a conversation?
Okay, answer the ones in front of you now.
Which one?
I want you to tell me about what happened in Ghana when they had the elections this time around. What happened
to it? I haven't been paying attention.
Okay. What have you been? Okay, tell me about what you pay attention to in Africa. What do you know that because you see,
doesn't look like you have a lot of 3 countries that said they're gonna get together and all that.
They've already done so. They've done so. So what else? What else? Tell me the things that make you think Africans are
I
not
can't
doing
tell you
great.
nothing. You just because you're so triggered
I
that you won't even
I
you
understand
can't
this guy,
really.
Vovo. Let me just let you know,
Hey,
right?
well, guys, real quick. Sorry, I'm cooking dinner for Mansa, but I'm back. Guys, hit the like button again. Please hit the like button. Also, make sure you share and subscribe. But again, please hit that like button. All right, I'm almost done with dinner.
Vovo, let me just tell you this. I understand you. There's no Africa begging for no handout. I think you have a wrong picture because might see some Africans on YouTube asking for books, pencil, contribute to all this shit. All Africans are not like that.
Let me say this. Okay, now let's stay right there with that point. I'm gonna go fast, y'all. I know y'all triggered. Y'all is begging for handouts. Whenever you need Red Cross rice and they got to drop rice and you need USA aid and all that instead of selling the stuff that's coming out the ground, you need aid. Why would Africa need aid?
Where's that? Which
all
country?
over Africa gets aid.
We send aid to you. That's our resources. So you get aid from us, which is worth billions, by the way.
Africa
has
54 countries. That's what you have to tell yourself to cope with.
No, it's the truth.
What part
it's
of
the truth.
Africa are we talking about?
Let's our aid to you. Let's see how you're going to manage.
That's what you have to tell yourself, ma'am.
You don't understand how the world works.
Vovo, don't let nobody. Vovo, don't be fooled. Most Africans are living good. Some of them want to come to. Hold on. Some of them want to come to United States, but not everybody.
You do know Africans
You
got
keep
cell phones,
saying
right?
Africans. There's 54
You
countries.
do know Africans
Which
got
country
cell
And
are we
phones,
look,
right?
and
talking
I was
about?
gonna go deeper than that. Most Nigerians aren't living good.
Right.
The ones around you are. I believe you when you say that. I believe the white woman, the whole 9 yards. Right?
You know, so
But-
don't let anybody fool you.
Like
Hold on,
Nigeria is very
that's what I'm
much
saying.
like the
Let's talk
African
for
New
real.
York.
Let's talk to see this fairy tale stuff. They got cell phones. They film their day every day. They film their day. We can see the mud huts.
Nigeria is much like the African New York, right? There are many blacks in New York that are doing extremely well, right?
But we talking
But
about a
there's
fantasy land
also
right
the
now.
Bronx,
What we
where a
talking
lot
about?
of blacks are starving.
No, we talking
Hold
about
on.
a fantasy
Ghana
land right
is
now.
more
There's
like
54
the
countries. Not
African
everybody's living in a mud hut.
Atlanta. There's a
no
Name
lot of
countries.
black
starving?
progress. All right, I'm gonna chill.
Ain't
Which
no
countries
black
are
people
you talking
starving
about?
right now. If you fall out of the sky in the middle of America, butt naked, within 1 hour, you gonna have clothes on your back somewhere
Because you
warm
have
to
a
sleep.
welfare state. You have a welfare state, so you don't fall
Not
for
true
war.
at all. If
You have a welfare state.
That's not true.
Sponsored by other
If you
people's
fall in the
guilty.
middle
You
of
have a
Appalachia,
welfare
Virginia,
state
you're screwed.
sponsored by million from abroad. Okay, enjoy.
Then we got African Americans in the chat who have never been
Take care of the
outside
ones that
before.
can't take care of themselves. That's
If you're
what
in
the
the
first world
boondocks, no
country
one's
do.
going to help you. If you are in the country of Georgia, in the country of Alabama, and the country of West Virginia, ain't nobody going to help you. I don't know what you're talking
That's
about.
not true.
And you keep saying Africa.
That's
There's
just not
54
true.
countries in Africa. Which country are you
That's
talking about?
just not true.
It's absolutely true. We
Anywhere
can
in
look it up.
Alabama,
We can
if
look it
you
up on right now.
if you bust a tire, you call 911 and say I'm standing on the side of the road. And the police, they're gonna make big lights and everything. They're gonna shut down the whole shit just for you, just to come and rescue you. If you fall out in the middle of the if Volvo rats fall out right now, I can pick up one of these.
That's because you
and
live
say,
in a city.
I'm sick,
If
and
you
there's gonna
live
be
in
some
the
people at my
country,
door, and they're
or if
gonna
you live
come
in a
drag me
bad
out of here and
neighborhood,
take me
you will
to
not
the
get
hospital,
immediate service.
and I'm gonna get the best medicine in the world.
Yeah, that's a fantasy. We keep talking about a fantasy.
Volvo
If
is
you live in
blatantly
the country,
lying.
or if you live in a
Volvo's
really
gonna
bad
get a
neighborhood,
bill. Volvo's gonna get a
emergency
medical
services do
bill
not
that's
work
gonna
as
make
well.
him
Like,
sell
can
his
we talk
house.
about this in reality?
Don't even worry about it. Y'all unreasonable, and that's why Africa gonna be in the condition that is in. Y'all being completely.
Volvo, you are lying through your teeth. You know darn well there's plenty of places in America where people are starving. They have nowhere to live. They have no clothes on their back. New York City,
Where?
all over
Cleveland,
New York City,
Ohio,
for
where you're
one.
from.
Where? New York City.
New York
Pennsylvania,
City,
there's a whole
LA,
street people live. There's a whole
Orlando,
street in America people living in
Houston,
tents
St.
with
Louis,
Phoenix.
Oh
Baltimore,
yeah,
I'll send you the
you
link.
ever heard of Skid Row?
Philly.
You ever heard of
There's
Skid
homeless
Row?
people in every major
Have
city.
you
What
ever
are we
heard of
talking
Skid Row?
about?
Everybody on Skid Row wanna be out there. Everybody
Keep
on Skid
telling
Row got
yourself
drug
that.
problems,
Yeah, you just
or they
making
got
it.
mental
That was a
illness.
nothing burger. You did not
Anywhere,
bring up a main
Exactly.
point. We just named a
in
bunch of places
America,
with
if
homeless
you're
people.
homeless, you can go to the police station right now. The police
LA
will
got
escort
homeless
you to
cities.
a homeless shelter, They will take you to a homeless shelter. They're going
What
to
are you
feed you.
talking about? A homeless centers
But see, this is
are
the problem with
packed. They're
FBA.
overrun.
They
There are plenty of
focus
people without
on
a
putting
place to
bashing
live.
Africans, not focusing on
Yeah,
how to
y'all ain't
better
gonna make
African
it. Don't even
America.
worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Send all that. We'll show you what to do with it. We'll send all that gold and all that stuff up. Just send over here. Never mind. Y'all completely unreasonable.
We, Volvo,
Y'all
who is
completely
we?
unreasonable.
You seem to believe that you have some type of power in America that you do
Don't
not
worry about
have.
it.
Who is
Don't even worry
we?
about it.
Because
Don't even worry.
listen, the Africans are not sending the gold over here, but the white Europeans, the white men that exist in Europe and that exist in America have been taken out of Africa for centuries, and you have not benefited from it. So what do you mean we can do with it? You're not gonna know what to do with it. Don't speak like that.
Okay.
Volvo, what are we gonna
Well,
talk about the
whatever.
white
These
people?
people are completely unreasonable. They
You
just
that is
trigger
speaking, you're
and
the
they
one
feelings
begging
hurt.
him to come and
I'm
help you.
talking for real.
I hear
You all
here
I'm giving you
people
the
are begging
medicine,
you to
and the
come and help
medicine is nasty. We
Hold on,
haven't benefited from it.
Volvo,
We haven't
Volvo,
benefited from it. You don't
Volvo,
see Black Americans
Volvo,
living in
Volvo,
even in the
look,
projects. I grew
Volvo,
up in the projects. We
Volvo,
had
I
2
don't blame you.
bathrooms in our house in the projects, upstairs, downstairs. Right now, they rebuilding all the projects in my city. It's solar panels on the project.
Yeah, bro. This dude is talking about a fantasy. I'm not even sure if he grew up in the projects.
What are y'all talking
Let
about?
Volvo speak. You know what
He
Volvo
actually
speaking
is
now?
talking
He
about the
grew up in the
projects like
projects.
it's
That's why he
luxury
doesn't know what he's talking about,
like
because
they
he
aren't
grew up in the
projects with blood
projects.
paint out here. Like we actually from the States. I'm not sure if you are.
The way Volvo
But you
talk,
talking about the project like it's luxury housing.
I understand Volvo. I understand you. That lady that is speaking now, he was begging you to come and help him in Africa. I'm telling you, nobody's asking you to come and help you. Nobody in Africa. You have to survive. You have to create your own job. You have to create your own hustle.
Volvo, you're not going to save Africa, so we're good. Don't worry.
He's begging him to come and save you.
Yeah, why does he keep coming on the show? And we get your opinion. You're FBA. We get
you
it.
are begging him to come and save you. That's why he's talking to you like that.
Who was begging him? First of all, I have never begged him for anything. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You see what I'm saying? Y'all just so unreasonable. Y'all can't even hear.
Oh,
I literally
and the
said
other
nobody's going to
gentleman.
save Africa but the
I am
Africans.
a Pan-Africanist. That's why I'm speaking, right? There are other African people on the panel who believe the same thing I believe. That's why I'm speaking, because as a Black woman who's of African heritage, who was brought outside of Africa by the slave trade, I identify as a woman of African descent, and I'm a Pan-Africanist. So that's why I'm speaking, because there are other women on the panel who believe similarly to what I believe. That's why I'm speaking. I've never asked Volvo or any other American to help with anything. As the other African woman said, you have given us your opinion. You say that you do not want to help. We're not asking you for help. So keep it pushing. But every day he comes on this panel to spew this kind of hate. That's what I've never asked Volvo. Listen, I've never asked Volvo or any other African American for a damn thing. I live in America. I live in a better city than Volvo lives in, and I live in a richer city, and I'm pretty sure I'm doing much better than Volvo financially. So I'm not asking Volvo for a thing. I know that African people have been doing and will do better for themselves. Volvo is speaking against that. That's why I'm speaking to him.
Jamaica didn't do it for you. Jamaica didn't do it for you. You had to flee.
Volvo, you're not going to. Volvo, you have nothing to offer Africa, so I don't really know why you trouble yourself. You have nothing to offer Africa.
Yes,
But we have gold and diamonds to offer to you, but you have nothing to offer to us.
Yeah, thank you. Send it over. Send it over.
He doesn't even have anything to offer anybody.
I got gold and diamonds in the other room. Thank you. Thank you,
This is
Africa.
exactly
You wasn't
what
gonna
the
do nothing
CIA
with it.
wants.
I got gold and diamonds in the other room. Yeah, thank you.
Volvo, explain to me why you came on to speak, because you are FBA. You don't believe in anything as far as Africa is concerned. You've said that hundreds of times. So why do you keep coming on to repeat it? I don't understand.
Why you keep coming on?
It comes for the division.
Why you keep coming on to listen? That's the real question.
This is a Pan-African channel. What are you talking about?
What did Volvo say?
About going to
Okay,
Africa.
now hold on, wait. Now hold on, wait. When y'all having just a strictly African conversation, I don't say nothing. Read the title of the space. That's the only time I come up here is when there's some Black Americans in the title. Yeah, look, silent.
But you haven't said anything about you've already said it, right? You've already said it 100 times on 100 different shows. That's the point. That's my point. You come on and you say the exact same thing over and over again.
For one, this ain't your space, ma'am. This ain't your space.
What do you mean by Pan-African?
You won't even show your face. You're talking all this big talk, but Volvo show his face.
Confused. Sometimes
Volvo, back up what he's saying. I didn't disrespect nobody. Y'all jealous of us. That's the main thing.
You see,
Well,
That's why y'all in
Nobody's
this.
jealous
I've said
Y'all
of
in
I
this.
any.
live in
Have you
You
got
America.
need to get
I
have you
jealous
got
know.
any
about some
goals for me to be
liberation.
That's
jealous
why y'all
of?
in this secret
Have you
competition
got
with us.
acres of
Y'all in
land
this
for me to
secret
be jealous of?
Volvo, like, what do
Have you
you
got
actually
gold and
stand
diamonds
for?
and land for me to be jealous of? No. So I don't
I
have
like
anything to be jealous of.
Vovo.
Like, what do you want to do
Ooh,
for the
there's
black
no
community?
competition. The issue
What
with
is
the
taxes?
FBA and the Black Americans that want to separate themselves, we all know where that stems from. You all do not like
From
those of
what?
us in the diaspora who
But
have come to America and who have been doing better than you. And that's where that is rooted in.
no, it's
As
not.
I said when
No,
I
it's not.
first came on the
You're
show,
on my resume.
it's
I'm not
rooted
on your
in the fact
resume.
that you all
You're on
feel
my resume.
inferior and you're fighting very desperately and
No,
grasping at straws
no.
to
If
make
you
yourself feel inferior. To make
I
we
like
yourself feel
don't
Vovo.
superior.
we don't keep track of that. We don't keep track of
I
who's doing
like
better
Is
than
Vovo.
that
who.
directed toward me
That's
as well,
y'all keep
sis?
track of that because y'all been in a secret competition with us. We
To my
just not
sister from
waking up like, oh,
Guyana, was
feel
that
like that.
directed at me
Oh,
as
they feel
well?
like that. That's
You
y'all
know I
been
like.
keeping track of. Oh, that's y'all. We are y'all measuring stick.
Hold on, Vovo.
That's why y'all so
So the
triggered by
sister
us.
from Guyana, was that directed at me as
I
She's
like
well?
not. She's
Vovo.
Jamaican, bro.
Vovo, you're a nice guy.
She's from
Vovo, you're a
Guyana,
nice
bro.
guy.
Shit.
Vovo. Vovo, you're a nice guy.
And
You
listen to
see,
what I'm saying.
She
If you
wildin'.
come over here and
Oh
you
my
do better
God,
than me, I'm doing better than your whole country. You
man!
had
The
to come over
topic
here.
went,
You're on
man. The
my
topic went
resume.
off, man.
I
It
can
went off.
always flex and say melanated people from all over the world came to America and they enjoy the civil rights because of us. They
Well,
doing
how do we
good in
keep
America
those
because
civil
of us.
rights and do
You can
better
never take that away from us. You can try
instead
to
of doing a
remix
pissing
it, do whatever
contest?
you got to do.
Vovo,
It's
Vovo,
because of us.
Who is
Vovo, let me
us,
tell you something.
Bobo? You haven't done anything. The slaves and the descendants of the slaves that were fighting for freedom in America and that were part of the civil rights movement, they were African people. They were
No,
of
they weren't.
African
See
descent.
how they try to remix
You
it
were not
again?
involved in that in any way,
Yes,
shape, or
I am.
form. So who
Yes,
is
I
this
am.
we you're talking
Yes,
about?
I am. Yes, I am.
Let it
Yes,
speak.
I am.
Vovo,
My
listen.
mother's 70 years
Vovo,
old.
listen.
She
Vovo,
drunk out of segregated water fountain. Has your
Vovo,
mother drunk out of segregated water
Vovo,
fountain?
listen. Vovo,
Huh?
listen.
Your mother ever had to ride on the
No,
back
we
of
got
the
to
bus?
address the central point.
Now, what
The,
is you
the
talking
civil
about?
rights
Y'all
movement was
came
an
up here
Afrocentric
when
movement.
it was sweet.
One mic.
When
Vovo,
The
it
central,
was sweet.
the
Vovo,
civil
That's when
rights
y'all
let me
came
tell
over
you
movement
here.
was
Welcome to
Afrocentric.
you, ungrateful motherfuckers.
No,
Vovo,
can
Vovo,
we
you
get
see?
somebody to
Vovo,
address
Of
that
course,
point?
you're
The
going to
civil
start
rights
cursing. You
movement
see,
was
as I said,
Afrocentric.
you FBA people, you're also angry because you feel inferior and you're grasping desperately to try and make yourself feel better than the rest of the black people. The reason why we're talking about you guys is because you guys have made it a point to separate yourself from the rest of us. And so for that, we say thank you for letting us know who you are. We see you. Goodbye. That's all it is. But you guys love to come on
That's
here
an
and
evil woman.
constantly
That's an
talk
evil
about how
woman
we
right
need to
there.
be
That's an
thankful for you
evil
and
woman.
we can all enjoy freedom
That's
because
an
of you.
evil
Black
woman. That's
people
an
and
evil woman.
oppressed people all across the
That's an
world have
evil woman.
all fought equally as ferociously for
That's
their
an
freedom
evil
and
woman
for
right
their
there.
rights.
That's an
It's not like
evil.
American
You
blacks were the
evil.
only people in the entire
You
world
evil.
fighting for
You
rights.
real evil.
We
You
were all
evil.
fighting for our rights simultaneously across the
Evil.
entire continent, the entire globe.
She
Was
evil.
Malcolm
That
X
woman right there
anti-African?
evil. That's an
Was
one
evil
mic,
Malcolm
woman
X
one
there.
mic, one mic,
anti-African?
one mic,
Was
please.
Martin Luther King
Vovo,
anti-African?
Vovo,
Was
let me tell
Kwame
you
Ture
something.
anti-African?
Who's
Vovo, let me tell you.
anti-African?
No, I'm just saying,
Y'all
name
making that
civil
up.
rights
Y'all totally
leaders.
made that up. Y'all
No.
totally
We
made
need
that
to
up.
name civil rights leaders who weren't pro-African, because for the majority of African American liberation history,
Who's
most of our leaders
anti-African? Who's
have been
anti-African?
Afrocentric.
We just
So,
ain't taking no more
what?
of the
What
disrespect,
is
and
the
y'all
new
having a hard
change
time
in
dealing with it. Now
paradigm?
y'all don't.
What is
Now
the
y'all
new
don't know what to
change in
do because
strategy
y'all lost
to
y'all
where
identity when you left
being
the country.
pro-African
Now you
suddenly
over here.
stopped
You're not
working?
us. So now you're in this weird place. What you're going through
I
is
know
an
I'm
identity
African
crisis.
American. Like we
You
pretend
having
like
a
hip hop
you're in the
didn't
middle
come
of
from
your
Afrocentric
listen.
culture.
You're
Like,
in the middle of your ethnogenesis. It's
no,
confusing
I'm
because you're not
African
really
American,
sure what
bro.
you're
I'm African
African
American.
American. You're African American.
Yes,
Is what
bro.
you saying? What does that mean exactly?
I'm a descendant of
It
African
means
slaves
he's black in
who are from
America.
the United States.
Now, what's black?
No,
Explain
bro,
it
he's
to
one
me.
of
Hold
us,
on, wait.
man. He's
Talk
an
to me like this.
African
I
And
can
this
explain.
American.
context is
I can make
are
mine
you?
simple. I can
But
make mine simple.
we
Y'all
keep
gonna
like
start
jumping
trolling.
around.
Y'all
The
gonna
civil
start
rights
trolling.
leaders were Afrocentric.
What's
So
black?
what has
Who
changed in the
qualifies to be black
liberation
and
strategy
who's
to where
disqualified?
Hey,
we've
yo,
been
I
Vovo,
done
that's a
heard.
goofy
I
point,
done
man.
heard.
Answer his
No, ain't no
question. That's a
messing with what
valid
Zulu for.
question.
If
All the
you
major black leaders
if you
were
standing
all
on blackness and you
pro-Africa.
saying you
That's.
man,
Volvo,
y'all
can you
bro,
address
Can
my
you
question?
respond to what he's saying, Vovo?
y'all ain't about to. Hey, thank you, Africa. Send that shit over here. We ain't even about to. Yeah, that's what
This
FBA
nigga
said.
is
Trying to talk in
wildin'.
circles with y'all. Y'all ain't about to say nothing.
No,
You
I'm an
can never have
African
y'all
American.
unreasonable.
I'm a
You
proud
can't have a reasonable
Pan-African,
conversation
but
with
I'm
y'all.
fighting for
Y'all
us here.
confused. Y'all mad because y'all had to flee y'all country. So
It's
y'all got
not
an
y'all.
inferior
I'm
complex
from
with
here,
us.
bro. Like I don't know what you're talking about,
Y'all
bro.
have to come dressed like us.
Who's
Y'all
y'all?
gotta come
I'm
live
African
where we
American.
live. Y'all
He
I'm
gotta
not
act
African
talking to
like
you no
American.
us.
more, bro.
Y'all
He
My
gotta
ain't
throw
grandmother's
away
talking.
your
Gully
culture.
Geechee.
When you flee your
Nah,
country,
he's not
you
talking
go
to
My
away
you.
your
dad is from
culture.
the Bronx.
You're not participating in your
My
culture because
mom's
you're
Shout
from
out
not
to the
of the
Compton.
land.
BX
The
My
land is
grandpa's from
what
North
makes you.
Carolina.
for the
My great
bros.
Land.
grandparents are from the Carolinas. Like, what are we talking about?
You
Can
say
you
your
address
parents
my
are from the
question?
Carolinas.
The civil rights leaders were Afrocentric.
You
So,
say your parents are
what
from the
about your new
Carolinas.
You from Co-op City, ain't you, bro?
Look, it's
bro? What
always
changed
trolling
in
around
the
this
African
conversation.
civil rights
There's never
strategy
a
to where we've become
Pan-Africanism isn't a
less
serious conversation.
Afrocentric? Because you keep dodging the question. Answer the
What?
question.
What's the question? Ask it.
If our civil rights leaders were Afrocentric,
Who
what
is
is the
R?
new African American?
Ours.
Martin
Martin
Luther
Luther
King,
King,
No,
Malcolm X,
Malcolm,
he's saying that
Sojourner
he's
Truth.
African. Okay, so you're saying that you can
the
trace your
entire
lineage back,
Panther Party.
bro. You're saying that you can trace your lineage back to the 1870 census. Is that
Oh,
what you're saying?
Jesus Christ.
Why are
No,
you
that's
avoiding
not
my
what he's
question? Like,
saying.
why are you
No,
afraid of
I'm
the
trying to make
question?
sure I know who you is because this is a Pan-Africanist space, right? R can mean everybody.
Oh,
When you say R,
my God. Yo,
I don't see
Vovo, you are talking
I
to a
don't see
nigga from
Martin Luther King
Harlem
as
and a nigga from the Bronx.
I'm from Brooklyn.
right.
Well, I thought
In
you
New
said the
York,
Bronx.
anybody from New York is suspect.
Ah, here
It's
we
You're
too many
from
go.
immigrants up
Cleveland,
there. It's
Ohio,
too
bro.
many
You're not even
immigrants up
from
there.
the East Coast.
It's too
Like
many
your
immigrants up there
ancestors
right now.
moved to the
It's too
Midwest.
many
My
immigrants in New York
Hey, yo,
City.
ancestors
Vovo,
have
that
been
was
here
well
longer than
All
you,
right,
played.
no,
probably.
I'm just keeping it real, bro. I'm
That was
not
a
listen.
well played
You're
You're
from
dodge. I'm gonna
Ohio.
give you that one.
You
That
are
was a
from
well played
Ohio.
dodge.
yeah. I'm from Ohio. I came
He
You're from
to
stepped to the
North
left on that
Ohio.
the
one.
Great Migration. Yeah, that's American history.
Yeah,
I'm
you
a part of
migrated.
American
Actually, you
history.
know what? You're a fleer. Can you answer my
That's
question?
not fleeing.
Yikes.
No, it's
Because you're in
not.
the Midwest.
Yikes.
Okay, now let's talk
So
about that.
answer my question,
Let's talk
Yikes.
bro.
about that
Answer my
because a lot
question.
of tethers say that. A lot of tethers say
Answer
that.
my
Oh, it's
They live,
gonna
question.
get good
they live the
now.
grass. No, they live the grass. If I move from one side of China to the other side of China, that's not fleeing. If
Bro,
I
that
move from the
that's a
east side
joke.
of
It's not really
Cleveland
a main
to the
point, bro.
west
We
side
all
of Cleveland,
kinfolk.
that's not
At the
fleeing.
end of the day, we all
If I
kinfolk. I'm
move
just
down the street,
trolling
I'm
you. But
still in
can you
my
answer
same
my
country.
question?
Easy work. Easy. Easy. If I
The
move from
civil
one
rights
side of
leaders were
Nigeria
Afrocentric.
to
Why
the
should
other
we
side
stop
of
being
Nigeria,
Afrocentric?
that's not fleeing. What are you talking about? Nice
Bro,
try
I'm
though.
trolling, bro. Like we kinfolk. At the end of the day,
No,
if
you
you gotta
trolling.
move
Yeah,
to
you
be
trolling.
safe,
I know you trolling.
then be
The
safe. But can
whole
you answer the original
Pan-Africanism
question?
argument is a troll argument. You can't
The
never have a
civil rights
serious
leaders were
conversation.
Afro. Okay, so you're afraid of the question. That's okay. I'm gonna stop
No,
asking
what
it.
is it? What is
The
it?
civil rights
You
leaders
already
were all
established as a troll.
Afrocentric. Why should we stop being Afrocentric then? If we know
The
what works already.
Afrocentric, what do you mean Afrocentric? When we
Malcolm
say that
X was
Afrocentric,
pro-African. Martin Luther
now
King was
what do you
pro-African.
mean
Black
pro-African?
Panthers were
If
pro-African.
they were pro-African, they wouldn't have been walking
Stokely
around the streets
Carmichael was pro-African.
bro.
Elijah
They
Muhammad
wouldn't have
was
been walking around the
pro-African.
streets with guns, practicing their First Amendment rights, saying, "This my right here." They could have started a movement and went back to Africa if they was pro-African.
There are Pan-Africans
Now,
trying to
did
make
they
movements
salute
here. Like I don't
Africa?
Now
understand
you
Or
why
did they
that's so
cooning.
appreciate
confusing.
You
Africa?
starting to coon, Vovo. You
I'm
starting
a
to talk that
Pan-African
Jason
and I'm a
Whitlock.
proud African American.
Americans
I'm
need to
fighting for
go back to
liberation here.
Africa because they'll
I'm
tell
not
you
No,
that in
trying to
a
you're
go to
drunk,
heartbeat.
bro.
Africa to
You're
escape.
drunk, bro. You're
They'll tell
drunk.
you that in a
Will, you're
heartbeat.
drunk, Will. You're drunk, Will. You're
I mean,
drunk.
I'm a little tipsy, but
I
they'll
know
tell
you're
you that in
He's
a
always
afraid of the
drunk,
heartbeat,
Will.
Joe.
question.
You're
He's
drunk.
afraid of it's okay. It's
You
okay.
sound like Jason Whitlock right now.
You're
You
drunk.
sound
You
like a
didn't. You
sellout.
can't even hear what I'm saying. You can't
No,
hear what
I
I'm
heard you
saying. You're
very
drunk,
well.
Will.
You
You're drunk.
told someone from Brooklyn to go back to
Get
Africa. I heard
yourself
what you said.
together. Get
You
yourself
made the
together. bro. You need
news
to
argument.
make some life
You're
changes,
running
Will.
from my. You're
Will,
running
you need
from
to
my
make some life
All right,
changes.
I
commentary
just
like
want to
you.
say one more
All day,
thing. We
Will.
keep having this
You're
like
running from my
anti-African
You're drunk,
conversation.
commentary
Will.
like you
Will,
There
you're
ran
would
from
drunk.
be
this
no
question.
hip hop without Pan-Africanism.
Will, you're drunk, Will.
There would be
All
no
right, you
hip
said
hop
that 10 times,
without
and
Listen to
you
what
are
I'm
running,
saying, though.
Pan-Africanism.
You're
and
trolling to the
you're
other
running,
guys
Wait,
trolling.
pause,
and
pause.
That's
you
why,
are
hey,
running.
send
You
all
are
that stuff
running.
over here from Africa. Send it over here, because the whole Pan-Africanist argument is this troll argument.
There
It's
would
going to always
be
be trolling. It's
no
So
drunk,
nations
now
of
in the
gods
it's
of
end,
earth.
right?
trolls,
There
We
would be no
realize.
universal
and
Zulu
it's people that's
nation
not in Africa,
without
that's having an
Pan-Africanism.
identity
Hold on.
crisis. They're not even in their homeland. And just send that shit
Africa
over here.
Bambaataa was
Send it over
Pan-African.
here, man.
Hip
Send
hop
it
is
over here. Y'all
Pan-African.
not going to use it. You're not
Right.
going to do nothing with it. Because all your smart
They
people
wore
are
leather
not in Africa.
medallions of Africa
Send that
around
shit
their
over.
neck
Send it over, man.
as they
Send
Hip
it over.
hop was
created this hip
influenced by
hop thing.
Zulu
I'm about to
Nation.
buy a
We
new
would
car.
not
I
Right.
have hip
posted
hop
on my
without
birthday. I'm about to
Right.
buy,
Pan-Africanism.
I'm trying to get me a
Most
Lincoln.
African
I want
Americans
one of
are
them big
Pan-African.
Lincolns.
Do not let
One of them big
Bobo
Lincoln
confuse you.
Continentals. That's what I'm getting. A lot of stuff
But
that's
what
gonna
was
go in
put
that
on
liquid
display
continental
here
gonna come from
is
Africa.
coons
It's gonna
on
come from
both
Africa. We're
sides.
gonna need the platinum to go
So
in the
don't judge me
go in the
by the
catalytic
coon,
converter. We're gonna need
and I
gold.
won't
We're gonna need all
judge
the
my
electronics.
African
We're gonna
brothers
need the
by
silver.
the
We're gonna need some of
African
that
from
coltan,
Nigeria that was proud of
cobalt,
his
whatever it
white
is.
broad.
Send that shit over. Send over that oil. Send
That's
it
the
over.
learning moment.
Send it
That's
over
the
because it ain't no
teachable
serious
lesson.
conversation, and it never will be. And at this point, Africans
That's because you're not serious about it. But to the
nobody's
people listening, know that I'm fighting for Caribbean people, I'm fighting for African people, and I'm fighting for African American people.
Salute.
All sides.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Keep doing that.
And we are fighting alongside you.
Yep, keep doing that. Just
Thank
keep
you.
doing. Y'all keep doing that. Yeah, y'all
I'm
keep doing
doing as
that.
well.
Keep doing this. I'm so
Vovo,
glad
can
we got
somebody
the
else
internet
speak?
now and we
Vovo,
can hear
Vovo,
y'all
can somebody
speak.
else speak? Can somebody else speak, please? Vovo, let me just explain to you, because when I start speaking, I saw here, you see, it's Ghana that caused this problem. Because that sister that left, if not because Ghana is begging for books and everything,
Oh my
or come to Africa, or Europe, all these things will not, in South Africa will not be like this. So what I would tell you, Vovo, don't let these Pan-Africanism people fool you that they're from Africa. If you come to America, why do you come to America, right? To work, better your life, build a very big mansion for yourself in Africa. That's why you come over there. When you done over there, you go back to Africa.
So you're a
I was one
parasite.
time in Europe. I visited the United States. I did I bettered my life, I went back.
So you come to suck the resources out like a tick, like
Hold
you're a
on.
parasite.
What? There are a lot of white
Bro,
Americans.
why
There are
are
a lot
you
of white
trolling?
Americans in
Let them
Nigeria.
speak, bro.
Hold on, there are white Americans in Nigeria working oil business, doing their things over there, right? Everybody's getting resources, but you go back and do your best. You know why I could talk? I could hit my chest hard because I'm not suffering. You hear?
Well,
I'm not suffering.
I like
I
that
live
shit.
as I want to live. I live according to my
Now,
power.
now listen to this though. I respect you, bro.
I
I
like that
respect what
shit.
you saying. Them Pan-Africanists that's not in Africa, that ain't got no plans, that they're just online talking shit.
Yeah.
Dr. Umar Johnson's and all
But
that shit. I
Vovo, you
respect
do
what you
realize
saying.
he's a sellout.
I
You
respect what
do
you how.
realize that, right?
All African sellouts. They've been sold out,
Nah,
bro.
that's not true.
They got a sellout culture, bro. That's the
No,
problem.
Ola, I'd
no,
like to
we
respond
do
to Ola.
too. FBA is
Listen,
sellout
Ola, I
culture.
respect what you saying. You saying me, I would never do
I'm
that.
saying it's
But I
coons
respect
on
the
both
fact that he's
sides.
saying
That's what
we
I'm
living
saying.
our life, we trying to get it. I respect that, but the phony shit, that's what I don't respect the phony shit.
Ola, you're saying that you're not suffering. You are suffering. You're suffering from a very pathetic mental state because you're here so desperately trying to prove to this FBA dude that Africans, that you're doing well as an African, and that's your defense against his argument that they don't want Africans coming to America.
That was your
You're
defense.
desperately trying to
That
get him
was
to
your
accept
defense.
you, and that's a sad. That's a
That was
shame.
your defense. You
You are
just said I'm
suffering
doing better
because
than you.
if
I
you
live in
really
a better
were
neighborhood than
confident,
you.
if you really were
That's
confident
it.
in yourself,
You don't
you
gotta
don't need to
shame you.
try and match up to this dude because the reality
You
is
don't
that
try
there
to
are
match up
Black
to me. You
Americans,
don't try to
white
match up to me.
Americans, Chinese Americans, all over the United States of America that are struggling financially, that are homeless, that are junkies, that are killing themselves and killing their kids and
When I
fighting
try
this.
to tell you,
So
when I
the
try to
whole
tell,
argument about, I'm just trying to, you don't need,
hold on. When I
the
try to
fact
tell
is,
you,
it's very
when I
obvious
try
that
to
you're
tell
trying
you,
to gain acceptance from these people.
because look, I
He's
don't live in
telling
the
the
United
truth.
States. Why am I getting acceptance for who? Why am I
I
who
think
am I
he's trying
getting
to be like
acceptance?
Elvis.
But I try to tell you, if you move from Africa and you come to United States, do your job, make your money. You see Donald Trump, what he's doing now.
And
He will
think
deport
about no
everybody.
one but yourself.
Go and build your house and invest where you're coming from. Carry your bag, go back there, and I got a good life.
So now to the
I'm not.
Pan-Africans, right?
We've
When I
all been
made my
doing
point
that. We
earlier,
all do that. We
this
all
is
do that.
what
But
I
these people
hear.
still
So
believe what
now,
they
sis,
believe, and they still think what they think. That's why I say
so
it's
now, sis,
pathetic
do you
for you to try and get
understand what I
acceptance from
hear?
them.
Do you understand what I hear when I just say, all right, well, you know what? If that's how they feel, I'm not going to continue to waste my time on this Pan-African farce that I was raised to believe. It's a crazy situation, but continue, because it's all being displayed. We got coons
Somebody
on
asked
both
me,
sides. It is
somebody
what it
asked me,
is.
am I going back to Mississippi? Probably this summer. I was just in Atlanta. I got family in Atlanta, in Mississippi, in Alabama, in Arkansas, in Oklahoma. We go back and forth. My uncle just died. Family from the South, just everybody came up to go to the funeral, and we had a family reunion right there. Like, what are these people talking about? We go back and forth to the South. if you're really from the South, you know what I'm talking about. I can go to any one of them states and sleep on the couch. I can show up unannounced. I can say I'm in the city. They're gonna say, "Where you at? Hurry up,
What's the
come over
point?
here. I'm about to get a bottle, nigga. Come on." We go back and forth. Like
So
that's
what's
just
the
for the
point?
person in the chat, and the other person talking about, "Oh, y'all fled. Fled
But
where? I
I
mean,
think
what are
we
you
gotta
talking about? Huh?
address the pain
A
that
lot of blacks fled the
Wall
South.
Street Will brought up.
Nobody fled the South.
Oh yes,
I wish
niggas
we
did.
didn't.
Well,
Oh
like
yes,
instead of
niggas
using this
did.
like fleeing
We
language,
moved
It's called
from
the
the
Great
South.
for a
we just need
reason.
to have an
Great
honest conversation
migration.
about how people
And
are
they moved
struggling
to
to survive
America
and
for a reason.
gain
No, that's
food
Now
different.
what?
They got to
and seek
pledge allegiance
asylum.
to
Now
a
it's
new
different.
constitution. They got to throw away their culture. They got to throw away all that. We got the same culture as the people in the South. My cousin in the South, they may sound a little different when they talk. They got a
That's
different
not
accent.
true at all.
Like instead of
Why
fighting
ain't it?
about this, we should be
Why
I'll
ain't it?
tell
uniting
you
over
why
this.
that's
If
I'll
Gucci
tell you
Man
why
make a
that's not
famous
true.
song, if Gucci Man make a famous
I'll
song in the
tell you
South,
why that's
we gonna be
not
singing
true.
it up here. If they make a famous song in Cleveland,
There's
we
a
gonna be
very
singing it down there.
popular term in African American
Oh
vernacular
man,
called the homeboy. You want to know who the homeboy was? It was these southern ass niggas from down south that came to visit. That's my boy from home. Those were the homeboys, right?
that's not true.
So there is a change
That's not
when
true.
we migrated from the south.
That's not true. We go
All
back
right.
and forth. We go
So
back
the
and forth.
blacks in Harlem fell out
Wait,
the sky and created a culture that was completely different from Mississippi,
They didn't
South
fall out the sky.
Carolina,
That's what I'm
and
saying. They brought the culture
Alabama,
wait,
from
Volvo,
where they
Mississippi.
can I
came
ask you
They
from.
an
brought the
honest
culture
You're
question?
from
not
Mississippi.
being realistic.
The
You're
fucking
making a goofy
Frank
argument.
Lucas is from the South.
Big up Frank Lucas
Bumpy
is Gullah
Johnson is from
Geechee.
the South.
And he
What are you
was
talking about?
known as the
Big up the
country
Geechees.
boy
Yeah,
in
he was.
Harlem.
All right.
He
And
So
was
what that
known
mean?
as the goofball.
So
He
and
what?
Bumpy
So
couldn't
what that
Johnson.
dress.
mean? He
He
wasn't. He
didn't
was one
have
of
the
the most. How you gonna
swag.
call him that? Man, you a
Wait,
lame, bro.
Volvo. We
That's a
both admitted that
fact.
African Americans have sought asylum by moving to the Midwest, by moving to the North. And we
Look,
also
watch this,
talked
bro.
about
What asylum?
Africans.
What are you
Watch
talking
this,
about?
bro.
Google
Now
it
I
right
could play
now.
the
Wait,
Africa
instead of
game
arguing,
with
can I
you
just finish
because
my
you
point?
telling
Because I'm
me
trying to
about
bring
my
us together.
neighborhood.
I'm trying to bring us together, bro.
My
Like,
fault,
You're
bro. My
an
fault. My
immigrant,
fault. My
Will.
fault.
You're an immigrant, Will. You come from an immigrant
Volvo,
lineage.
Volvo.
You know
Sometimes our
that? Yeah. Stop being a
ancestors,
sucker,
I was
Volvo.
born in
Sometimes our
Harlem Hospital.
ancestors
bro.
moved
You
so
Fuck
know
that
you
we
what
could
you
have a
talking
is,
about?
better
bro. You
chance
know
of
what you is.
I
surviving.
You
sold
not
my
like us.
family's
You
property in
not like
South
Africans
us.
are going through
Carolina.
the same
You
You
are
thing.
can
not
look
like
up
us.
Michael C. Riley Middle
You're not
School.
like us.
That's my
Go ahead.
family.
Let's hear the other guy
Yeah,
talk, man.
that's
You
my
drunk. Man, you
lineage.
drunk. You drunk. You're a
Everybody
drunk
go
Dominican.
on Google.
That's a
Google
drunk Dominican.
Michael
You hear
C.
me, Ola?
Riley
While you're
Middle
there,
Volvo,
School.
desperately trying to get
Yeah, that's
Volvo to
my
accept
family.
you. Here he goes telling another black man
Yeah.
born in America, you're not like
He's a
us.
He's
goofball.
not
This is
like
the
us.
point I was
That's
making.
fair. You Jamaican? When I go to the Jamaican restaurant, they got Jamaican flags all over there and all that. They cook Jamaican food. That's different from my pig feet. That's different from my fried
Oh,
chicken.
man.
That
wait,
well, what's the
Kenfo.
purpose of hanging this Jamaican? They make sure they hang. They paint the
This
whole
fool
building
is
in
still eating pig
a
feet.
green, black, and yellow.
Listen
I'm
to how
My
not mad.
Kenfo.
goofy certain cross sections of America are. He is still eating pig's feet. The
What do
slop
you
that was
mean?
given to him. Listen to what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's not
By
your
his slave
culture. That's
masters.
not your
What
culture.
I'm saying is
That's not your
most
culture.
American
Pig feet is
blacks,
delicious, by the
descendants
way.
of have elevated from eating the pig's feet.
What are
So
you
be
talking about?
careful
People still eat
who you're
oxtail. That
listening
was the
to
throw. Oxtail
and
was the
building
throwaway
your
cut.
impression of people
Oxtail
also.
was the
Wait,
throwaway cut.
That's all
Volvo,
I'm
do
gonna
you
say.
think
Jamaican
that we
woman.
all
Wasn't
have
Cause
that
I don't
what's
eat
his
shared
no
name? Ate
pig's feet
Jamaican
no
woman?
more, my
experiences
The
and
nigga.
trauma? Because
oxtails.
we have a
I
Hey,
don't eat
shared
everybody,
no
y'all
trauma.
eat
pig's feet,
oxtails.
no
That's why we eat
chitlins,
oxtail neck bones.
no none of that garbage.
Volvo, do you think there's a
Yeah, it's
shared
not your
struggle?
culture.
No, it is my culture.
No, you
It's very
eating
much my
rice and
culture. I
beans.
used to love
What
pig
y'all
feet.
eating in the Dominican Republic?
I used to love pig feet.
Magusu or whatever you.
I used to love pig feet. I want to live, right?
Man,
So I'm not
all right, bro. All right,
garbage
bro. You
anymore.
ain't you drunk. You want to live,
A
but you
lot of
drunk all
blacks,
day.
a
You
lot
drunk
of
all day. And you
blacks,
want to live,
a
bro. You got
lot of
cirrhosis of the
blacks,
liver. Your liver all fucked up.
a
Get out of
lot
here.
of
You a wino,
blacks.
bro. You a wino.
Now I only drink when I'm listening to you.
You a
But a
babbling
lot
drunk
of
guy. You
blacks
drink
no
all day. You
longer
must
eat
listen to me
that
all day.
garbage.
You must ride around playing my videos in your
A
car.
lot of blacks no
All day.
longer eat that garbage, is all I'm saying. Everything you saying is irrelevant, right?
I'm not
All
gonna
right,
lie.
man.
I
All
love
right.
that
We
garbage.
heard you say that already. Now, what was you
All right
guys
then.
saying?
I love that garbage. I'll have soul food anytime, bro.
I mean, I do some bacon, but I ain't doing the pig's feet no more. I don't do the
Alligator nuggets,
chitlins no
pig feet,
more.
all of that, all that.
I ain't fucking no alligator.
Nah,
No, I ain't
bro.
fucking no alligator, but
Back to
yeah.
the
Now
original,
I
like
will do a
Bobo.
ham
Do you
hock.
think that we have a shared struggle? Like
That's the
Africans are
part of the
seeking
that's damn near the
asylum.
foot. The
African
ham hock is
Americans
right
have
above
had
the.
to move and relocate to be in better places, do you think instead of like fighting and dividing, it'd be better for us to talk about our shared struggles and create shared strategies? Like, this is what the white people are doing to you, this is what they're doing to me. Like, what are the strategies we can figure out to get more stability instead of doing
Well,
the like separation
here's the
circuit?
thing, right? Here's Volvo ideology, right? At the end of the day, I'm an American. I live in America. It's people from all over the world in this country. We got to be tolerant. These people are not going back to their homeland. All that talk shit, they not. There's never going to be a time where these people not going to be in this country. So we have to be tolerant of each other. We should it's okay to have our differences, but we should give each other the respect that all human beings deserve. If we do that, we'll be cool. That's my whole ideology. If you respect me, I'm gonna respect you. Period. That's it.
I just
Like
see
Why don't
no
we
ain't gotta
hope.
still
be. I don't
respect
gotta
it?
like
I
you.
just see no hope
Like,
because
have
all
Pan
the wrong
Africans,
people are controlling the conversation, and it's
I ain't talking about the
creating
conversation.
more,
I'm talking about in
and
my
it's
day-to-day
creating
life.
more and more
In
like,
my
do Pan
division.
Africans
day-to-day life.
Hold on,
disrespect
let me
you in
finish.
person?
Let me
Man, this
finish.
guy drunk, man. When you
I'm
got a
just
drunk
saying,
guy in the mix,
get
it just
off my
derails
dick.
everything.
You said it a million times.
Man,
Yes,
listen, man.
listening to
Nobody's
coons
on your little
makes
wiener,
me
bro.
drink. Yes, listening to coons like you makes me say, Jesus
You
Christ,
fled your country and I'm
I
a
need a
coon.
sip.
You fled your country and I'm a coon.
This is my country, dickhead.
Just because you was born
I
here,
was born in Harlem
this is not your
Hospital,
homeland.
dickhead.
All
I
right, man. Go ahead.
sold, listen, me personally, I sold property in Bluffton, South Carolina,
All right, beautiful,
right?
man. Come on,
I'm
get to
on a
it.
different, hold on. I'm on a different class of black than you. So you can, in America. So you can
That's how I
never
know you're
tell
not
me
Black American.
what,
Because we don't
huh?
talk like that. You
No,
don't
we
talk like
do.
that.
Now we do.
No,
It's
we
called
don't.
Black Boule.
Because
Nah,
back
we
in the
do. It's
day,
called Black
back in
Boule.
the day, it wasn't
Yeah. Now
back
we
in the
talk
day, it
that
wasn't
Boule
I'm
shit.
on a different class than you.
Listen, man.
That's immigrant talk.
Certain
That's
goofy niggas don't
that's
need
that
to
secret
leave.
conversation. When they
So when
said
you,
no niggers
so
allowed,
again,
they didn't
when
they
you're
didn't they
ready,
didn't say,
when
oh
you're
well, he
ready for
stole property over there.
solutions,
He's not a nigger anymore. No,
come
he's still a
speak
nigger.
with the black. When you're ready for solutions, come speak with the Black Boule. In the meantime, I'll be golfing on Saturday. You're all invited.
You're lying. You're lying,
Anyone's
bro.
welcome.
Capping. You'll
Lying
be
about
drunk
what?
on Saturday. You'll be
Lying
drunk.
about what?
You'll
No,
be drunk.
I'll be driving my Mercedes Benz,
You're drunk
right?
driving. You'll be drunk. You're a
You
wino,
are
bro.
you're a
You're a
real dick
weirdo
sucker.
wino.
You're a real dick
Vovo,
sucker. I've been on this
Vovo,
call all day working from home because I make way more money
No,
than you
bro. All
from
right,
home.
cool. You're drunk,
I
bro. You're
can,
drunk.
so what?
Vovo, let us
So
speak.
what?
Vovo,
I'll
you have to
hire
know
a
the words.
driver. So what? You're gonna keep repeating that? So what? I still make more money than you. I'm still more successful in America, and I'm still halfway a Pan-African. You are a sellout. You are a coon. You are the problem why they feel about us the way they do. So yeah, that makes me drink. Because they listen to you, not me. Dickhead.
Bro, let me tell you the truth, bro. There's nothing like
Dickhead.
Pan-Africanism in
You a
Africa.
sellout too.
If
But
you
go
have
ahead, Africa.
business, you can. If you,
I'm,
Yeah,
lis-
you guys.
I'm listening to Wall Street.
Hold on, hold
Well,
on. Like, yeah, man,
he's
Nah,
correct.
I ain't gonna
man,
lie. Once you said you got a white woman, you
man.
lost me, Africa. You lost me.
there's nothing like Pan-Africanism in Africa,
Yeah,
bro.
with that white girl, man.
You
Man,
Yeah,
get
know,
out
you
of here with
lost
that
me
white
right
girl,
your
there,
man.
Africa.
business,
Hey,
I
here's
can't
the
even
thing,
lie.
right? Africa, send that shit over here.
if you're
Send that
a
all them
businessman,
resources. Send that shit
you
over
can
here.
come to
Send it over
you
here.
can come to the
Bobo
continent.
need that shit. Bobo, this Pan-Africanist conversation is never going to be a real conversation.
Pan Africa
Y'all
is
let
dead.
drunk sit
Forget it.
around and talk
Your
and
God
be
is just
drunk and just say anything. He ain't gonna do nothing but wake up with a hangover and need another drink tomorrow.
Nah,
But
I'm gonna make
y'all allow
another
this type of talk
There
around
are
y'all.
other
$150,000
Pan
this year, and you
Africans
gonna
who are
keep
building
making money.
Y'all allow
communities.
this type of talk around y'all
I'm gonna
conversation.
make another
There's never
$150,000
a
this year.
serious
I'm gonna
conversation around
travel to
Pan-Africanism.
Hawaii this year, and you know
Oh,
what?
send
I
that shit
might
over.
book
Send
a
that shit.
trip
Let
to
somebody
Africa for
enjoy it.
next year,
Let
and you're
somebody
still gonna
enjoy
be
it.
on my dick.
Y'all not going to enjoy it. Let
And you're
somebody
still gonna
enjoy
be
it.
on my
Let
dick.
Bobo enjoy it.
I'm
What's
still gonna
wrong
be
with
more
Bobo?
successful than you,
Let Bobo enjoy it.
and you're still gonna be on my dick. So let's move on.
hey yo, you want to come to Africa? You can come to my
I hate
gentleman's club.
coons, man.
You can come to my gentleman's club. You can see the Russians dancing
I
over
don't
there.
go to no.
They got
Yo, did you
Gentleman
offer me a
Club,
over
We
Russian?
there.
gotta
Wakanda,
recenter
Did
this
you offer me a
conversation around
Russian?
coming to
strategies. I feel like we're
America.
talking
Prince,
about
what's
a
Hey, yo,
whole
Prince
bunch of
African.
nothing
Hakeem
right now.
Hey, yo,
coming to
African.
America.
You
Prince
suffer
Hakeem.
from
They got
Krakatoa.
zebras and lions, and
You
they
want to
Don't
got
come
you
to
ever
Indian
Nigeria?
offer
African
me a
friends speakers
Russian
You
and
want
over
to
give
come
me
here.
a
to
life?
Nigeria?
What are
You
we
got
gonna
the
do
Jaguars and
as a
gentlemen's
community
club
Come to
about the
people
Nigeria,
turning
tariffs?
off
You
The
and
tariffs
turning
suffer
off.
affect
from
You
Africans, they
doing
affect
major
Krakatoa.
Caribbeans,
business,
they
I
and
can
then
take
affect
you
you to
got
my,
African
I can
weirdos.
take
Americans.
you to my gentleman's club
You
Hey,
if you
are
want
in
that.
advanced
send that
stage
shit over.
4 Krakatoa.
Send
Yo,
You
that shit
need to
over.
seek
Send
help
that shit over.
yo,
Let
immediately.
yo,
somebody enjoy
yo,
it.
come to Nigeria. I can take you to my gentleman's club. You know, I can
No,
give you
I'm
some
good.
cognac.
I'm
You
good.
know, some
That's
Hennessy.
probably where you contracted
Hold on,
advanced stage
hold
4
on.
Krakatosis. I don't
Then
want it.
you'll be watching the Russians dancing
You
on that
guys,
pole, and the Polish dancing on
you
that pole.
guys,
You know, you'll be enjoying yourself. You know, that's me, man, Mr. Enjoyment. You know, you don't play
My
like that.
African
No?
brother, you have advanced stage 4
You know,
Krakatosis. You need surgery. You need
so you have to
immediate
come. Don't
help.
let nobody fool you. Don't let nobody fool you with Pan-Africanism. It does not exist. We all need money to survive. If you ride a Mercedes Benz, right? You need money to buy that Mercedes Benz.
Hola, it's
Nobody gonna
crazy
give it
that
for
you're
free.
named after a god,
Pan-Africanism,
but you talking about
you know,
white women.
Pan-Africanism is not going to give you that Mercedes Benz to drive. You have to walk out to get it, right?
To God.
That's what we're
His name
doing,
is
bro.
not named after
Insane,
God.
my
You know,
brother.
Hola,
you
what's
hear
your
me?
full name? Are you like Ola Wale?
You know,
Nah. His name is not named after God.
so what you have to do when you want to hook up, don't sing that Pan-Africanism to anybody in Africa because they're not going to listen to you.
That's
It's all
not
about the
true.
money,
That's
business,
not
money,
true. That's why I
connection.
don't go to Nigeria. That's
You
not
feel
true.
me?
We're
You
literally
know,
on a channel featuring Pan-Africanism. Like, what are we like? Sometimes I feel like we're talking about a fantasy world. When we do all this Pan-African, we are
there ain't
on a
nobody going to
Pan-African.
hug you.
Click
You
on
know,
the videos.
there ain't nobody
If
going to
you're
hug you.
confused, just click on the videos.
There ain't nobody going to
Shout
hug
out,
you about Pan-Africanism. It's about what you
shout
got.
out Adonis. But
You know,
like,
what you got, that's your
Adonis has
They
business.
already
hugged
You know
done
me
the
what
in
I mean?
work.
Accra. They showed me
What
a
are we
lot of
confused
love.
about?
Quito, where you from,
Is it?
man?
I'm from Brooklyn.
From Brooklyn?
I
Okay,
practice Ishe though.
He from
okay.
Bed
Okay,
Stuy.
sorry, bro. Let me ask you something. Is Pan-Africanism going to feed you, or you need to hustle to make money to feed yourself? Mom, you know, tell me
Yeah, I mean,
that.
I got a job, but I've gone to Pan-African events and we serve food there.
That
Like,
that's
I don't know what are you
that might
talking
be
about.
good,
So the answer is we
but
feed
that
each
might be
other.
good, but that might be good. You have to love
The
everybody.
answer is we feed each
Everybody's all
other.
the same. You feel me?
I love everybody, but I'm specifically fighting for my people, and that
Which
includes
people? Which people you
my
fighting
brothers and
for?
sisters on the continent and my
What?
kinfolk in the
I did tell
Caribbean.
you. Hold
It
on.
includes people like Vovo, regardless of
They
whether or
tell you
not
they
we
like anything.
disagree.
Oh, look, they tell you they
even
like
Bobo gets the help.
man. If you come to
They get the
Nigeria, I will
most
take.
help in
If
the
you come
South.
to Nigeria, I will take you out. I will take you to the best place to eat.
Gentlemen, have a good evening because it's so late. But
In
Good
this
evening,
country,
Queen.
you know what I mean. So don't let nobody
Have a
fool
great
you.
evening.
take care. Bye.
Pan-Africanism is all that. There's nothing like Pan-Africanism. We all need money to rule. You know what I'm saying? So you're not going to sit here and say, oh man, I love by giving black power, but you can't eat. Nobody going to listen to you. Money talk. Bullshit walks, dog. You know what I'm saying? So I'm an African. I live in the continent.
Spoken like a
You know,
true
you
European.
need some money. You need some money to push some shit.
Spoken like a
You know?
true capitalist.
No, I mean, I think
What's
what
wrong
we
with that?
specifically need,
What's wrong with that,
like
man?
specifically for
Nothing
African
wrong with that.
Americans, we don't need money to create our own diplomats. Like African Americans need to get together. We need to have conversations. We need to vote for diplomats
Oh,
who go to Africa, who go to the Caribbean, who go to these other countries and negotiate on our behalf. We don't need to wait for
you think
America
Well, wait.
to
No,
let
we
us
do
in
need
for us to
money to
start our
do that.
negotiations.
We do need money to do that though, because we have to do that through lobbying. So we do need money to do that.
What kind of guy would say we don't need money in 2025?
Here you
I'm
go.
not saying we don't need money at all. I'm saying money is not the central thing.
I can agree with that. At this point, I can agree with that.
We
We
got plenty
need
of rich people.
we need common goals more than anything. We need
Let me ask y'all this as
help.
before y'all start back trolling. How do you get all the hearts and minds of these so-called black people that y'all cannot really identify? Well, I ain't even going there. How do you get all the so-called black people from all over the world? How do you change their hearts and minds and get them all on the same page? You're a
I mean,
Pan-Africanist.
in my experience, we honestly throw cultural events. Like you throw a bomb ass party, we play like Afro beats, we play hip hop, we play merengue, and then afterwards people make natural connections. And then after we do some like cultural food or party type thing, that's how we actually start strategizing. Like we do one-on-one conversations, we talk about local politics, we talk about like when's the next protest. But like, if you jump directly into the hardcore stuff, honestly, most people don't want to like directly engage in it. You
Send
gotta,
all that. Let me say this to that point. Send all that shit over here, Africa. Throw a party is what this man just said. We
Okay,
serious?
okay.
Like there's never a serious conversation around Pan-Africanism. He said
wait,
throw a party.
what did I say
He
afterwards?
said throw
Vovo?
a
Like, I can't
party.
tell. Do you understand English? Because what did I say
Vovo,
after party?
Vovo,
You
Vovo,
talk
Vovo,
about
let me tell you.
mingling.
Do you
Vovo,
understand
let me tell
English?
you
What did
this.
I say after vote? I mean,
You
after
said,
party.
and then we started talking, and you know that.
Vovo, let
Throw
me
a
tell you
party
this.
is your plan.
Well, you know
Throw
what
a party.
Pan-African, Vovo, you know what Pan-Africanists want to
That shit
sell
over
to
here.
everybody? They want to
Say
sell poverty to people. Pan-Africanism is about poverty. Pan-Africanism is raising the fist up, but without not achieving nothing. You understand me? They want to sell poverty to people. So when that woman was speaking, that was saying
That
live
is
in
a
Ghana was
goofy and
speaking,
ignorant lie.
I'm
it
gonna give
was
you
speaking,
a real Pan-Africanist that was serious.
That is a
it,
goofy and
it was
ignorant
speaking
lie.
about Pan-Africanism
I'm gonna
under
give
the
you a
guise of
real Pan-Africanist that was dead serious, and you can look this up on your other.
you know, they're speaking about poverty as a Pan. So when you
Whose
speak about,
Pan-African
Wait,
writings
let
are you
Vovo
basing
speak.
that
Let Vovo
opinion
speak.
on?
Yeah,
hold on, let me
these
finish.
guys
Whose
ain't.
Pan-African writings are you
Hold on,
basing that opinion on?
let me
I
tell you
got
something.
a guy that's serious, that was dead serious about
Let me,
this Pan-Africanist
so
shit, and he unified people. He didn't do it on a massive scale, but he was starting, and they stopped him. His name is Grandmaster J of the NFAC. He was serious.
hold
He
on,
was
are you
dead
gonna say
serious.
this
Now,
this guy from the Bronx?
everybody hated on him. Everybody said, "Oh,
This guy from
them
the
white
Bronx.
folks, they gonna let him walk around with no guns."
This guy from the
He was
Bronx. Are you
serious.
gonna
He
say
picked
Pan
up a gun
Africanism to
about
Jay
that.
Z?
He was serious.
Hey, you
He was
from the
serious, but
Bronx?
that's too big. Y'all not about to do all that.
You from the
Knock it off,
Bronx?
man. Listen, here's the thing, right? Some things are just uncomfortable, right? Y'all fled your country. I know that's probably harsh to say for y'all. It's harsh, but I mean, it's like hard to accept that y'all fled. Okay, cool. Make the most of that. You holding on to this Wakanda fantasy back to Africa, everybody. That's just not about to happen. Not in your
No, I'm not
lifetime.
trying to go
They
back
have
to
major
Africa. I'm trying to
problems.
centralize economic resources and political power, like build a voting block for the
For who?
Africans who come here so
Or
that we
who are
don't
you
vote
voting
against our
for?
own interests. It's
No,
really not that complicated.
we already got a voting block. Black Americans already got a voting block.
Yes, and they always vote Democrat by majority, and we haven't gotten anything from
You
that.
know why? Because what's the president that got killed? JFK, was it Lyndon Johnson? It was seen as the president that he signed the civil rights bill. So black people loyal. Before that, we voted Republican for 100 years. You know why? Because Lincoln freed the slaves, so-called freed the slaves. So
I want
we
to ask you
voted.
something. I want to ask you, Vovo. How do you see Pan-Africanism in the look? You live in the United States, right? Because when I hear about Pan-Africanism, I get really irritated, because they're not really telling the truth. They're not really. This guy said went to Ghana in Accra.
Not trying to be funny, so your accent kind of thick.
Okay, sorry. If Pan-Africanism does not exist at all in Africa, nowhere. Right. All these so-called coup leaders in Niger, Mali, these are coup leaders. These guys are just to grab power and be in power. These guys are not promoting Pan-Africanism in their territory. What they're doing is how to hold that power. They invite the Russians to protect them there. That's what they're doing, to stay in power. So if you know that what you have to do is for you to survive, let's assume you got a chick, right? You got a chick. You say, chick, I like you. I want you to be with me. Is that chick going to love you just because he loves you, but you can't provide nothing? You have no good, you have no good house. You can't provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You can't take her to watch a movie.
What you're saying. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You saying that it's hard to love Africa. You got to do what you got to do because you ain't getting it. You ain't getting what you deserve out of life. What you deserve. What you deserve. Why you don't deserve a Jaguar? I'm with you.
That's good.
I like Jaguars too. I like to drive American. That's my own thing. But I like the Lincoln. I'm about to give me a Lincoln on my birthday in August. You know what I'm saying? That's the plan.
So you
like nice shit. Ain't no reason why Africans shouldn't have
kind of stinking Lincoln you getting?
Vovo, can I ask you another question?
On the big Continental? One of them big Continentals, I'm putting spinners on it too. I'm a country ass nigga from
the
state.
Country
spinners on that motherfucker.
Yeah, Vovo, you're right, man. Vovo, let me tell you this. I come to the United States to buy my cars. You know, when Infinity was ready, the big Jeep, the biggest Jeep, that car called QS56, I came to United States, I bought the biggest Jeep. I
Yo, this
drove
is
it in
sad.
Africa. I bought the 2010 biggest Jeep with a 20 inches wheel. You understand me? I drove it.
And
I
you were the
sold it.
coolest African on the block, huh?
Oh man,
Ain't
what you
nothing wrong
talking
with that.
about, man? I love money. I love money, bro. I love money.
I
You know,
respect that. Listen what I'm saying. I
I love
respect
money,
that.
bro. You gonna tell
I
Jay
get
Z
where
about
you coming
Pan-Africanism?
from. I don't agree with it myself. I wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? Because me, I can't leave my people. I lived in a neighborhood that was like in the suburb. It was a black suburb. It's called Euclid, Ohio, but it was away from my people down in the city. And I was like, man, I had to keep traveling back and forth. When I lived in Texas, I used to work in the oil fields in Texas. Texas black people, great. Them some great people. They treated me like I was a native, but I was missing home. You know what I mean? Like, so I would never leave. I just couldn't. I'm almost 40, so I can't go nowhere anyway. I would be miserable. So I don't agree, but I understand where you're coming from, though. You saying you want shit out of life. Man, ain't nothing wrong with that. With wanting something out of life, man, I'm not one of them, oh, you gotta be poor and you, man, shit. No, you don't. Especially not if you make it to America. If you poor in America, you a fool. I don't agree with, oh, you supposed to be a poor, righteous teacher and all that shit. No, you supposed to get what you deserve out of life. You don't know, this shit's short. This shit, we could die tomorrow. There's all kinds of things I still want. And I'm gonna get them. And whoever get mad about it, so.
You see, that's why I like Volvo, man, because it's not easy. You need to spend some money to get some money. You know what I mean? You know, you need to spend money to get money. That's what I like. When you guys said drive Mercedes Benz, that's good. Volvo, you say you're almost 40. Volvo, I'm older than you, so you can understand. I was already eyeing out to make big money when I was in my early 20s. It's our 90s, you know. I've been married for 20 going to 28 years now. I have 3 kids, you know. So you're gonna tell me my kids gonna open my fridge, they got nothing to eat. My first daughter is in the university. You know what I mean? There was daddy, they nothing to eat. Man, man, what do you think about that? You know, so what I'm trying to tell you about this is Pan-Africanism in Africa does not exist.
Wait, Kimbo, can we like recontextualize the
It does not
conversation?
exist. You understand me?
Like,
It does not exist,
Bobo,
bro.
in terms of the
In
United States,
Africa, if you have no money, people will not listen to you. In Africa, if you
don't
have
you
no
think
money,
that African
nobody will
Americans,
open the door for
Africans, and
you. In
Caribbeans
Africa, if you have
You're
no
supposed
money,
to
together so that
listen
we
to
could vote
people
together?
you're supposed to listen to people that already did what you doing. Like me, I'm a truck driver. I didn't know how to drive a truck until I listened to somebody an older truck driver that showed me how to drive a truck. He taught me the game. I'm not gonna listen to some guy over here that ain't never drove a truck. No, I'm gonna listen to the guy that already got the game. So that's respectable. If you ain't got no money in Africa, you say nobody gonna listen to you. What I'm listening to you for? You don't know what to do either. We both need to be listening to this guy that got the money. Come with me. Let's go over there and see what he got to say. Ain't nobody got
that's
time
good,
for no
man.
bullshit, man.
And if you want to give them a handshake, they're gonna
Why you
shake you with
not
one
listening
finger.
to me?
If you have no money, you'll be shake with one finger, not with the full arms, with one finger.
So
Nobody
why
want
you
that.
not listening to me?
What that guy said
Now,
about
Bobo
America?
and Ola, low key kinfolk.
Well, no, I mean,
Right.
we got a similar thought.
Right.
We think it's
Now,
similar.
y'all definitely the same tribe. You trying not to be Pan-African, and I feel like
All
y'all
right, bro. And listen, you already established
They're
yourself
the
as a
same
troll,
type.
and that's the thing, though. A lot
They're
of
the
y'all
same type.
Pan-Africanists, y'all not really very smart, so y'all got to resort to trolling. That's like the class clown. He don't understand the work, and he feeling left behind. So what he got to do to get attention? He got to go in front of the teacher and dance and jump around, make noises, and be funny, and hit somebody with a spitball, and he the class clown because he don't understand the work. That's what that is. That's the Pan-Africanists. They don't understand the work. They don't understand that that's Pan-Africanism was being talked about in the early 1900s. It's
Hey, what
2025.
university you went to, bro?
Who,
Well, I
me?
mean, white imperialism
Yeah.
still exists. I don't
What
understand.
university I went to?
Yeah.
Street University.
Oh, I could tell. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, Street
No, but like, where
University.
do you
Came out the street.
expect Pan
Hey,
Africanism
guys,
to
I'm
be
back. Let me read
against
these super chats. Legally Bomb 999 holla. Thank you. Black people are beginning to see what we have in common outweighs our differences. Malcolm X 1964. RB. I don't know what's NOK. Thank you for the 119 NOK holla. Direct your 33 cents and misplaced anger to overturning 1968 Terry versus Ohio and live true freedom. In Kenya, we fought and gained our freedom without your 33 cents. All right, JC, thank you for the 499 holla. FBAs didn't flee only because the North and South U.S. are the same country. However, migrations prove everybody flees for a better life.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to what I'm talking about, how like all Black people have similar struggles and issues. And Volvo, like what I'm trying to say is if we push ourselves away from Africans and Caribbeans, then how are we going to like control the power of Black people in the United States? Like how do we control the vote? How
Now
do we
let's clear it
control
up. Now you asked me
money?
this question, right? This keep coming up, but then y'all start trolling all over. We keep saying the same thing. When you say push yourself away from Africans, that's something y'all making up in y'all mind. What we saying is that we are a distinct group of people. There shouldn't be no problem with that. You don't go to a Jamaican and say, why you pushing yourself away? Why you find that Jamaican flag? You don't go to a Afro-Puerto Rican and say, why you find that Puerto Rican flag? You don't go to a Nigerian and say that. It's only with us. You know why it's only with us? Because y'all in a secret competition with us, for one. We're the measuring stick.
Bro,
Y'all measure
there's
yourself.
no competition. We are kinfolk. Like I want reparations.
We're not. Well, then why you don't say that to the Jamaicans? Then tell the Jamaicans, why you flying that Jamaican flag? You pushing yourself away from Black Americans. Well, what do you? Why
Because the
you
Jamaicans in my circle aren't shitting on African Americans. Like everybody in my circle is
you crazy as hell, man. Come on. Notice how you said in my circle. You
Yeah,
see
no,
the
because I'm
same
being
shit that I
honest with
see.
you. Like I'm
Well,
from New
you
York.
know
I know
what? You
Caribbean
can't see
people
every. You got
who have
selective
said
sight.
messed up stuff about
You got
African
selective
Americans. I'm not
sight.
gonna
They be
lie to
saying all
you.
types of shit about us.
Whoa.
One
If you
lady,
just
one
listen to
Jamaican lady
me,
came up here earlier and talking about
we
I
could
give.
come together, bro. I'm telling you, I've gone through those experiences. Like I've had Caribbean
Well,
people,
at the
I've
end
had
of the
African
day,
people
man,
say
at the
stuff
end of the
to
day,
me.
you're going to keep moving the goalposts.
How am I moving?
Us delineating, us saying that we are our own distinct group shouldn't bother you. And if it do, oh well, that's just what it is. These things don't go backwards. So you got to go through the grieving process. And then when you get done with that, then come back. When you get done
But
with
I'm not grieving. I support you.
then
I
come back.
support us being our own people. It's just there seems to be some sort of like internal beef.
Can
Like
you
we
trace
believe
your
that.
lineage back to the 1870 census? Because that's our
Yes,
message.
bro. Yes, bro.
Okay, yes, then. Well, then, I'm not about to give up all of my ancestors' work to no Africa or no flat blackness or no none of that shit. That's
I'm not saying
disrespectful
you
to them
have to.
people.
I'm just saying it
My
seems like there's
story,
spite
my
and
story happened
animosity
here in
between the
America.
two.
My story didn't happen in Ghana. My story didn't happen in I don't know Kenya. My story didn't happen in South Africa. My story happened here in America. I'm
Like, do you
proud of
think
that.
that Africans have bad ill towards you on average?
Yes, they keep. This how you can tell because they keep saying, "Oh, you're mad because we're doing better than you." We don't know how good an African doing. Ain't nobody sitting around in the Black American community. Them Africans doing so good. I'm so mad. We don't even be paying them no
Like,
attention.
but in
We
your personal
don't care when
experience,
you're
like
in a
outside
secret
of
competition.
online, when you meet African people and Caribbean
Yeah,
people in
horrible
person,
people, horrible people,
okay, then
horrible
I can't
people.
change your experience.
Yeah, horrible people. Well, don't ask me no anecdotal stuff. Like horrible people. They rude. They think they better. I was in the Uber the other day. This dude must have forgot that I was Black American. He could see the FBA flag on my house. I don't know, but no, he probably don't know what that flag means because a lot of people don't know what that
The
means.
black and red flag with the dagger.
I forgot where it was.
Shout
I
out
must
to
have
us.
seen it downstairs. But yeah, no, the FBA flag. But anyway, he started talking shit about Black American women. I'm like, oh, what you talking about? Oh no, I'm not saying it like that. I'm not like just off the dribble. He
But you
started talking
understand, I
crazy.
don't support those people. Like, I don't think
Well,
anybody
at the end
who
of the day,
hates
you asked
African
me
Americans
on the
should come to the
street.
United States.
You asked me on the street. Yeah, they rude as fuck. I just don't. Their spirit is off, bro. Their spirit is off, and that's fine. But they not the only ones. The East Indians. I don't know. They don't like us. I don't like them either. The Asians. They don't like us. They're not the only ones. Y'all just the ones centering yourself in our face. Y'all centering yourself in the conversation. Y'all keep it making it seem like we attacking you. If me delineating is an attack on Africa, Africa in bad shape. Africa in bad shape. If me saying I'm not an African and my story happened here in America and I ain't got no ancestors in Africa, if that's Africa in terrible shape. Africa in
No, I mean,
horrible
I
shape.
support African Americans being our own people. Like, I think our culture is undeniable. I just feel like from the FBA and FBA like ADR side, there's some xenophobia in the group, and that's
For
kind
what
of
though?
what.
Why? Say for what though? Why? Because that's a good conversation that we having. Before you start back trolling, why do you think Black Americans hate Africans? I would love to hear this
I
because
don't hate
every time I
Africans.
ask that, everybody
I
lay
don't. I don't hate
their head.
Africans. Africans don't hate me, in my experience.
What FBA? Why is it FBA ADOS? FBA ADOS. Why do you think that we hate Africans? Xenophobe. Why do you
Because
think we
niggas is
xenophobic
broke.
towards Africans?
Well, I mean, in your personal
Whoa,
Niggas
whoa,
is
experience,
whoa,
broke.
whoa!
you've had
Hey,
bad
Will, whoa,
experiences with
whoa,
them.
whoa,
My
Will. That's
fault.
fine, Will. That's fine.
All right, I'll send that over.
Will,
No,
Bro, I'm not trying to troll you. Like, if somebody had
Will, you didn't
experiences
see the, you
like
didn't see
yours, then I
the
would
last one from
understand that.
yesterday either, Will.
Will. Yeah, Will. Drunk ass Will with the Benz. Yeah. Tell him, yeah, get your money, man.
But
Don't be
my
coming up here.
kinfolk,
My
but
brother
you
don't like
do
that word.
understand that
He
the
said,
negative
if
experience
you need
you
me to
had
do
with
security,
Africans, like people who say the same thing about African Americans.
that ain't what I asked, though. That ain't what I asked. I gotta
Wait, ask the
hate you
question
for
again.
a
My
reason.
bad.
I gotta hate you for a reason. See what I'm saying? Y'all,
Ask the
it's
question again. My
bullshit.
bad.
You making it up. Why? You have nothing on us to hate on. Like literally, bro. Like
But I'm
literally.
literally
Like
not attacking you, bro. Like, I'm
no,
trying to have
I'm
a
asking
genuine
you a
conversation.
question. You're saying that you see a lot of xenophobia and all that. What do you have to what do they have for us to hate on? I would love to hear somebody say that.
All right.
I would love somebody to break it down
I
to
think
me.
that a
This
lot of African Americans feel like other black people think they're better than us, and some of them do, and that is a problem.
Poor blacks see
so
Africans
if
come
I
here and
think
do
that
very well. It creates jealousy.
if I
Well,
believe
let's
Just
that
saying.
have an honest conversation. I'm
if
not
I
trying to run away,
believe that
Bobo.
you think that you better than me, don't I got a right to dislike you?
No,
You think
No,
you
no,
better than
I
me.
completely
no.
understand why some people would feel that way based on your limited experiences.
But here's the thing.
But like, there's a
When I talk
billion
to people,
African people.
when I talk to my people, Africans don't be coming up. We don't be talking about no Africans.
But
That
like, do
ain't
you think
nothing.
you have a more limited view because you're from Ohio and I'm from New York? Like, there's a
It's
bunch
Africans
of
all over
Africans there.
Ohio. You ever heard
So,
of Chaotic Truth? Chaotic Truth is living around the corner from me.
Volvo Rance, let me ask you this. So you don't have any African ancestry, you say. So since you know you
Hold on, I
don't,
never said that. I never said that. I
oh,
never said
I
that,
thought you
bro.
said that a minute ago when you're
I
saying
never
my
said that,
people
bro.
didn't come
You
from.
putting words in my
Okay,
mouth.
so you do have African ancestry.
Yes.
Okay. What were your people before they came to the United States?
I don't know.
All
Nobody
right.
knows.
So no, don't say nobody knows. Say
And
you
let's
don't
took a
know.
blood test and you're gonna this vague story. I'm
I
talking about us as
I
FBA. Now this should be fair. If you're a
right.
reasonable man, we only deal with what we know. We deal with documents,
Right.
records. That's fair, right?
But that's not fair
Yes,
because
that's why a lot of us are dealing with DNA.
many FBA don't know what tribe they come from.
We
And
don't
if
be
they
done with
if
the
they do,
trolling.
Which
We know
tribe?
you came over
Wait,
here to
pardon
troll.
me.
We know you came over here to troll.
No, we
That's
always
not
say
FBA
this
to me.
tribe
That
stuff
ain't
with
FBA to
FBA.
me.
And the average
My tribe
descendant of
is
slavery is
here's
from
my
like
tribe.
7 different tribes.
Let me tell you my tribe. My tribe is everybody that could trace their lineage back to the 1870 census and to say black or Negro.
The
And
That's
Bigfoot
my
Bobo's right.
tribe.
tribe.
That is our tribe.
The
Period.
Bigfoot tribe.
African
Now
Americans are a
that's
tribe. You
the
don't need to
Bigfoot tribe.
bring
I like the
anything back.
Bigfoot tribe, the
Okay.
watermelon tribe,
We
the
have
fried chicken tribe. I like that. The Afro tribe, the Michael Jackson
right,
tribe,
but
the Air
no,
Force
I
tribe, the
many
hip hop
of the
tribe.
FBA say
Yeah.
that they don't have African ancestry. Ask them if they have African
They
ancestry,
can say whatever. You'll be going
and
in
they
circles. See, that's
respond.
the thing, though, right? We
They
ain't
respond,
we
but you're
don't like
cutting me
going in
off. You've
circles.
been talking the whole time. I've been
We don't like
listening,
going in
and
circles.
now I'm trying to say something, and you're talking over me. I can't even hear what you're saying.
Go ahead.
Right. So you ask FBAs, do they have African ancestry? And they respond most of the time, I'm not from Africa, which means that they didn't even either they purposely didn't want to answer the question or they didn't even hear the question because they have in their mind something that they've already made up. Most do say that. And the ones that don't say that, like you're saying, say that, well, I probably do have, I just don't know where I'm from. And that happened so long ago, it's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with me today. And this is where we give you information to read about the things that we retain as a people here that makes up this unique culture that we have. We do have a new African culture. The foundation of it is African. It's not, in my opinion, it's not Native American. or American Indian or Choctaw or whatever. Those cultures, by the way, also share a common thread amongst them in the Americas. Now today, if you go to the Peak, you look at the Pequot people up there in eastern, somewhere near Rhode Island. These people are still there. They're light skinned, brown, beigeish, light brown, and the dance that they do is similar to the dance that they do on the Great Plains, the Lakota people. Same kind of drums, same kind of basic dance. So I'm from that plus other information. I am thinking, and rightfully so, that the dance, the music, the culture is pretty much, very similar. And there are differences, but it's pretty similar. And in saying that, we can clearly say where do we see that? It's certainly not in our dance, and certainly not really, not even in our music. Our music is more complex than that, and we dance very different. We have a lot more stuff going on in our dance. So that's just the music and dance part of our culture. Plus, we see the blues and the connection with West Africa and the guateng instrument, the banjo. Those things, those instruments are also in West Africa. Similar, they got different names, but exactly the same. So we see this connection there, and then even you go all over Africa, and they have a similar kind of blues thing going on all over. Even in Somalia, we were paying attention. We are listening to traditional Somali music. It sounds like blues. So this thing is all throughout Africa. This common thing that people in the Horn don't even want to admit and recognize. And
Now
go ahead.
Let me give you the respect. Let me give you the respect of a smart brother. I'm gonna take what you said as fact, and I'm respecting you when I ask this. So let's not troll. Can you give me the Somalian song that sounds like blues? Because I grew up on blues. I used to ride around with Big Daddy playing all that gut bucket blues and Muddy Waters.
I'm gonna drop something in the chat for you.
Walter, BB
From
King.
Molly.
I want to know the Somali. You would be teaching me something, brother. I'm
gonna
not
drop something
here.
from Molly for you.
I'm also here to learn. So I want to know what's the song that sound like, what's the music that sound like blues in Somalia? That would be dope.
Hold on, well, my guys, hit the like button, Willie. You haven't paid your fine yet.
Come on, Rich Willie.
Okay, so I'm gonna find it on YouTube. I'm gonna find it and I'll put it in the back chat.
I'm
gonna send you one from Molly too, bro.
Have his assistant send it. Hurry up, I'm security around here. If Vovo don't not send mine immediately, you doing better than everybody. You going golfing. Now send some of that money over. You know the rules on our space. He made me security. I'm security around here. You know the rules. Willie. Yeah, that's what I thought. He ain't gonna send it, man. You want me to throw him out?
Wait. Okay, I'm finding it and I'm gonna put it in the back chat. I said,
Yeah,
but
I
you're
would
running
love
him out.
Give me 2 seconds. Send it in
Yeah.
there.
Now, yeah, I would love to hear this. Now, this is your. Now, hold on. Say the name of it too. That way, because you ain't gonna show your face, but at least we can hear your voice say this. Say that this stuff sounds like blues, because I would love to hear that. Because blues come from the plantation. That's the deaf blues. When they, you know what they were singing about when they was on the plantation, when they said "Swing low, sweet chariot, come carry me home, come carry me off this plantation." They were singing about their blues. They were singing about their trouble. I want to know where the Somalians were singing about their trouble in the fields. I would love to hear this. When they
Thank you, Willie. I got it. Thank you, Willie.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, mine ain't ring yet.
Wait, and I sent him one from Molly too.
Oh, you supposed to send it? Hold on, he ain't sending. He supposed to send a double up. All right, go ahead. Now what? Now what's this? Now what's the name of this? Just so, because the other people in the chat, you gotta think this history too.
Now ask yourself, what's the name of the blues song? The blues song. Give me the name of the blues song. That's what you're asking.
What do you say? No,
I said traditional Somali music, and you're asking.
Shaw. So the whoever sent this link from Molly, Bobakar Traore, he has a real good documentary. I watched it years ago when I was coming back from Africa to America. I was coming back from Tanzania. Like this is probably like 2012. It's called "Sing with Me" or something like that. So it's a very good documentary. I'm about to play the song right now.
Thank
Hold
you.
on,
Appreciate
can I just add this? Those guitars are from those are American guitars. Just by the way,
I can get you a
I didn't see
version
the
where they
whole
use the
thing.
original Mali string instrument. I can get you one with their original instrument. I promise you.
That is the blues.
Right. Pardon me, Adonis. I sent a link with the traditional instrument.
Where are these brothers from?
They're from Mali. But I also sent another link where they use a traditional Malayan instrument that
What was
inspired the
the
guitar.
now what's it called? The Cora, I think is
Well,
the
I mean, that
instrument.
doesn't have to be
Now
proven
I
because
want
the
to hear them play
guitar
that.
isn't indigenous to America, so that's a moot point. But that was
Yeah,
pretty
it's the
cool.
Cora.
That was pretty
Now,
cool
Bobo,
to
here's the
hear a
one with the
song.
traditional
No.
instrument.
That's some shit they got from us. Let's.
No, this is our traditional instrument. Like your ancestors were already aware of this one. Well, I'm not sure if we need to watch the whole video. I was just trying to
Man, that
show
ain't
Oh
it.
no,
where the instruments get
I
from.
love it.
Okay,
That
my
was
bad.
pretty
I
dope.
love the
Man,
song.
but
I
to
love
say
it.
that that's blues, come on, man. That's disingenuous. That's a
And
reach. That's
that's
a reach.
more
Now,
like
can you
The
play
lead
any?
first one
Do
lead
was
guitar.
100%
you
blues.
have any
Yeah, the
howling
first
wolf
one.
over there? We can sum this up right now. Do you got any
Right.
howling wolf? Do you have
Right.
any muddy waters? Any BB King over there?
I can
No,
play
but
some of that.
Vogel, do you understand my grander point of
No,
where?
I don't. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why when he get done.
The first one was
Cause I
essentially what
and
we in the
when he
States would call liquor
when he
house
get done
music,
with this,
right?
I'll tell you why.
when he gets done with that, I'm gonna play some Somali music
Right.
for you. When he finished that, I'm gonna play some Somali music
You
for
get,
you.
I get what you're trying to say, but I'm gonna step on all that. I'm gonna tell you why. It's gonna be real simple too.
Okay, wait a
Listen,
But like,
minute, wait a
have
why
minute,
are
you
you
wait a minute.
trying
You
listened?
want
so
to hear
hard?
Somali music?
Pardon me.
No,
Why
no,
are
We
you
no.
get it.
trying
We
I'm
so
get
playing
it.
hard to
Somali
look for
We
music.
get it.
separation?
That would no,
Let
you
me
don't
say
get it.
this.
No, you
Now
don't
let
get
me
it.
say
This
this.
is all the way on the other side of Africa. Listen,
Right. Okay. No, no, wait. I got
listen.
you. Listen. You would have to show me
Quiet,
this.
quiet, quiet,
This very important piece. Show me the continuity.
quiet. Be
Show
quiet.
me the
Be
continuity.
quiet. Be
Show me the
quiet.
continuity.
Be quiet.
The content I showed you
No, you have to
one with
show me the
I
continuity.
showed you a video with guitars, and then I showed you a
If you
video
won't
with an
show me the
older instrument.
continuity and say that this comes from this, because that's what culture is.
They're both Quiet, from quiet. Mali. What
If
do you
they
think
Listen,
I'm
want
talking
talk
to
about?
be
about
Somali
blind,
traditional
they
music.
will not
These are
see.
both Somalian. I mean,
you
they're
have
both
to show
Malayan
me the
artists.
continuity of the
They're both
slaves and the
Malayan
slave
Yo,
artists.
deal.
bro, if they want to be blind, they will not see. Like,
I'm
there
Volvo,
ain't
asking a
I
no
just feel
simple.
like
convincing them.
every
Leave it
time you
alone.
ask this for is not evidence, for Volvo Rants. This is we for the show more audience. evidence, and then you find separations. Like I showed you
I'm
one
asking
example
for the
of the
continuity. I'm with you. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that is.
quiet. Be quiet. Listen. Volvo. The
Show me
first
the continuity.
Shot,
quiet.
shot, shot,
Quiet.
shot, shot. Put the link in the private chat so I can play the video.
Show me the
All right.
continuity, though.
Volvo, the first video that I sent was the continuity. It just
Fine,
didn't
No,
do
it
it.
have
wasn't.
the
You got to
instrument.
show me the slaves in the slave field
Jesus
that
Christ.
that
Oh
hear about this
Lord.
in Mali
Slavery
and
back
stuff like
then. Like,
that.
what are you talking about?
You
You want me
got
to
to.
make a
And we're
What do
time
you
moving
machine
mean?
and
the
bring us back to
goalposts. We're
slavery? Because I'm
moving
not
the
going back. I'm going
goalposts.
forward.
No, you said that this is their ancient music and it sounds like blues.
And we're
I'm saying
Yes, and I
moving
blues.
the
literally played
I'm
goalposts.
you
saying
We're
blues
a
came
moving
modern
out.
the
version of
I'm
goalposts.
their
saying
music that
blues.
sounded like
Blue. When you say I'm feeling blue, I'm feeling sad. You're
That
singing
first
about your
song
trouble.
was the blues.
No, that
the
wasn't.
first
You don't know
song that
what
I
they were
showed
saying.
was the
You don't
blues.
know
That
what they
Bro.
were
first song
saying.
was the blues.
You don't know what they were saying.
I know what the
Yeah, you're
Knock it
guitar
right.
was
off,
I don't
saying.
speak
man.
their language.
I know what the guitar was saying.
What? That
That
don't
was
mean
the
it was the
blues
blues.
song. Right,
Yes, the
Man, no.
melodies and
right.
Well,
instrumentation
show
was
me the
like the blues.
continuity.
I'm
So the
Goofy.
slaves and the slave. Hold on, wait. The slaves on the plantation
Clearly, you didn't
got
really
that
know
from
Muddy
them.
Waters.
Got that from them. Muddy Waters got that from them,
Clearly,
and
you
not when
didn't
he was.
really listen to Muddy Waters.
No, our history goes back so far. It's
Show
before
me the
blues.
continuity,
It's
though. You should be
before
able to show me the
ragtime.
continuity.
I appreciate you sharing that with me, bro. Because
Show me the continuity.
that was a
Show
pretty
me the
one-on-one
continuity. It ain't no
comparison.
continuity. That's why
That's
you
pretty
can't show me.
dope to know.
It ain't
So
no
But
continuity.
like, what type of
So
That's
proof?
what they was
there's some
thank
doing.
you for
What type of
better.
sharing
proof
That's
are
what
that.
they
you
was doing.
looking
But
for?
they was playing with an American guitar. They heard us doing that. Our music spread all over the world. That
Brother, I
other guy that was
showed you
playing on
their
that sit down
original
thing,
instrument. They
that's
had
something
an
else. But he
they
had an
have
Show us
an
American
the
indigenous
continuity
string
of
guitar.
that
instrument called the
argument.
chorus.
That that
Volvo, I
that
showed you their
that
indigenous
guitar was not
instrument.
built in Africa.
Like, do
That
you think it's
guitar
more
came
likely
from the
that
West.
slaves
That thing
who
was
had
shiny.
string
It was
instruments
new.
came here
Hey,
and
my
taught
brother from
people,
Brooklyn, please
or that
stop.
they pulled it out the
Like, don't,
sky?
They
bro, don't
came and
waste your
taught
time.
us.
Don't waste your time, bro.
Who came and
If
taught
they
us?
want to be blind, they will not
Like
see.
they taught their
Just
descendants, their children.
Man, knock it off, man.
No, like, do you think it's more reasonable that Malayan slaves came to the United States? They didn't have guitars, so we had slave hymns. And then once we got a guitar, we put strings to our original melodies. Like, is that really so far fetched to you?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that then.
Yes.
Come
I
on,
believe
man.
him.
No, hold
No,
on,
I
wait.
believe him.
Let's be reasonable. They came from over there. They remember for hundreds of years we wasn't playing no guitar or nothing. Just your logic. So for hundreds of years we weren't playing no guitar or nothing, and they remembered this ancient
Who said we weren't?
African
Who said
retention
we weren't?
history, and they
That
picked up
shows
the
you don't
guitar
know your
again and
history.
started. No, here's the thing. You can see
That
Brother,
Black
that's
shows
not what
Americans.
you
I'm
don't
saying.
know your history.
You
What,
You
can
said
what
see.
I'm
for
saying
You
is
100
can
they
see.
had
years.
these
You
melodies
can see
You
the
and they
said
played
progression
them
for
on the
of Black
100
banjo
American
and
years
played them
music.
on the
we weren't
ukulele.
playing
And then
these
when the guitar was
instruments.
invented, they
You
applied
You
can
it to
don't
the
know
see.
your
guitar.
history.
You can see the progression of Black American music. It's very well documented. From the slaves
Right.
singing in the
You
slave
just don't
fields,
know it.
swing low, sweet chariot, come take me home. That come out the Bible.
Where do
The
we think the
chariots of the
slave
Bible.
melodies come
That's what they
from?
were singing about, the chariots of the Bible. Oh,
Kinfolk,
Jordan
where do we
Road.
think the
Oh, the
slave
road. Oh,
melodies
Jordan Road.
came from?
Those
Hey,
old
Vovo,
Negro
you ever
spiritual
been
what?
to the Smithsonian Museum in DC?
No, man. No.
Oh, yeah, I could tell.
But where
No,
They
where do
yeah,
you
I ain't
literally
think
been
the
there.
they
slave
literally
melodies
have
came
the
from?
slave versions of similar instruments to the
Listen,
guitar.
you're not. Listen, it's not going to work, fellas. It's not going to work.
And it looked
It's
very
just
much,
not going to work. It's just
and
not
it
going to
looked
work.
very
You
much
will
like the
never be
instrument the
able.
brother was
You will
playing
never
in the
be able
second
to
video.
contribute our
That was pretty
history
cool.
to no damn
That was
Africa.
pretty cool.
Period.
Volvo, you
I
do
don't care how
understand that
hard you
our
try,
history is
because
African
what it
history.
is, you want to contribute our magnificent biblical history to Africa, so you can talk about
Biblical.
yourself and cool
So
down.
Hey,
Volvo,
Walk
Daniel,
away.
Volvo, I
somebody
Ain't
play
gonna
him
identify
work.
as
talking
African
Timbuktu.
Ain't
American,
gonna
so
work.
I'm not putting it on anybody
Somebody
else.
should play him talking
That explains
Timbuktu.
it.
Play
Like
Talking Timbuktu.
it sounds like you're afraid of something. Like if we
Afraid of
talk
what?
about where our
Afraid of
roots
what?
come
I
from,
don't got no
pardon
problem with giving
me.
credit where it's due.
No, it sounds like if we
Mansa
talk
Musa was
about
dope.
where our roots
Shaka
come
Zulu was
from,
dope. Who
pardon
else
me.
was dope? What's the dude down there?
No, it sounds like
In
you're
South
afraid of
Africa today
acknowledging the
with the
roots of
red
where we
hats and the
come
red. I've been
from.
talking about him for years.
Dynas, play
He
him
was like
talking Timbuktu. Play talking Timbuktu.
Well,
That will
hold on,
show him the
hold on,
blues.
guys, one second. I gotta pass it. Go ahead, Chrissy. I'm gonna pass it to you, Cosmic Chaos.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that instrument that was being played is from the 1200s. There was no
Hey, yo,
United
somebody needs to
States in
mute
the
themselves. Go ahead.
1200s. So that instrument is older than blues and all the stuff you're talking about is from the 1200s, and it has always been played in that specific traditional way. So there's a lot of misinformation. I don't know if folks are just watching YouTube videos and they get a little piece of information from this one, a little piece of information from this one, and they don't travel and they know everything and they don't read, but that's incorrect.
That's
That
why
is
going to museums is key.
instrument.
That's their culture. That's
That's
not black
why
People
culture.
who are
going to
culture
museums
I'm
is
saying
key.
take their
and
culture. That's
people
their
who are
culture.
Volvo
They
is
ain't doing that.
disingenuous.
Bro,
and
that
You
people
thing
can
who
was
literally
raw.
are
That
go
thing
culture
you
see
saying that
these
Rick, man,
things.
that's
Volvo
and
is
people
raw.
who
What are you
afraid
listen
saying?
to
more
acknowledge
That's
his roots
nice.
are
I
going to be the
because he
most
appreciate that.
thinks that
educated
That
people
ain't
in
acknowledging
my
the
your
culture.
roots takes away
That ain't
from
my
your
culture.
current
I ain't about to
contribution.
pretend like that's my culture because the dude dark skin. Knock it off.
Volvo, why are you afraid of acknowledging the roots of where our culture comes
He
from? Like
can
it
go
doesn't take
do
away
it.
from us.
Listen to what I'm saying. If he playing that thing, that ain't got. I don't know no nigga that know how to play
I
that.
don't think he's
Hey,
afraid. He's being
I need you
purposely ignorant to that
Bobo.
history.
You said Volvo what?
You said the N word, Bobo.
All right, man.
So send
You're
that
right.
10
That's your
hours.
rule, huh?
Hurry up. Clock in
You
my
ain't security
pocket.
around
Hurry
here.
up.
I'm security around here.
Clock in my pocket.
Yeah, go ahead, Todd.
You ain't know. You said it twice. You hurry up.
Hey, Dynas,
Go ahead.
this is who you need to play. Go
So
on YouTube,
oh,
play
I'm sorry.
Talking Timbuktu. Faka Toure. That the album is Talking Timbuktu. Play it for him right now, and you will see the blues.
No, you won't, bro. That's y'all pathetic with that though. Y'all want to be attached to us so bad. That ain't no blues. We know where the blues came from.
Volvo, why do you want to be
Ain't
attached?
nobody bring no blues on no slave
Like,
ship.
what is
That's
the
two different
danger of
cultures. Why
acknowledging our
can't they have
African
their own
origin?
culture and we have ours?
We do have our own
That big
culture. We
thing that
developed
dude
it
was playing,
from
that was nice.
African
That
and
was nice.
indigenous cultures.
All Africans ain't the same on the continent. So you got to reach from different things from all over the place and be like, yeah, see, we all the
There were
same.
slaves
That's
from multiple
desperation.
countries. There were slaves
That's
from multiple countries,
desperation.
Volvo.
That's
It was the entire
not my
West and
culture.
Central
The blues,
Africa.
that ain't the blues.
But you do know that
Yo,
jazz
bro,
did
you are
not come to
wasting
Black
your time
America by
having this
itself, right?
conversation.
You do
Jazz
know that
came out of
jazz
Black
came
America.
through Congo,
You're
right?
Jazz
You
wasting
do
came
know
out
time.
of
that jazz
So
came through
Jazz
Congo,
came out
right?
of y'all
Hold on,
wasn't
you
playing
do
no
know
brass
you know that
instruments.
jazz came through Congo, right?
Y'all wasn't playing no brass instruments over there. Y'all
Okay, trumpet has been existing in the Congo, in the Republic
he
of
didn't
Congo
get it
for a
from
long
you.
time.
He didn't get it from y'all.
It
That
was
ain't
the Congolese who brought it to
show me the
Cuba.
continuity.
From Cuba, it came to Black America in the plantations.
Okay, I see your English is very good, sir. I'm gonna say a word, and it should be easy. Y'all standing on this continuity. Show me the continuity. That's all I'm asking.
See, when you talk about I continuity, you literally got to put it showed into you a context. Hold on, video. hold
What
on,
do you
hold
That's
on.
his
mean?
word of the week.
Okay,
Continuity of
let
what?
me
Volvo,
put it
please
into
answer the
context.
question. Where do you Do think
Exactly.
the
Let
slave
me
melodies
put
came
it
from?
into
Let me
context.
talk to this guy. Let me
Let
talk
me
to
put it
this
into
guy.
context.
Let me talk to this guy. Do you know how many musical genres we have in Africa?
That ain't what I asked you. I
No,
don't know.
that's a senseless question.
I don't know. No, it's not. No,
No,
it's
it
not.
doesn't. There's no context to it. There's no
No, it's not.
context to that
I'm giving
question.
you the
The
context right now.
continuity of what? The continuity of
The
what?
continuity. If you saying that the blues came from Africa, right? And we got it from Africa, right? Muddy Waters don't know no African. Little Walter don't know no African.
Okay, there's also Volvo, something you're not called. understanding
He
the
don't know no
There's
African.
also
So
something.
you
Hold on,
can't
hold on, hold on.
you
There's
can't
also
attack.
something
So
called
you
genetic
asking about what
memory.
the gap.
Hold Come on. from There's also Africa, something bro. called genetic memory. There's also something called genetic
Did I
memory.
say that? I said they was gonna start talking like that. Oh, it's
No, no,
African.
no. Okay, if, 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 if if that, not how I that's a talk. thing. But that's a
So
thing. You can look it up. Genetic memory.
so for
Volvo,
hundreds
can
of
you
years they
acknowledge
forgot
what
this
I
stuff,
said?
and then they start singing the blues because they tap back into to Africa.
Where do the
And
where
they
do
wasn't
the
singing about
enslaved
nothing
melodies
African.
come from? Where
When
did
they
the
was saying
enslaved
my
melodies come from?
last
Dynasty, can you play that
ain't
talking
no African.
Timbuktu?
That ain't no African stuff. My last two, my baby left me.
Volvo.
See, Black
That
America
ain't
is
about
the
no.
Africans who were heavily influenced by European standards. That's it.
No,
The
they're
reason why
not.
Black American
What?
culture, hold on, listen.
Whoa,
The
whoa, whoa,
reason
whoa,
why,
whoa, what?
hold on. The reason why Black American culture went over the world is because it was African culture plus Jewish influence. Okay, you
What?
had the talent, and the
Okay,
Jewish,
I don't know
hold
what
on,
that means.
and the Jewish had the media, and everything all over the world, and so they promoted you to make all
Bro,
their
you're gonna
money.
get a shutdown.
But
You're gonna
no,
get a
here's the
shutdown.
thing, right?
He's gonna get everybody in trouble.
Right? You don't have to like it. The people all around the world like it. That's the problem.
Just like the people all over the world like Afro beats too, just like they like
Volvo,
rumba
where
too,
do the
just like they
African
like reggae
enslaved hymns
too.
come
If
from?
you play Afro beats at a black party, you will shut the party down. They gonna
Okay,
bring that.
okay, at the black, which are you talking about? Black
Okay, wait a
American
minute. I
party?
just googled.
Leave,
I
man.
googled a
They had to
bunch of
turn that on.
information. Wait, Vanto. So what I found in this googling information, right, is the earliest banjo music played in the United States is in the 1700s, and it was played by enslaved Africans. Then
Duh.
blues later, excuse me, sir. Then blues later emerged in the late 1800s. That's when blues began. But the earliest blues music was played with a banjo. And the earliest banjo, then not only did they have it in the United States, but in Suriname, which is near Guyana, they had banjo instrument there, and they were playing that there. So this instrument is very similar to the banco, and also there's an instrument called the guotang. I believe it's called the guotang. These are also in Mali. These are in Mali, Senegal, Guinea area, and they're exactly the same. They have a gourd, and these instruments were gourd. These early banjos were gourd banjos made with a gourd. So this is the connection, and the music sounds the same. And so what you need to do, young man, is you got a trail. You can go back and look at what I said and do the earliest gourd banjo in the United States. Then
I
go to
already know right
Mali,
here.
go
Black
to Africa, and put in
No,
banco
no,
music or banjo music.
no, no,
No, you don't have to do any of that, and you won't
no.
do it because you're stuck.
That ain't correct.
Volvo,
Correct. You're
Right.
so twisted. You're reaching so hard to try to
Volvo,
teach our culture to
No,
Africa.
I'm not
Volvo. Do you
reaching.
So
think
y'all
that
can leave
water
y'all
is
twisted
afraid of
because
hydrogen and oxygen?
it's
And this
all
is not
lies.
even just
Y'all
about
can
Volvo,
leave
you. What
Do
is
Man,
you
it?
Volvo,
think
you
that
look like you
water
come from the
is
Congo.
afraid of oxygen
This
and
is not for
hydrogen?
you. This is for the audience too.
I
This is
might look
information
like
for
I
the
come from the
audience.
Congo, but I don't come from
We're
the
not
Congo.
trying to change your
But you look
mind.
like it
That's the
though. You
thing.
This
have
is
the
for
same
the
features as
I
audience.
them.
don't come from the Congo though.
Of course you don't, dog.
Yeah, duh. Well
But
then.
you look like them, but you don't look like you come from Europe though.
So
You
why
don't
would
look like you come from Asia though.
no, I
The
look like
only
I come
people that
from
you
America.
look like
I
come
look like
from
I come from
Africa.
America. I look like those great Americans like Shaft.
Oh, it's okay too. That's
And
okay too.
Volvo,
You
what
can.
is
I mean, I don't
wrong
have
with
a problem with you
acknowledging the
claiming that.
source?
Honestly, I don't have a problem with you
Brown,
claiming that.
like Michael Jordan, like LeBron James,
Okay, what does Michael Jordan look like? Who does Michael Jordan
Nat
look like?
Turner,
Who does Shaq look like?
like Nat
Nat
Turner.
Turner is the descendant of African slaves. What are we talking
No,
about,
he's
bro?
descendant of slaves.
No, his
Who are
grandmother
African?
was
What are you
Akan
confused
from Ghana.
about?
All right,
That's my
okay.
Like, is this
fucking
a
fifth
Okay, it's
confused
okay. You
grandfather.
just
conversation?
want. Hey, you
That
want
is
to
my
steal?
That's what
grandfather,
I'm saying.
fifth grandfather.
I'm
Hello,
a descendant of
Nat
African
Turner.
slaves.
And
I'm a
I can give
descendant
you
of
the
African slaves.
descendants of that. His mother was
I'm a
Nancy
descendant
Turner.
of
Nigga,
African
you
Excuse me,
come.
slaves.
sir.
What's
His
your
mother was
point?
Nancy Turner. His grandmother was
What's your
Akan
point?
from Africa.
What's
Nat
your
Turner's
point?
grandmother
You look
What's your
was
point?
from
Congolese, man.
Akan. His
Man, this dude is from
daughter, Nat
Congo.
Turner's daughter,
Man,
was
you from
Sherry
Congo, man.
Turner, and his wife was
What's
Adeline
your
Turner, and they
I'm
gave
from
birth to
Lake Warren.
Excuse me. They gave birth to Randall Bowser, who
Yes,
gave birth to
me.
my his great aunt,
Yes,
who I
me.
met in 1972, who was 92 years
Yes,
old in
me.
1972. Right. That
No,
means shut
Man,
the
leave
fuck
this
up.
Congolese guy alone, man. He's a
So my
Congolese,
great
man.
He's
aunt that
not
I met in
listening. He's not gonna
1972
listen.
was 92 years old, and she is the great granddaughter, or yeah, great granddaughter of Nat Turner. I met her when I was 12 years old. She was
And she's
in a wheelchair.
92. That don't even add up. That
It
don't even
does
no,
add
add
up.
up.
no. See,
It
Volvo,
does
you
add up because
pretend to
she was
care
She was
born
about
in
the
the
Black
late
great great
Americans,
granddaughter.
1800s.
and
She
you
was
have
the
the
great
Nat
great
descendant
Turner
of Nat
died
granddaughter.
in
Turner talking to you, and you're
Nat
still
Turner died
1831.
in
disrespectful,
1850.
bro.
Nat Turner
If
died
you
in
met her in 72, she
1831.
was born.
Nat Turner died in
If you
1831.
met her in
My great
72,
aunt
she
was
was born
92 in
in the
1972. Do the
1880s.
math.
She
Do the
was
math.
born.
Do the
She
math.
was born.
Do the math.
I'm doing the math. She was born 30 years after Nat Turner died.
She's
And
his
she is
great granddaughter.
great daughter. Man, knock it
No,
off. You
she's
said
his great
anything.
granddaughter.
No, you
Yes, she
said
is.
great, and even great
No, great
granddaughter still don't make
granddaughter.
She was
Right.
born 30 years. after Nat Turner died, and that's his
Volvo,
great
Volvo.
granddaughter.
Regardless,
her
he's an
father was
African descendant.
Randall
Like, what are we talking
Bowser.
about?
Wait, no, Elijah Bowser.
That don't
Her
make sense.
grandfather
The math
was
ain't that.
Randall. Can
Volvo,
you
he
please be
is an
The math
quiet?
ain't
African
that.
descendant.
Can you be quiet,
If Nat
please?
Turner died in the 1850s,
Her
and she was born in
grandfather
the
was Randall
1880s,
Bowser, who Randall Bowser married Adeline Turner and had, or Cherry Turner, one or two, and had a daughter, which was either
easy
Cherry
work,
or
man.
Adeline.
Y'all easy.
So that means
Appreciate your
that
space, Adonis, man. I
if
appreciate
her
you being quiet.
grandfather
I ain't
was
gonna be able to
Randall
keep coming on
Bowser,
here because
then her
my
great
grandmother started
grandfather
working
was
nights.
Nat
I'm
Turner.
about to go
Do
back
you
to
get
night
it?
shift.
You're
So,
not
but I
listening
appreciate
because
you
you don't
on the
want to
bill.
listen.
Help me
And it's
kill
not
time
even
and shit
for
like
you.
that.
It's
Nah,
not
like,
for
You
it's
you.
got a great
honestly
space, a
crazy
great
that we
It's
show.
have a
not for
descendant
you.
of
It's
Nat
for the
Turner trying to
audience.
speak in the chat,
So I
and you are
think it's
speaking
Friday. I
over
go
him.
back to my
It's
Stop
not for
speaking.
him. It's not for
Stop
him
speaking.
because he's going to talk over everybody because he doesn't want to hear and he feels like he's under attack. And he's not under attack. If he were making real cogent points, then we would listen. But
right.
when if he's not making cogent points, then what's happening is when we start talking, he starts talking over us.
He's a confused Congolese. Don't
Here's the
mind him.
thing, right? You said you met her in the 70s, right? If you go back 90 years, you said she was 90. If you minus 90 years, that's the 1800s. Nat Turner died in the 1850s.
No, that's not accurate. No, he didn't die in the 1850s.
When did Nat Turner die?
You know, you citing the day, the year.
So basically, you're just saying shit out of your mouth.
Off the cuff.
Right? He don't even know. He's just saying shit.
But if I said he died in the 1850s and you said no, then tell me when did he die?
No, I'm not telling you anything because you're talking crazy.
Capping, y'all. He's capping.
You're talking crazy, right? It's something you
he
can
met her
Google
in
very
the
easy.
1970s. She's his great granddaughter. How can you be his great granddaughter when you was born?
How can you be citing this information and you don't even know?
Well, when did Nat Turner die?
I know when he died. You go and Google it. You go and Google it. I'm giving you the breakdown of the lineage of the genealogy.
I don't want to Google it right now.
Again, I'm giving him the breakdown of the genealogy. Okay.
I'm real good with numbers. I'm real good.
You're real good with liking to hear yourself too.
How do you think I can subtract?
You like to hear yourself, don't you? You like to hear yourself, don't you?
He died when? Nat Turner died when?
1831.
I thought it was 1850s. I stand wrong.
His grandmother was
apologize.
Akan. She was from Africa. His grandmother.
Apologize, bro.
Can we talk more about your experience? Because I'd much rather listen to the descendant of Nat Turner than Volvo.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all descendants, and guess what? We don't have to just, sometimes you
y'all
won't
do
know.
y'all thing. Y'all ain't about to do nothing anyway. My thing is this: I'm glad America over there taking all the stuff. Y'all not gonna use it. Y'all not about to.
But you talking about being proudly foundational
like,
Black
just-
Americans.
Yeah,
we have a
why are you
supposed
talking?
descendant of Nat Turner.
Why are you talking?
And you're
I
being
need that Lincoln. I'm
disrespectful.
about to get this Lincoln. So yeah, I appreciate y'all sending it over. Send all that shit over. I got a charger in the backyard. I got I'm thinking about putting some rims on that. We need all the stuff from Africa. We need it over here.
Volvo, if you're a Black American, you would probably be interested in Nat Turner's descendant story as well.
No,
I don't know
he's
why
interested in hearing himself.
No,
That's
he's
what
capping
he's
though.
interested.
He's capping, bro. The guy's lying. You
So
want to hear?
he's interested. Don't feed him. Don't even talk to him because you're just feeding him.
Chevrolets.
I got a Chevy. I got a Malibu in the driveway too. I got a Malibu in the driveway.
The bigger point is we all, if we're African Americans, we all have a common history. We all have a similar common history if we're African Americans, right?
Yep.
Right. So that's the point I'm making about that.
And that
That's
connection to the Mali music, to blues, that was dope. Whoever shared that, I appreciated seeing that.
We still didn't see the continuity, but
we literally talked about it and we played a video.
That
there's
was
nothing more.
Can you
start posting videos? Can you start posting?
You're not making any sense with that continuity thing. There's no sense. You're just talking, bro. You're just talking.
All of these lies are us explaining stuff to you and showing sources and.
Dynast, play talking Timbuktu. I'm gonna text you to you right now.
So I gotta be careful playing that stuff so I won't get
be careful.
Just a little bit, maybe 10-20 seconds. Just so you can hear it.
Volvo's not gonna care. I promise you, Volvo. It's not about showing him facts. It's about his feelings.
Right.
No, it is. That's all we deal with.
So you're wasting your source.
That's all we deal with is facts.
All right,
You're
guys,
not
let me read
showing.
these super chats. FBA Young Lion, $1.99 hollow. Where is the blues in the Congo and Cuba today? FBA Young Lion, $1.99. Twerking comes from Africa. I will admit that. FBA Young Lion, $1.99. Amapiano comes from house music. All right, go ahead.
No, well,
But
yeah,
just
that's
look
all
up
I'm asking
Congolese
for.
blues and Cuban blues. Like, stop asking us to do stuff
I'm
you Google
asking
search
for
for.
continuity.
Have you heard
How
about
did
The
the
same
rumba?
way
slaves?
Volvo could have looked up when Nat Turner died.
How did the slaves hear this music that was all the way halfway around the world? We had no internet, no
They were
phone.
taught it by their parents. Volvo. Like, why is it such a
Listen,
Hold
hard
on.
concept that parents
taught
teach
what?
their
How did
kids
they
their language?
taught what? So they was taught the blues, and that came from over there.
Number one, Africa at those times is not what you think what it was. It was a thriving society with all kind of institutions in it. Europeans came and destroyed a society with all types of institutions. So you have people who know how to play
We know that.
music and all kind of things.
We know
But
that.
He's
Volvo,
troll.
do you
I'm
think
asking
He's
for.
slaves forgot
trolling.
how to sing?
You
Like,
He's
do you think
What
when
trolling.
I'm
gotta
slaves
take
got
asking
your
on the
for
boat,
is
they
time.
He's
forgot their
trolling.
language
I'm asking
and
for the
their music?
continuity because y'all
He's
didn't show me
trolling.
nothing. Y'all showed me some guys playing in the
Volvo,
You guys
American
are
Volvo.
wasting
in
your
When
American
they got on
time.
the
guitar.
boat, do you think they forgot
You
their music and
you
culture,
showed me a
Sexton?
guy playing an American guitar. Then you showed me a guy playing some big string thing. That thing was dope too.
An
That thing, I need to
If
American
look
it
that up.
guitar.
takes me
That
3
was
months
the
to ship you back to
inspiration for the
Africa, are you
music,
going to
bro.
forget how to drive? If
He
it takes me
wants
3
you to
months to
show
Why
ship you
someone
back to
didn't
playing the
Africa,
guitar that
why
will it take
Elvis
wasn't
you?
played. He
why
wants
wasn't
to
Muddy
see
Waters?
Elvis's
Let's just
guitar.
say Muddy Waters because he's the most famous one. Why wasn't Muddy Waters singing about Africa?
Volvo, you need to listen to me. All right. The blues evolved
That ain't what
from
I asked.
African melodies. All right. We couldn't have the blues until we got blues like instrumentation. And that didn't happen until we came to the Americas.
And people were getting beat and
Because there was
killed.
no blues here in America until the Africans
People
came
were
here.
being beat and killed if they were either
So
speaking their
why wasn't they
language,
singing
if
about
they
the
were
blues?
talking their language,
I
if
mean,
they were
why
even
weren't they
talking
singing
about
about
Africa.
Africa?
It was a punishment.
Like Volvo, there's a bunch
No,
of black
wasn't
American children right
Muddy
now
Waters can
who
say
sing
whatever he
happy
wanted.
birthday and don't know it
They
comes
didn't
from
even
Stevie
like the
Wonder.
blues. They said the blues were sacrilegious.
Blues
Volvo,
didn't come
That's
until
going
the
against
end of the
black culture.
Volvo,
1800s. The
do
blues
you
didn't
think
come until
every
the end
black
of the
child knows that our
1800s.
happy birthday song comes from Stevie Wonder?
What?
Do you think all the black children right now know that when we sing like Black American Happy Birthday, that it comes from Stevie
It
Wonder?
ain't about knowing. It's about being able to prove
Exactly. It's not about knowing, it's
it's
about
about being able
doing.
to prove where
And there were
it came from.
descendants of slaves who didn't know
I'm asking
their
you.
melodies,
I'm
but
saying
the
that we
source
can
of the
trace
melodies was
our
from
Don't
Africa.
music.
ask. Go and look it
We
up
can trace
yourself
this music
so that you
from the
can sound
plantation.
halfway intelligent in these conversations, sir. Don't
We
ask
can trace
questions
this
in
music
here.
back from the plantation.
Go and look it up. You
We can
got
trace this
enough
music back from the
information to look
plantation.
up to not look ridiculous.
We can trace this music back from the plantation when they were singing about their blues.
And
Swing
before the
low, sweet
plantation, like
chariot,
what do you think happened
come and
before the
rescue me
plantation,
from this
brother?
hell that I'm in.
Kinfolk, what do you think happened when the
Kinfolk, who
Africans
your
hit
kinfolk, boy?
American
I ain't your
soil?
kinfolk, boy. All skinfolk ain't kinfolk. I ain't your who you talking to.
Do you support black people in the community?
What's black people? I keep asking that. Y'all skim over it because y'all can't
This is
answer.
what I mean by we're like very divisive. Like it's
But
very
what's black
clear that
people? How
everybody
is
in
that
this chat
divisive?
cares about
That's what
black
y'all
people.
do. When I ask a question like that, y'all claim y'all
He
black and
just
y'all love
told you
black.
he drives
I
a
say,
Black
what's
people
Mercedes,
come
black
from
man.
people?
He's
Africa.
supporting.
Black
Volvo,
people
I
come from
support
Black
all
people
Africa.
come
African
from Africa.
Americans,
Black
Hold
people
on,
all
come
wait.
from
black
Africa.
Asians, and all
That's
Caribbeans.
your measurement?
Black people come from Africa.
Is Myron Gaines black?
Facts.
Is Myron Gaines black?
Myron
Yes,
Gaines, the dude from
technically.
Sudan.
But like we're
Is French
escaping the
Montana black?
conversation
Is
right
French
now.
Montana
Volvo.
black?
Wait, is the guy
Is
named Myron Gaines? Is that the one from Sudan?
yeah.
Yeah, so yes, he's black.
Okay, all right. I'm with you. I'm following you.
But does he act black? Is he acting? No, he acts like a
It ain't
coon.
about acting. It ain't about acting. You can't act
Okay,
shit.
well, yeah, but
You
I
get
just
in
have
here.
to I had to
So
add that
is French
into it.
Montana black?
He's a coonish. He's a coon.
Is French Montana black? He
I
from
don't
Africa.
know who he is.
He's a
I don't
well.
know what
Some
he
people
mixed
know. I'm
with.
pretty sure
Man,
that
bro, the more you
I
talk,
know
the
who he
more you
is, but
tell us what you don't
I
know,
don't know his
bro.
ethnicity.
The
I
more
know
you
him for
talk,
like
the more
maybe
you
like
tell us what you don't
Gaddafi
know.
black. Is Gaddafi black?
And more importantly, you also
I
tell us
don't, is
what
he
you
a light
do
skinned
know.
black person? I think
No, Gaddafi Gaddafi is Arab. Gaddafi is Arab.
He's from Africa. He said blackness come from Africa. You black, you come
But
from Africa.
Volvo's running away from the conversation. What do you
No,
think
that's what
happened
he
when
just
the
said. I said,
Africans
so now I'm
came
But
trying
to
to
American
Arab,
soil?
many of those
I'm trying to
Arabs
figure out
that
who
are
fits the
of
rule. Who
Turkish
fits the
and,
rule?
Volvo,
Who's
Greek and
in and who's out? Who's in?
Volvo,
That's
so
what do you think
the Arabs who
happened?
are not of African descent are not black.
what do you mean of African descent? What does it
There
take to
are
be of
Arabs, there
African
are
descent?
black Arabs that are of African descent and mixed. and mixed.
Okay.
The
And
original
then there are
Arabs are
Arabs.
black,
There
dark
are
skinned
Arabs that are
people.
not
So
mixed.
if a
There are
Somalian
Arabs
tell me
that are not
I'm
mixed,
The
not
and they're
original
not
black,
Arabs
black.
are
is he
not
wrong?
black
Volvo.
African
Is he
people.
wrong? If a Somalian say that he's not black, is he wrong?
There are
Yes.
people who identify as
Okay,
Arabs that are dark-skinned black
okay,
people. They're just fucked
yo,
up in the
I'm
head.
asking a
They think
question.
that there's something other than what they are. They are
Because
That's
they
African
were
because they
people.
were
Islamized. If you
subjugated
know
to
And that's the
history, they were
Islam
problem we're having in
and
Islamized.
was
Sudan.
No, we
subjugated by
keep explaining
Christianity.
stuff to Volvo. Volvo needs
It's a
to
fact.
explain
I'm
stuff
not
to us.
explaining nothing to him.
Volvo.
I'm
What
not.
happened when the
You're
African
talking to
slaves
him and
came to
making
the
him talk
Americas?
more, and he's fucking up the conversation, and you're continuing to talk to him. And it's a
Yeah.
waste of time. Because he's not, trying to learn. He's just trying to
Learn. He's
respond.
not trying to learn.
He's trying to respond. And it's ridiculous.
Yep, we could definitely move on.
Yeah. So yeah, that's
So
black.
guys, let
And
me
then
guys,
don't try
yeah,
to
hey, we're gonna close out in 8 minutes. So, yeah.
yeah. So
Let
don't
me read
try
the
to
super
usurp
chat.
our
I'm sorry, Sean. Let me read the super chat.
all right.
Chuku Igwe, thank you for putting that holla. FBAs are buck broken black rednecks. It's pointless going back and forth with people like Volvo because they're black crabs in the sucking place. Okay.
So they're trying the Indians or pretendians are trying to usurp our identity, and they're Choctaw, they're Iroquois or whatever they are. That's who they are. They were reclassified as Negro, and then now they want to jump in and try to be. No, you can't take our identity. You have an identity, and many of them say
Our
they have
identity
no
is
African ancestry. Go ahead.
our identity is if you can trace your lineage back to the 1870 census. Anything else, you could be talking in a circle.
No,
See how we
no.
end the conversation with that? Either you can trace it back or you can't. And if you can, then that tells me that you was here for all of it.
You guys keep moving the
Here for the
field
red
goal,
lining.
but
You
whatever
was
the
here for the fried
goalposts.
chicken,
Moving the
for the
You keep
watermelon.
goalposts.
You was
you
here for
keep
the
moving
fried
the
epidemic.
goalposts.
You was here for all. Nah,
They say
that's
they
all
have
we
no
said. That's
African
the
in them at
whole
all.
FBA argument. At the end of the
They
day,
say they have no African at all. Many of them, and then
no,
they
they don't.
change.
That's what
Then
I'm
they
just
change
showing.
and say that they're black people, but
And you
they
keep
don't know
talking
that they
over.
don't know if they're
It's in the
African
flag. One
ancestry.
of these stars mean Africa.
Then
So
they
you
say
can't say
it
that.
doesn't
Hebrews are
matter.
They're probably not
ex-cons,
FBA
Abels
then.
are
They're probably not
ex-junkies.
FBA then. Yeah, they probably
Then they
not
say it
FBA.
That's
doesn't
what it
matter
is.
if they are African because it has
They
nothing to
probably
do with
not
them.
FBA
Has nothing
then.
to do with
They
their
probably not
culture.
FBA. So don't throw them on us because
Then
we
they
don't want
say
them.
African doesn't matter, and that if they enslaved, then they go into the
It
argument
don't
that
matter.
they
It
enslaved
don't matter.
us.
It
You
really
see,
don't
they'll
matter.
leave
Because
the
at the end of
And
the
argument
to
and
day,
the
go into
African
they
community, we
enslaved us.
rebuke
don't
that
none of that
goofiness.
matter. Don't none of that stuff matter.
We
I'm gonna tell you why.
rebuke that
Don't none of that
FBA
stuff matter. I'm gonna
goofiness.
tell you why. Because at the end of the day,
That's what I
if
hope
you
the
can't trace your
Africans
lineage
take
back to
away
the
from this.
1870 census, don't none of this matter. That's the end game. That's the end ball. That's ball game right
We
there. That's ball
rebuke
game.
your
Now the
goofiness.
end game is Western imperialism, and we always
Listen, what
talking
I'm
about
saying, you can
Africans and
do all
Caribbeans,
that
and
That's not
never
talking
his
and
Western
end
you trace
game.
your
imperialism.
lineage back to the
He wants
1870.
to wear that Confederate flag proudly.
Period.
He wants to
Period. If
be,
you can
he
do all the
wants to
screaming
wear Uncle
tactics, all the
Tom's,
talking, all the Volvo, you look
Uncle
irritable,
Sam's top hat. That's what he
Ebo,
wants to do.
whatever. You can
Let
do
him
all
do it.
that, but at the end of the day, if you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, you ain't us. Period.
Well, I can, and I disagree with you on a
Right.
lot of
I
things.
can and I'm not
Well,
you.
you can
Right.
Right.
disagree. Yeah,
I
you can
can
I
and
disagree
can
all
and
you
I'm
I
want.
not you.
disagree with you
You
How
too.
can
about that?
disagree all you want.
Right.
You can
We're part
disagree
of
all
one
you want.
family.
You can disagree
We're
all you
part of a
want.
larger family.
Some people
We're part of
think
a larger family.
some
We
people think
absolutely are.
Right.
some people
And if you
think
don't know
this
what
is this
family you
bad.
belong
That
to,
don't mean it's true.
if you don't know the family you
That don't
belong
mean it's
to,
true.
then you are lost.
If you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, we ain't the same.
And as
Eu-
American
Europeans,
blacks,
You can
we
be as
embrace
Pan
that.
African as you want. I'm
Europeans don't
going
have
back
We
to
that
embrace
problem.
our
Africa.
Africanness.
We
All
can
that
both
talk
trace our
talk.
lineage
Europeans
back
don't
You
to
can
have
be
that
people. It
problem.
ain't the
Yoruba.
same.
You can be Chinese. Whatever you call yourself. Can you trace your
And you
lineage
can
back
be
to
a
the
tone.
1870?
Everybody can be what they want to be.
Can you
But
you call
blacks in
yourself whatever you want?
America,
But if you
we
can't trace your
rebuke
lineage back
this
to the
goofiness
1870 census,
and
you
we're
ain't
proud
saying
of
nothing.
our Africanness.
We ain't the same. We proud
There
of it
you go.
too. We
And
proud of
we're
it too.
no, you're not proud of it.
It's in the flag. We wouldn't put it in the flag if we weren't proud of
No. So, and the other part about it is it's time to unite because we're under
it.
attack. We're in a war,
We
and it's
wouldn't put
time
it in
to
the
unite.
flag. We wouldn't put it in the flag if we weren't proud of it. We wouldn't mention it if we weren't proud of it.
Chukwu
We
is
won't talk about it if we
Igbo.
weren't proud of
His
it.
Well, I mean, you
people
don't
in
act like it
IPOP
though.
are causing widespread degeneracy in Nigeria's Igbos started the civil war in Nigeria. Now that is not going to get us anywhere because And I'm not saying yay or nay about it, but I'm saying that Nigeria is
I
crucial.
don't know how you supposed to go over there with
Can you
that
not talk, sir,
LGBT
when I'm
lifestyle.
talking?
With that
Can you not talk when I'm
LGBTQ
talking?
lifestyle. They not gonna
Can you
accept
not talk when I'm talking?
Let Shaw fit. Go ahead, Shaw.
The division of Nigeria is not a good thing, because if Africa balkanizes and Amazonia gets they Cameroon wants to have Amazonia, wants to, then Cape Town white folks want to have their own country. Then the Volta region was talking about, there was all of this stuff that's going on. We have to, if we've got to create states where there's a Yoruba state, there's an Igbo state, there's a Hausa state, there's a Fulani state, or whatever. These are all the states that make up the African country. If that's what we got to do, then let us do that, instead of it, balkanizing like this, and it just goes nowhere. It gets us nowhere.
I
And
respect
Nigeria,
that.
the industrial giant, is the place where we need to be jumping all kinds of industrializing Africa off.
Go do it.
That's my point about that.
Go do it. You talking about what we need to be doing, but your ass over here.
Yeah, this is what I mean by you a hater, bro.
How?
You a full
How
hater.
is that hating?
Ain't nothing
Anything you
positive
say
come out your
about
mouth.
go do it, then that's hating. Go do it. You talking, you supposed to walk in like you talking. That's why I respect Donis. At least he go over there.
You don't know
He be
what
over there.
I'm doing, sir. You have
You
no
be
idea
over
what
there.
I'm
It's
doing.
always I'm going. Go.
You have no idea what I'm
You
doing.
to go, huh? Go.
You don't
gotta
know
go
Nah,
save
it's
your
shit
okay.
from
You a hater,
Shinola.
bro. It's okay.
You gotta go save your people, right? So go. Like you talking about what do we need to be doing over there, and if we do this over there,
This is not for you. This is not for you. This is for the people that are other than you, that are in this room, and the people that are listening.
If you can't trace your lineage back to
Right.
the 1870 census, you're not the same.
That's
Bro, are
not
you getting paid to say that? Because you keep saying it when it has
Dinosaur,
nothing
you
to do with
paying
the
him
conversation.
paying me
to
to
keep
say
a
that.
conversation,
So
kind
send
of
me a check
spicy.
anytime I say that.
Yeah, I
Yes.
wonder. I mean, you do keep the
I
argument
get
going.
royalty
It's
for that.
spicy.
Yeah.
It's like a tick. Like, do you have
Yeah.
Tourette's?
If you can't trace your lineage back to the 18th
Do you have Tourette's?
Yes.
Okay.
If you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, we ain't the
We
same.
don't care. We don't
That
care.
body y'all soul. That hurt y'all soul too.
No, we
That
don't
hurt
care.
y'all, don't it?
I'm from here, bro.
No, you're not.
Like, bro, you're from Ohio.
No, you're not.
You're from
The great
Cleveland,
Sound like a
state of
little kid.
Ohio, bro.
The
I'm
great
from
state of
Brooklyn.
Ohio. The great state of Ohio, yes.
You from the Midwest, bro. You had to get there. My family's already there.
Already where?
On the east, where we come from.
My family been in the same neighborhood I'm sitting in right now for 120 years. What are you talking about?
So y'all still had to travel there. You're not at the root.
Yeah, duh.
You're not at the root. You're a
We
fleer.
had to I go back to my uncle just died. The whole family from all over the South came up here. We just had a little mini family reunion last month. We go
Then
back
why
and
aren't you in the
forth.
South?
I was just in Atlanta last year.
No, like, why don't you live in the South?
Because I live in Ohio. Why do I gotta live in the South? Why?
Because that's where we at. Like,
because you want to put everybody somewhere.
You in a white state, bro.
You want to put somebody in Africa to be working in Africa.
Why don't you trace your lineage back to the 1870s and live wherever those people are from?
Why?
Word.
Bad faith arguments. Just bad faith. Just arguing in bad faith. Just
Because
saying,
we're in control.
No, that's exactly what you do. Like,
we're
I'm trolling
all
you right
over
now.
the country.
This is
because
what you
we're
sound
in
like all the time.
control.
I'm a truck driver.
UFBA is the only thing y'all
I'm a truck
control is
driver.
the conversation
I
on
travel
YouTube.
all over America.
That's it.
All over America. I travel all
Now,
over
you see, this
America.
is the
only
problem with the
control the
FBA, because we don't
conversation on
waste time
YouTube.
talking about this and not about the Black Caucus that basically betrayed us. But you got nothing to say
Yes, we
about
do.
that.
Yes, we
No
do.
smoke.
Their name is Mud.
You got zero smoke for that. Then let's talk about that.
It's Mud. They Mud. They name.
Talking about the
Let's talk
California
about
Black
that, Jason
Caucus.
Whitlock.
What they did.
Yeah.
What they did.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about that.
What
Nah,
they
because, like,
did.
We only
you
got
so
a few
worried about
minutes.
other people's household. Why don't we clean our own household?
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
What are the Black Democrats doing for us?
So
What
then
is the
let me
Black
ask
Caucus
this:
doing for us?
where are we at with the
Robbing
with
us
this with the
blind.
votes in California and this
Oh,
these
they
votes
got
coming
to
over the
go.
thing?
They got
Where are
to
we?
go.
No, that's not what I asked. I said where are we currently at? Because what last time I heard is that there was a press conference with 3 representatives from the CBLC, California Black Caucus, and they came up with 15 different initiatives or laws or whatever that they're trying to get across the into the legislature to be voted on.
You babbling. You saying
Yeah, because I'm trying to get the word, trying to figure out what the.
Who's pushing the bill? Auntie Maxine?
No, this is coming from the California Black Caucus, and it's
They
three
got it
people.
on the
Yes,
floor. That's
Maxine
the first
Waters.
step.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
they
She
okay,
got
rejected
that
okay,
it.
on
They
lock.
rejected it, but this
okay.
Auntie
ain't this
Maxine.
fight ain't over with fast. This ain't gonna
Okay.
be no easy fight.
So
We got
they,
endurance. We got endurance, baby.
How are y'all
This ain't no easy
organizing?
fight. This shit ain't gonna be over with fast. It got on the
You
floor.
have endurance, but you don't have a strategy.
Yeah, what is the strategy? Because it
The
already
Right.
didn't
strategy is
work.
getting it on the floor. We thought it would get voted in, but they
We can't
pulled a
even get it
whammy
on the
they
bammy.
floor
didn't
because we're
introduce
fighting
it.
against
Yeah,
each
they
other,
pulled a
and you
They
whammy
didn't
worried about
bammy.
introduce it.
Africans, bro.
They pulled a whammy bammy. That's
Right.
cool. Now we got to regroup and
Um,
see what we're working with.
but there's
Ain't
What is
something
nothing
that's
wrong with
regrouping look
happened,
that.
like?
and
Like,
none of
what's
us.
going to be different next time? Are you guys going
Well,
to get
Well,
the
one,
next
prepared?
time
Like,
has already happened, and none of us know about the next time, which is the little that I do know. We're not even progressing that, and that no
well, it's
questions are
not.
being
Well,
asked about it. So
it's
y'all
not a
are
big topic yet
you're
because
cold.
it's
All of you
not.
guys are
Listen,
cold.
we got brilliant people working on this thing. We got
who are
lawyers.
these brilliant
It
people?
might be dead. I've
Kamala
been
Moore.
hearing that
Kamala
it's
Moore.
dead
That's my
in the
number one. Kamala
water.
Moore.
I've
Kamala
been
Moore.
hearing it's dead in
She's a
the
lawyer.
water.
She's brilliant. Black
I know.
American.
Now, guys,
Yeah,
let me
what
read this
about
in the
her?
chat. Enrique Aswad 49 holla. Why did the title get hijacked by an insignificant topic?
Right. That's fair.
We
Yeah.
we covered the topic. You know, the South Africa owe a debt to Black Americans. We covered it. So I mean,
Man, y'all pulling up weird instruments and trying to crowbar that into the
Now,
blues,
we
man.
couldn't even have that conversation because they don't understand that Africa is a
But
continent and not a country.
at the end of the day, right? Yeah, we working on it. This is a tough. This never happened for us before, so we gonna keep working on it. Period. It's just y'all Debbie Downers. Okay, they tricked us. They did us bad. That's we gonna regroup and we gonna get back good.
Wait,
They
This
didn't
gonna
trick
guys,
us.
what
happen.
We
is the
tricked
title?
ourselves. It was the Black Caucus. This is what I mean by
Oh,
we tricked
yeah.
ourselves.
Let me let Shaw speak on the title. Then we'll close out. The South Africa owe a debt to Black Americans because of what the role of Black America played in, I guess, assisting in ending apartheid.
no, I don't think so. I mean, we did what we did because we have love for our people, for the continent. We didn't like to see that. We saw the pain going on. No, I don't think they owe us anything, but I do think they owe themselves that. You know, people from all Black folks from all over the planet, and not only Black folks, other folks, actively did physical things to end apartheid, and it was pressure from the world, and Black people were a part of that, like at the forefront of that here in the United States and other places. So they owe it to themselves to recognize where that came from and to further it on. You know, we're cheering for them. So I don't think they owe us anything. No, I don't think so. That's my view.
All right, guys, we're going to close out. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family, Dynasty Mirror, search for Huru. Peace.
Thank you.
Peace.